Hearing Ka Xian's wild laughter, Yu Ming's body suddenly trembled. This packet of powder is just in order to ensure that he and I fight under fair conditions. Yi Yuan's words were still ringing in his ears. Yu Ming suddenly realized that that packet of powder was in order to prevent Ka Xian from forcefully breaking through at the last minute to the Fiend Commander realm. But could that packet of powder really do it? Yu Ming, what's wrong with you? Blood Eagle suddenly asked. Yu Ming shook his head and said, Nothing. I wonder if Ka Xian can succeed in breaking through or not. If he succeeds, Yi Yuan will be in danger. Although Blood Eagle and he both belong to the Blood Yamahal, this kind of thing, the fewer people that knew, the better. Ka Xian was the Ka family's #1 genius after all. A junior who would definitely be able to inherit the position of City Lord in the future. Once the news leaked out, it would be a troublesome affair. Therefore, this matter, the fewer people that knew, the better. Killing people did not necessarily need to use weapons. How powerful the assassination hall was, only he, the hall master, as well as the Blood Yamahal's hall master knew. On the second day after Yi Yuan handed him this packet of powder, he had Ka Xian drink it in complete secrecy. And now, it seemed like it reached the time for it to take effect. But Blood Eagle's expression was ugly as he said, with Ka Xian's strength, breaking through shouldn't be an issue. It will depend on whether Source Knight can recover Fiend Essence rapidly or not. The two people had both reached the point of total exhaustion right now. Whoever recovers strength first would be the victor. Yi Yuan did not bother with Ka Xian's ridiculing. He took out a medicinal pill very indifferently and started recovering Fiend Essence. Everyone's heart leaped to their throats, watching this scene extremely nervously. The violent spiritual energy gathered over from all directions. Ka Xian let out a long laugh, laughing brazenly without any fear. This powerful sidelong glance made everyone cast a sidelong glance. As long as Ka Xian broke through a realm, spiritual energy would instantly pour into Ka Xian's body, becoming his fiend essence. The fiend race primarily cultivated the fiend soul. Ka Xian completely released the suppression of the fiend soul and let the fiend soul start getting into contact with heavenly Tao. As long as he obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao, his fiend soul would be able to advance smoothly, becoming a fiend commander powerhouse. Suddenly, Ka Xian's expression changed drastically. He discovered that his fiend soul seemed to have run into a barrier. He was actually unable to break through. The realm of Fiend Commander was right under his nose, seemingly within grasp. But this last step, he was unable to take it no matter what. That feeling was like the reflection of the moon in the water. He could see it, but it could not be touched, driving him crazy. Damn it! Breakthrough! What's going on? Ka Xian cried out in his heart. Amen? What's going on? His Highness Ka Xian seems to be somewhat not quite right. With his strength, breaking through the bottleneck should be something that happens naturally without extra effort. But why is the spiritual energy showing signs of dissipating? No way, right? His Highness Ka Xian is actually unable to break through? How is this possible? Very soon, the crowd on the grandstand discovered something amiss. The spiritual energy that gathered over failed to be absorbed by Ka Xian and had signs of dissipating instead. This discovery made everyone perplexed. Yu Ming's expression became intent. Titanic waves set off in his heart. It indeed came. The function of that packet of powder was indeed in order to prevent Ka Xian from forcefully breaking through. Yu Ming, as the assassination hall's hallmaster, could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. He had never heard before that there was some kind of medicinal powder that could make people unable to break through realms. Furthermore, the party still did not have the faintest inkling. This packet of medicinal powder was truly unknown to gods nor ghosts. Moreover, Yi Yuan said back then, this packet of medicinal powder would have an effect on his level of powerhouse. If he did not believe in such heresy and tried it, would it be impossible for him to break through to the Fiend Lord realm in this lifetime too? Extreme horror after long deliberation. The grandstand's third level, Yihan looked at Yi Yuan, who slowly stood up. A hint of a smile flashed across her eyes. Looks like the outcome is a foregone conclusion. City Lord Ka Long, you wouldn't blame me, right? Yihan said to Ka Long with a smile. But Ka Long seemed very indifferent and said with a smile, Hall Master Ihan is too kind. Reaching our realm, those below Fiend Lord are all ants. Ka Xian losing to Source Knight is his strength being inadequate. How could I blame you? Merely a junior, just groom another one will do. If Yi Yuan heard this, he would definitely get a huge shock. Ihan, who teased and flirted with him, that time was actually the incomparably mysterious Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. And she was actually a Fiend Lord powerhouse, the same as City Lord Ka Long. Hearing Ka Long say this, Ihan covered her mouth and smiled as she said, "It's good that City Lord doesn't blame me. You rest assured I owe you a favor this time." Ka Long's brows raised up. Looking at Ihan rather surprisedly, she said, "Hall Master Ihan's favor is much more valuable than a junior." Yi Yuan slowly walked towards Ka Xian and said nonchalantly, "I said before, your winning streak isn't anything remarkable. You see, nobody is cheering for you anymore." A hint of panic finally flashed across Ka Xian's face. "No, impossible. Why would I fail to break through? This is impossible." Helplessness was written all over Ka Xian's face. He completely never thought before that he would fail breaking through the Fiend Commander realm. Let alone that Yi Yuan had long planned this scheme a year ago in order to prevent him from breaking through his realm. Everything was long already destined at that moment when he decided to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had witnessed before Qin Tian breaking through at the last minute. So how could he possibly give him the opportunity to break through? That packet of powder was called Unfettered Soul Eater Powder, a medicine specially made to target the Fiend race's Fiend Soul. As long as Fiend race martial artists consumed it, the Unfettered Soul Eater Powder would directly act on the Fiend Soul, making the Fiend Soul unable to perceive heaven's secrets, unable to advance an inch further in this lifetime. The Unfettered Soul Eater Powder was colorless and odorless, and also would not cause any harm to a martial artist's strength. But, as long as they succumbed, they could forget about breaking through again in this lifetime. Until death, they would not know what was going on. Although the Unfettered Soul Eater Powder that Yi Yuan refined could not affect Yuming to the point he could no longer advance an inch further for life, but for him to advance to become a Fiend Lord, this kind of thing, he could forget about it. Impossible. I'm the king of blood battle. How can I lose to a high-rank Fiend General? Arg. I'll fight it out with you. Ka Xian roared, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. However, in his current state, he was unable to pose any threat to Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, "When you were immersed in the glory of the past, you were already doomed to today's outcome. You are not irreplaceable. The king of blood battle, is it? What a ridiculous honor." Chi. Yi Yuan's long sword swung, directly crushing Ka Xian's fiend soul, not giving him any chance. All those present were dead silent. Although they had long already known the outcome, when this instant arrived, they still could not quite believe it. The king of blood battle, the legend of the blood battle stage, was defeated just like this? Just what kind of terrifying existence is that handsome young man on the ring? This battle, Source Knight wins, Ka Xian loses. Finally, the referee's announcement shattered this silence. Even with Blood Eagle's shrewdness, he nearly jumped up. He was simply too excited. A single fight actually earned back 2 to 3 years of profit. This money was simply swept over by the wind. The blood battle stage was the most profitable hall among the halls within the Blood Yama Hall. Could be described using the phrase bringing in bushels of gold daily. But earning money like this today had never happened in history before. Deducting those who bet on Yi Yuan's victory, the blood battle stage crazily pulled in 100 billion low-grade fiend essence stones today alone. Ha ha ha. It's still Lord Hall Master who had foresight. This money was earned too easily. I really didn't expect. Before today, who would have thought that a middle-rank fiend general could defeat the king of blood battle, Ka Xian? Blood Eagle said excitedly. Today, the blood battle hall reaped a huge earning. This hall master, felt like his back was straightened. Yu Ming was clearly not as excited as Blood Eagle and said indifferently, "Yeah, it's still Lord Hall Master who had the foresight. This boy is absolutely not a creature that belongs in a shallow pond. His talent, methods are all too terrifying. A few families rejoice and a few families are in sorrow." Compared to Blood Eagle's excitement, wailing sounds echoed outside. "It's over. This time it's thoroughly over. Was I freaking stupid? Why would I pledge all of my assets? With this, I lost everything. My fiend essence stones. Sniff, sniff. Your father went through fire and water for several thousand years before saving up these few tens of thousands of fiend essence stones. Now, return to before liberation overnight. Damn Xianxia, to actually cause me to lose so badly. I'm going crazy. Ha ha ha. Profit. Earned big profits. I wagered 50,000 fiend essence stones and it flipped 15 times all at once. 15 times. Ha ha ha. That person was immersed in excitement but did not notice that there were already many pairs of eyes staring at him. Those mucking around the blood battle stage, the majority were martial artists mucking around at the bottom level. Now that they lost all of their assets, they were already anxious until their eyes turned red. This fellow who bet on Yi Yuan's victory earned money but did not know how to restrain himself. Later, he would not even know how he died. However, there were always some people who were exceptions. Fan Lin was hugging Li Ji at this time, wishing to hold her with his everything. He had never felt that this daughter was so pleasing to the eye. Yi Yuan was the Fan family's special grade retainer. Fan Lin naturally would not bet on Xianxia's win like the others. However, he was not optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. Harboring the idea of cheering Yi Yuan on, Fan Lin bet on Yi Yuan 1 million fiend essence stones. He never thought that in a blink. Yi Yuan earned him 15 million fiend essence stones. Even to a large family like the Fan family, 15 million fiend essence stones were absolutely not a small sum as well. More importantly, there was excitement on his face. The name of Source Knight would reverberate throughout Capone capital city tonight. His Fan family would naturally benefit from association with it too. My good daughter, you're really too discerning. This treasure, you have to help me keep in the Fan family no matter what. Ha ha, Fan Lin said with a loud laugh. Starting from just now, there was no idea how many Capone capital city nobles coming over to congratulate him. This Fan family's family head immediately felt radiance on his face. However, Li Ji was clearly not as optimistic as Fan Lin. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan was neither friendly nor aloof to her. Regarding her active pursuit, he also seemed very perfunctory. Sai can only take it one step at a time, Li Ji thought in her heart. When the entire capital city was discussing how formidable Yi Yuan was and so on, Yi Yuan himself was not very aware of it. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan had defeated too many geniuses, regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts. Toward this kind of victory, he had long been able to treat it like a normal day. Returning to the Fan family to recuperate his wounds, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to cultivate but spent all day in the Fiend Medicine Hall. His prestige was like the noonday sun currently. Everyone in the Fiend Medicine Hall, including the Hall Master, all treated him with the courtesy of a teacher. Such a good resource, Yi Yuan did not wish to squander. He worked as a teacher in the Fiend Medicine Hall while making use of the Fiend Medicine Hall's resources to comprehend the alchemy Dao. Yi Yuan's research on 2-star divine pills had not reached the level of grand completion yet. It still required a great deal of practical work before it could attain grand completion. The Fiend Medicine Hall's resources were abundant, and they also had the greatest esteem for him. It was naturally the best place for Yi Yuan to study alchemy Dao. Therefore, Yi Yuan became the Fiend Medicine Hall's attending fiend apothecary, granting all demands. Anyone who came to the Fiend Medicine Hall to request for pills, he would accept it all. Of course, Yi Yuan studying alchemy Dao still had a very important mission to develop the pill formula to repair the Divine Sea. Regarding little fatty Xie Jingyi, Yi Yuan had always kept him in mind. No matter what, he had to let fatty Xie restore his Divine Sea and cultivate anew. But Yi Yuan also knew that this was not something that could be done overnight. The study of alchemy Dao required accumulated practice and research. The higher the grade of the divine pill, the harder to comprehend, let alone talk about developing new medicinal pills. Half a year was about to pass in a twinkle. The matter of Xianxia being killed by Yi Yuan had long faded away already. But now, the title of Capone capital city's #1 fiend apothecary rose in the capital city. Every day, the martial artists who surrounded the Fiend Medicine Hall's front door to request for pills lined up like a long dragon. The fiend general powerhouses in Capone capital city all took pride in getting one of Master Source Knight's medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined were hiked to an extremely high price in the black market. It was inevitable. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was high and the medicinal effect was strong. Others could not compare to Yi Yuan's pills at all. However, through this half a year of training, Yi Yuan corrected all the bad habits of Meng Qi and the others. This made their pill refining standard improve greatly. The 5 elders were all shedding tears of gratitude. On this day, Meng Qi approached Yu Yuan and said carefully, Master Source Knight, our Longping capital city, Black Jade capital city, and Purple Nether capital city's Fiend Medicine Hall's associates heard that Master's alchemy standard is extremely high and came attracted by your fame. Hoping to listen to Master preach on Tao. Wonder what is Master's opinion? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said indifferently, Did you all listen too much and feel that my preaching isn't worth money? Anyone can come and listen? Meng Qi's heart thumped and he hurriedly said, This, Master's words are too serious. Master's preaching, every phrase is a gem causing us to be enlightened at once. How could it be something cheap? Yi Yuan said coolly, The reason why I stay here is that I owe your Blood Yama Hall a favor, not because I have nothing better to do. As for the other capital cities' Blood Yama Halls, I'm not acquainted with them, and I don't want to be acquainted as well. Let them go back where they came from. Meng Qi had an awkward look and withdrew helplessly. After Meng Qi went out, Yi Yuan gave a cold snicker. Did the Blood Yama Hall really take him to be a free labor force? Not hemorrhaging any blood at all and wanted him to preach on Tao for them. Dreaming too beautifully. Regarding those people coming to listen to the sermons, Yi Yuan did not have objections. But they must repay it with a favor. In this half a year, although Yi Yuan borrowed the Fiend Medicine Hall, this platform, his alchemy strength improved a lot. But what the Fiend Medicine Hall obtained from here far exceeded what they paid. Disregarding others, it was still very promising for the 5 elders to step into the realm of 3-star Fiend Apothecary in the future under his guidance. Just this alone was already above their money's worth. After leaving Yi Yuan, Meng Qi had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that it would be this result. It was just that the hall master made him come over. So he had no choice as well. He could only come and give it a try. The Fiend Medicine Hall underwent an earth-shaking transformation under Yi Yuan's hands in this half a year. Recently, these few days, Meng Qi faintly felt his realm that had yet to loosen for a long time actually have signs of going to breakthrough. This discovery made him extremely agitated. Meng Qi had already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. He knew that he had long exhausted his potential and that there was basically no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. But now he actually had hopes of breaking through to the legendary 3-star Fiend Apothecary. How could this result not make him wildly ecstatic? But Meng Qi knew, for him to be able to break through, it was entirely Yi Yuan's credit. In this half a year, Yi Yuan opened another window for them, letting him see a whole new world. The few little tricks that Yi Yuan imparted to them could be said to have polished up their alchemy skill, making their strength advance by leaps and bounds. Meng Qi refining the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill currently was basically all middle grade as the start. There was a very large chance of being able to refine high grade. To be able to have this kind of improvement in half a year, it could simply be described using riding a rocket. If it were before, Meng Qi never dared to think that he could still have such rapid improvement in alchemy. He knew that the other 4 elders also obtained varying degrees of improvement. And all this was all thanks to Master Source Knight. Meng Qi even knew that the Hall Master's improvement in this half a year was similarly very great. He already flung the other 2 3-star Fiend Apothecaries in the city far behind. The current Yi Yuan was already revered by them akin to a god. The Fiend Medicine Hall's change was so great, but Yi Yuan never opened his mouth to ask for anything before. Even with him being present and refining pills, it was the customers that prepared the required spirit medicines themselves for refinement. The Fiend Medicine Hall did not need to do much. It was the Fiend Medicine Hall that owed Yi Yuan greatly. Now, the other capital cities' people are coming to seek experience. This was clearly the interaction between the upper echelons. The Blood Yama Hall treated Master Source Knight as someone that could be squeezed dry. It would be weird if he was happy. Kong Xiao was Black Jade capital city's Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. regarding upstairs making him bring people over to listen to people preach on Tao. He was actually very disdainful in his heart. Fiend apothecaries were all proud. He, a 3-star fiend apothecary, how venerated was his status. Ordinary fiend apothecaries, he did not pay any attention to them at all. His alchemy strength was also a first-rate existence among the hall masters in the nearby few capital cities. What made him even more gloomy was that he heard that this fiend apothecary preaching on Tao was actually just a 2-star fiend apothecary. How to make him accept this? EMO, this master has such airs. Even you, a hall master, can't invite him? Kong Xiao said unhappily. A fiend medicine hall's hall master wanting to meet a 2-star fiend apothecary actually still had to pass on a message. Wasn't this a joke? EMO was Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master. Out of fear of losing face, that was why he made Meng Qi go and invite Yi Yuan. Actually, he also knew that Yi Yuan most likely would not agree to meet these people. Kong Xiao, this place isn't the Black Jade capital city. If you don't care about it, you can immediately leave. I didn't invite you to come, EMO said with a dark expression. The moment Kong Xiao heard, he was delighted and said with a smile, Yo, became courageous, huh? If not for my hall master asking me to come, do you think I'll come to this lousy place? What master still, pooh? A 2-star brat also dares to come out and show off. It's just your lousy standards that you call anybody your master when you see them, right? Capone Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall was indeed ranked near the bottom of the few capital cities in the vicinity. From numbers to strength, they were all far inferior to the other few cities. Hence, when Kong Xiao saw EMO, he had his head held high, not taking the latter seriously at all. EMO was livid with rage and said, Good. Very good. Since you don't care for Master Source Knights preaching the Tao, then please go back. Kong Xiao was just about to speak when Meng Qi came out from inside and said to EMO with a bow. Hall Master Source Knight said, Let them go back where they came from. The two people's conversation just now, Meng Qi heard all of it. He originally wanted to say it a little tactfully. Now, he did not give face at all, directly reiterating Yi Yuan's words as it was. When Kong Xiao heard this, he directly lost it and said furiously, Ha! What high-sounding sentiments! A measly little 2-star fiend apothecary actually dares to speak to this hall master this way. I'll go and meet your hall master straight away. I want to see what she says. Wuhao, Metalheart, they are needing us here. Let's go find their hall master together then. Wu Hao and Metalheart were respectively Long Ping Capital City and Purple Nether Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's hall masters. When Kong Xiao said finish, he turned around and was about to leave. But walking a few steps, he discovered that Wu Hao Duo did not follow after. He could not help stopping and said with a frown, Didn't the two of you hear? They are having us go back to where we came from. You guys still want to drag out your stay here to look at people's countenance. But Wu Hao chuckled and said, You leave then. Our Longping capital city came over harboring the attitude of learning. How can we sweep away the host's face? Since he's a master, he naturally has his pride. We should bring out some sincerity. Metalheart also smiled and said, Why not Brother Kong Xiao go and find Lord Hall Master? Perhaps we'll be able to meet Master Source Knight. Kong Yao's brows furrowed, countless question marks flashing across in his heart. What was with these two people? He knew that these two people also looked down on the Capone Fiend Medicine Hall. When they just entered the city, the three of them even met up and discussed together that they could not let EMO become intoxicated by success and had to extinguish their prestige properly. Why did their attitudes have a 180-degree major change now? There must be something that he did not know in between this. His face fell and he said, The two of you, what's the meaning of this? Wu Hao smiled and said, No meaning. We came to Capone Capital City without paying heed to the distance. We naturally have to have an exchange with Brother EMO more. Brother EMO, this who had some queries recently. Let's explore it. EMO had yet to speak when Metalheart also smiled and said, Brother EMO, I brought quite a few people this time. We're brothers, so we need to interact more. EMO was confused, but one could not reach their hands out to hit a smiling face. He clasped his hands and said with a smile, That is, of course. Kong Yao's eyes narrowed slightly and he gave a cold snort as he said, Humph. I don't believe that a 2-star fiend apothecary can actually defy the heavens. He's not meeting us, right? I'll make him crawl over to see me. Done talking, Kong Xiao was just about to flick his sleeves and leave. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out and just happened to hear this sentence. He said with a smile, "Is that so? Then congratulations to you, you've already been blacklisted and can head back home." Kong Xiao suddenly turned around and said in a cold voice, "You're that whatever bullshit master? Heh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out that it's a brat still wet behind his ears. EMO, you all are really declining with the passing of time. Kid, you rest assured. I'll head back home. But you need to be on your knees and give me 3 kowtows first." But Yi Yuan did not even bother with him and said to EMO, "Hall Master EMO, this recent half a month, I want to return to the fan family for closed seclusion. This half a month? Don't send people to come and find me." Finished talking, he did not wait for EMO to answer either, directly walking past from Kong Yao's side and left the fiend medicine hall. A cloud of green smoke emerged from the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal pill inside already became a scrap pill. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Failed again. Could it be that this medicinal pill to restore the divine sea really can't be refined?" In order to refine the medicinal pill to help Xiejingyi recover his divine sea, this half a year, Yi Yuan had already failed no idea how many times. He attempted no less than 1,000 over ways of combining spirit medicine, but he never succeeded even once. These 1,000 over kinds of combination methods were just the results that he derived in the end. There were at least several tens of thousands of pill formulas derived in his mind. It was just that in the end, a vast majority of them was rejected by him. In order to derive this brand new pill formula, Yi Yuan could be said to have cudgeled his brain. However, the result made him very disappointed. You've already done your best. Even though alchemy gods are deity realm powerhouses, they don't dictate all life on Earth too. There are times when human strength would not do. You don't have to be discouraged either. A medicinal pill to repair the divine sea had never been heard of in the heavenspan world. It's easier said than done for you to want to develop it yourself. Dustless figure appeared and consoled him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm not discouraged. In fact, through this half a year of deducing experiments, I feel that I'm already very close to it. It's just that this layer of window pane paper can't be poked through from start to end, making me somewhat depressed. I have a feeling that as long as I poke through this layer of window pane paper, my alchemy strength will advance a step further." Dustless looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, as if he did not know the latter. He knew that Yi Yuan's current alchemy level was already far stronger than the heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in the same period. Advancing a step further, he even did not quite dare to imagine it. Could it be that this guy did not have a limit? Water will flow when a channel is formed. Being too deliberate can be counterproductive instead. This period of time, why don't you relax a little first? Perhaps you'll straighten out your ideas one day, Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's also time to leave seclusion. I'm afraid some people are already tired of waiting." Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Long Zhan was long already waiting for him. "Master, there's a Blood Yama Hall's guest waiting for you in the box room," Long Zhan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "You withdraw then. I'll handle it." Walking 2 steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and said, "You go and find Fan Yu to fetch a batch of spirit medicines over, just say that I said it. This is the formula. You've already been stuck at half-step origin deity for very long, right?" Hearing this, Long Zhan involuntarily trembled all over. A surge of wild elation welled up in his heart and he hurriedly knelt down and said, "This lowly one has already been stuck at this step for 15,000 years. Yi Yuan gave an MMN and said, "Your talent is pretty good. Originally entering the heavenspan world, you could break through to origin deity. It's just a shame that it was delayed. Looking on the account of your diligence and earnestness these few years, I'll give you a ride." Long Zhan's entire body trembled agitatedly as he said, "Long Zhan thanks Master very much." Yi Yuan voiced his assent and turned around and left. Long Zhan's pair of fists were gripped tightly, his face appearing somewhat red because of excitement. These 100,000 years, it was his first time being so agitated. His state of mind that was originally akin to low level of water finally produced a trace of ripple. For 100,000 years, He bemoaned how tragic his own fate was all the time. His entire person seemingly fell into darkness all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Longzhan had never thought that this bumpkin who came out of the Immortal Grove world like him actually had such outstanding talent. The entire Capone capital city was stirred until waves ran high by his new master. All forces were revolving around his master. Sigh. One misstep and every step became wrong. Got to double down my efforts from now onwards. I hope that I can get master's forgiveness in the future, Longzhan said with a sigh. When Yi Yuan saw Ihan, he could not help being somewhat surprised. Source Knight pays respect to Hall Master. I didn't think that Hall Master actually arrived in person, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. A hint of surprise flashed across Ihan's gaze and she said with a smile, "You actually guessed my identity long ago. Looks like I still underestimated you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't think of it at that time. But after coming back from the 100-Nose Hall, I thought carefully and I realized that Hall Master had many suspicious points on you." Ihan smiled sweetly and said, "No wonder Ka Xian would die at your hands. His level of skill is far too lacking compared to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hall Master is too kind." Ihan giggled and said, "I even find that I didn't praise enough. It looks like I indeed didn't find the wrong person." Yi Yuan gave Ihan a glance with a profound expression and said, "Hall Master coming personally. Could it be to have me return the favor?" Ihan gave Yi Yuan a glance reproachfully and said with devilish flirtatiousness, "You slippery little fellow, not even willing to help elder sister with a small favor. Must I use favor to pay it off?" Yi Yuan broke out in goosebumps all over and said with a smile, "This favor of Hall Master isn't small. If my conjectures are right, there are already quite a few capital cities' fiend medicine halls that have gathered at Capone capital city, right? The moment I start a sermon on Tao, the entire eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall's fiend medicine hall strength will collectively rise a major level. How big this favor is, Hall Master is adept at this and don't need me to calculate, right?" Ihan had a bitter look on her face, looking delicate and pitiful. Truly a nuisance character. She heaved a sigh and said, "The news of the Blood Yama Hall is all shared. The other capital cities' hall masters learning about your existence, they naturally won't let me off. So many people came to find me, I can't very well push all of them away, right? Don't look at how Big Sister is in charge of the Blood Yama Hall. Big Sister also has times where things are difficult." That expression of Ihan made people unable to resist loving her upon seeing her, making people's bones go soft. Except, if not because he could not beat her, Yi Yuan wished that he could give a tight slap. This woman really calculated well, wanting the horse to run and also wanting the horse to not eat grass. You think that by putting on an act, this little lord will promise you? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said indifferently, "Hall Master, kill me then. Don't talk about this matter." Ihan's expression instantly turned from sunny to overcast. A moment ago, she was still thinking of seducing Yi Yuan. The next instant, her face was already cold as frost. A piercing cold killing intent arrived with a howl, but Yi Yuan was firm as a rock and not cowed in the slightest. He knew that Ihan absolutely would not kill him. She personally came forward and took his favor. She definitely had something to request of him. Sure enough, Ihan's killing intent quietly subsided and she said gloomily, "You punk, really impervious to everything. Speak then, what conditions do you have?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Two. The first, this is considered half a favor, realized right now. The second, a month later, you'll gather everyone to the blood battle stage. I'll preach on Tao for half a month continuously. How much they can comprehend will depend on themselves. I don't have time to waste on this daily. There's still one more, that is that whatever Black Jade capital cities fiend medicine halls people, this lord won't wait upon them. Have them scram." Yi Yuan knew that wanting to use this to cash in all of the favor, Ihan absolutely would not agree. Therefore, he had no choice but to go for second best, consume half a favor first before talking. Ihan sighed slightly and said, "You brat. Really not willing to suffer any bit of loss at all? Fine then. Big Sister will promise you." Finished talking, Ihan took out the blood essence contract and slightly kneaded a seal. The blood essence in the contract began to combust. "Are you satisfied now?" Sigh, Big Sister has never suffered such a big loss before being this hall master, Yihan said with bitterness on her face. Yi Yuan did not want to get too entangled on this topic, so he said, Lord Hall Master coming personally, you should have a notion about the other half of the favor, right? Yihan laughed, her breath smelling like orchids, as she said, sly and cunning, can't hide anything from you. Yi Yuan did not follow up, quietly waiting for Yihan to continue speaking. Our Blood Yama Hall discovered an ancient ruin. It's too bad that ruin only those below the Fiend Lord realm can enter. Moreover, Fiend General realms can't exceed 1,000 years old. Fiend Commander realm are not to exceed 3,000 years old. At that time, eminent Orchid Imperial City's most elite juniors will gather there. Our Capone capital city's Fiend General realms only have one spot. Therefore, the strongest person has to go. And that person is you, Yihan said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, so that's why you guided Ka Xian and my death match in secret. It's to see who has the qualifications to enter the ancient ruins. Yihan also smiled and said, this is the world of the strong. Weaklings will only be eliminated. When saying this, Yi Yuan finally felt that this one in front of him was a ruler who dominated a region. In front of her, those that had no value to be exploited could be abandoned at any time. He was merely a chess piece in her hands. Yi Yuan said without batting an eyelid, when is it starting? Yihan said, 1 year later, I'll come and find you. You still have a lot of room for improvement in the Fiend General realm. This period of time, set aside the matter of medicinal pills, use it on improving your strength. Yi Yuan nodded his head, showing an expression that he understood. Sending away Yihan, Yi Yuan could not help but ponder. This trip to the Fiend race, his goal had already been achieved. Originally, he was already not planning on staying. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually attracted the attention of the Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. Since Yihan chose him, his every movement and action was under her control. Wanting to escape from under the hands of a Fiend Lord powerhouse was virtually impossible. As for the blood essence contract, Yi Yuan did not think anything of it at all. That thing was indeed very ingenious. To others, it had a fatal binding power. But to Yi Yuan, it was totally useless. Yi Yuan had refined the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Wanting to use this kind of contract power to deal with Yi Yuan was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. How could Yi Yuan possibly put his fate in the hands of others? The reason why he caused a bit of difficulty was to put on an act for Yihan to see. Let her feel that he was very apprehensive of this blood essence contract. Looking at it now, the effect was pretty good. It was just that this trip to the ancient ruins was most likely imperative. These few days made Kong Xiao very depressed. Only afterward did he learn that Wu Hao and Meta Heart sent people to Capone Fiend Medicine Hall first to make a trip. They discovered that Capone capital city's Fiend Medicine Hall's level was already no longer what it was long ago. How astute were Wu Hao and Metal Heart? How could they still not know Master Source Knight's prowess? For half a month, these two fellows stayed at the Fiend Medicine Hall every day and did not come out. These two guys had clearly long known, and they actually tricked him. At first, Kong Xiao thought, no matter how awesome this master was, could he still not listen to the Hall Master? The matter that two great Hall Masters settled on was not up to Source Knight to turn down. Who knew that when he went to request an audience with the Hall Master, their Hall Master directly said that she could not influence Master Source Knight's decision either. Since he offended Master Source Knight, then it would depend on his fortunes. With this, Kong Xiao really despaired. An existence that even the Hall Master could not control, then how incredible was his alchemy skills? Right at this time, another heavyweight news came. Meng Qi of the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders successfully broke through, and he already became a 3-star Fiend Apothecary. This news, regardless of whether in Capone Fiend Medicine Hall or to the other capital cities' Fiend Medicine Halls, was a heavyweight bombshell. Meng Qi was a veteran 2-star Fiend Apothecary and already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. If barring no accidents, he would remain at this realm in this lifetime. But now, he actually broke through. If this had nothing to do with Master Source Knight, they would not believe even if they were beaten to death as well. Staying for a long time in Capone capital city, some news naturally spread among the Fiend Apothecaries. Master Source Knight had merely preached about the Tao for the Fiend Medicine Hall's people for the greater part of a year. More than half a year's time groomed a 3-star Fiend Apothecary? This Master Source Knight simply transformed the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Kong Xiao regretted until his intestines were green now. Looking around as one group after another of fellow professionals arrived, he was burning with anxiety. This was the mission that upstairs ordered. If other people returned fully loaded, but he returned empty-handed because he offended Master Source Knight, this responsibility of his was not small. Seeing Yi Yuan arrive at the Fiend Medicine Hall unhurriedly, Kong Xiao immediately went up to greet him. "Haha, Master Source Knight, you're here," Kong Xiao bowed as he said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and walked past him expressionlessly. Kong Xiao knew that this round was not easy to clear. He did not mind either, following Yi Yuan into the Fiend Medicine Hall subserviently. "Master, that day, it was all me who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Hope that a great man like you don't stoop to harbor grievance for past wrongs," Kong Xiao said. With Yi Yuan entering the Fiend Medicine Hall, there were already a lot of people waiting to request for pills. He came before his exclusive medicinal cauldron and said coolly, "Words that had been said before, water that had been spilled, I won't take them back. Blackjade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall has already been blacklisted. If they are here, everyone doesn't need to wait here anymore in the future." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gazes immediately gathered on Kong Xiao's face. Kong Xiao's expression also became extremely ugly all at once and said in a solemn voice, "Master Source Knight, must you leave no room for maneuver?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "People have to pay a price for their actions. Yesterday, if I crippled you with a sword, then say sorry to you today, will you agree? Therefore, please do as you please." Wu Hao had already hung out with EMO for quite a few days. He was already astonished by Emo's alchemy skill. Emo's alchemy skill, he was aware of it, just a bit worse than his. But now Emo's alchemy standard already surpassed him all round. This discovery made Wu Hao inexplicably shocked. More than half a year, Emo's strength actually had such great improvement. This was simply a joke. The advancement of alchemy skills, who did not grind it out using time? Half a year's time, even if there was progress, it would be negligible too. But Emo's improvement was too obvious. No wonder when seeing Source Knight, this 3-star Fiend Apothecary, even EMO, this 3-star Fiend Apothecary, was incomparably respectful. Now it was his, Wu Hao's turn, to perform. "Kong Xiao, not that I'm criticizing you, but what you said that day was too much. Since Master Source Knight said to blacklist you, could it be that you want to smack the Master's face in front of so many people? Please leave. Otherwise, you're offending everyone present," Wu Hao said in a solemn voice. Metal Heart also immediately stood up and said, "Kong Xiao, please go out. Do you want to cause so many people to not see the Master refine pills because of you alone? Yeah, it's fine that you offended Master Source Knight yourself. But don't harm us. Quickly go, quickly go. We've already waited for Master Source Knight for half a month. Want to die, die yourself. Don't drag us into the water. I'm still waiting for Master Source Knight to refine pills to save lives. Still not getting lost? I'll fight it out with you." At this time, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was packed with people. Everyone all turned the spearhead at Kong Xiao. Kong Xiao discovered that he seemed to have become a rat crossing the street, everyone yelling to beat. Especially Wu Hao and Metal Heart, the two people's attitudes. It made him burn even more with rage. These two people wanted to step on him to get into Source Knight's good graces. He discovered that he really seemed to not be able to stay on anymore. Continue to thicken his face and stay on, he would be flayed and swallowed alive by these people. "The two of you, I've remembered you." "Go then, who's afraid of whom?" "Humph. I don't believe that listening to this kid's sermon, one can still ascend to heaven." Done talking, Kong Xiao left resentfully. He originally thought that he was, at any rate, a 3-star Fiend Apothecary, a Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master, that Yi Yuan would more or less give some face. Who knew that this brat did not give any face at all? In front of so many people, this face was completely lost. Regarding this little interlude, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He had his own pride. This kind of pride was not allowed to be blasphemed. Since Kong Xiao desecrated his glory as an alchemist, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. Next, starting the pill refinement, Yi Yuan said coolly. Other masters refining pills had all kinds of requirements. Yi Yuan did not. As long as you did not rush up to make trouble, even if you made a racket below, it was no problem too. This was everyone's first time watching Master Source Knight refine pills. Each and every one of them held their breaths, looking rather excited. Although Yi Yuan did not request for it, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was incomparably quiet at this time. Even if a needle fell on the ground, it could be heard clearly. Only when Yi Yuan refinished refining the first medicinal pills did those fiend apothecaries abruptly wake up. It's done. Wu Hao blinked a few times, looking somewhat not quite daring to believe it. This was a low-level 2-star divine pill. The majority of the people present could refine it. But from the beginning of the refinement until now, merely 2 hours had passed. Wasn't this too quick? EMO and the rest had clearly long been accustomed to it and said smugly otherwise. Do you think that I'll call just any person my master? Ordinary 2-star divine pills. Master Source Knight doesn't take more than 2 hours to refine. Those a little harder wouldn't surpass 6 hours either. Wu Hao's eyes went wide and he said in disbelief, no way, right? This is also too exaggerated. What about the quality? EMO smiled and said, won't you know if you take a look? At this time, Yi Yuan opened the furnace the pill formed. That person who requested for the pill flushed red, incomparably agitated. Although the medicinal pill was not out yet, he was not worried about the medicinal pill's quality at all. Yi Yuan's palm shook. The medicinal pill flew out and landed in the jade container lightly. The gazes of Wu Hao and the rest turned intent, looking at the medicinal pill with unbelievable shock. Divine grade. My God. 2 hours to refine a divine grade divine pill. Are my eyes blurry? It was not just him alone who was shocked. The exclamations in the hall rose one after another, clearly all being stunned by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. Yi Yuan's pill refinement was too profound. They could not understand it all and only felt a surge of Tao accumulations revolving around the pill furnace. However, they could understand the medicinal pill's grade. A 2-star fiend apothecary refined a divine grade divine pill in 2 hours. This was simply inconceivable. Divine grade medicinal pills were normally all high-rank fiend apothecaries refining low-level medicinal pills before there was a certain chance of being refined. Just the level of these fiend race fiend apothecaries. For a 3-star fiend apothecary to be able to refine a 1-star divine pill to divine grade, he could already burn incense and worship the gods. 2-star divine grade divine pills, one wouldn't even think about it. Divine grade divine pill. It's actually a divine grade divine pill. I've never seen before a 2-star divine grade divine pill in my life before, exclaimed a 2-star fiend apothecary. Those martial artists waiting for the pill refinement gave him a glance using a look for looking at a fool and said, the medicinal pills that Master Source Knight refines, he's too embarrassed to present it if lower than heaven grade. What are you all making such a big fuss for? Getting excited about a commonplace thing. Yeah, that was a 3-star fiend apothecary who was chased out earlier, right? That guy must be an idiot. That's why he would offend Master Source Knight. 3-star fiend apothecaries also have to obediently call him as a teacher when arriving in front of Master Source Knight, said another person. L lower than heaven grade. Can't present it? The corners of that 2-star fiend apothecary's mouth twitched. He had never refined heaven grade divine pills before in this lifetime. No, wait, never even refined superior grade before. Those Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's fiend apothecaries had clearly become accustomed to this scene long ago. They did not feel that there was anything wrong. Rather, if Yi Yuan really refined a heaven-grade medicinal pill, only then would they get a surprise. Wu Hao and Meta Heart, two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment from the other's eyes. Although they had long known that Master Source Knight was very impressive, being impressive to this sort of degree still made them too surprised. Just looking at the pill refinement process earlier, Master Source Knight was a person from a completely different world than them. As a 3-star fiend apothecaries, they actually could not understand a 3-star fiend apothecary's pill refinement. In front of Yi Yuan, they were like mortals who did not know how to cultivate, watching Immortal soar into the sky and tunnel into the earth. Knew that the other party was impressive, but just how impressive, they could not understand at all. At this instant, they were extremely delighted to have drawn a clear line with Kong Xiao. Missing the sermon this time, they would regret it for life. Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently. That martial artist who received the medicinal pill previously expressed 1,000 thanks and left. The next one brought his own spirit medicines and pill formula over. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of resting in the slightest, directly starting to refine. Wu Hao and the rest immediately held their breaths, watching Yi Yuan refine pills without shifting their gazes, fearing of missing any detail. Divine grade. Divine grade. Still divine grade. Half a day. The people who came to watch and learn were all dumbstruck with amazement. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's Fiend Apothecaries all revealed an understanding slight smile on each and every one of their faces. Only a short while ago they were like these people too. Extremely shocked. But as time passed, they had long become numb. Master Source Knight's pill refinement level was not what they could imagine at all. It was precisely because of so that Capone Fiend Medicine Hall would revere Yi Yuan like a god from top to bottom. In the evening, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, "Let's call it a day here. Continue tomorrow." Everyone all stood up respectfully, automatically opening up a path, saluting with their eyes, seeing Yi Yuan away with their gazes. Marvelous work of art. Simply a marvelous work of art. Turns out that a marvelous work of art can still be refined like this. Wu Hao sighed with admiration. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip is really worth it. Sigh. Really envious of you all. Able to watch Master Source Knight refine pills every day, Metal Heart said with a look of endless envy. No wonder each and every one of you, your strength improved by leaps and bounds. With Master Source Knight teaching, you all are killing us with envy, said another Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Younger sister Ihan, you're a dignified Fiend Lord Powerhouse and even a Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. A puny little 2-star Fiend Apothecary, you can't even subdue him. In front of Ihan was a man in black robes. His expression was somewhat dark, clearly very unhappy. Ihan saw him getting angry, but she just smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother Mo Han, talk is cheap. Wait until after entering the ancient ruins, you can deal with him however you like. But right now, I really can't subdue him. Don't you question this. This brat is clever and isn't easy to knead. Things that he isn't willing to do, even if you break him in half, he won't take a step back either." This Mo Han was Black Jade Capital City's Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. Kong Xiao could only pass this matter for him to know through secret channels in his helplessness. Mo Han regarded this matter quite highly too and immediately rushed over from Black Jade Capital City. He knew that Black Jade Capital City had already become all of the capital city's laughingstock, angering him until he directly gave Kong Xiao 2 large slaps. If not looking on the account that his alchemy skills were pretty good, he would have directly eradicated Kong Xiao. Angry was angry, but what should be remedied ultimately had to be patched up. Hence, he personally found Ihan. But who knew that Ihan actually said that she had no way? A Fiend Lord Powerhouse was actually powerless against a Fiend General. Wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off if this got out? Mo Han said with a cold snort. You're powerless against him, is it? I'll go and meet him personally. I want to see just how tough his bones are. Ihan said coolly. If you want to pressure him with strength, I advise that you'd better not go. Putting aside whether he agrees or not, if you get on his nerves, my side isn't easy to clean up the mess. You also know what entering the ancient ruin this time means. I don't want him to show up for work but not exert himself after going in. You have to know, I only tethered him with the blood essence contract. Mo Han's expression was slightly dark as he said, Your meaning is to have me go and beg him? Ihan smiled and said, Why not? Don't think that your status is noble. You aren't aware that his current standing among Fiend Apothecaries, probably even you, this Blood Yama Hall Master, can't compare to. Don't talk about 2-star Fiend Apothecaries, even that bunch of 3-star Fiend Apothecaries all maintained manners of a student in front of him too. It is just that his current realm is still significantly lacking. When he grows up, you and I are both not enough to look at in front of him. Mo Han's gaze turned slightly intent, looking at Ihan rather surprisedly. This appraisal was also a bit too high, right? He knew this Yi Yuan was formidable. But his understanding of Yi Yuan was all gotten from hearsay. Mo Han came to find Ihan straight away. He really did not understand the situation inside the city right now. Could it be that this Source Knight was really formidable to this kind of degree? All right then. I promise you not to overwhelm him with force. I want to take a look at just what kind of person this brat is, Mo Han said in a solemn voice. No way. When Yi Yuan found out Mo Han's intention of coming, he directly threw him these two words. Mo Han's expression instantly turned dark. This punk was also too freaking arrogant, right? He was an exalted blood Yama Hall master, a fiend lord realm powerhouse. You actually did not even acknowledge me? Mo Han was just about to fly off the handle but saw Ihan winking at him non-stop. Mo Han forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart and said, "This matter was all Kong Zhao's fault. I've already severely punished him and removed his position as the hall master. Master Source Knight, you're a magnanimous person. Don't stoop to his level." Although he said so verbally, a fiend lord powerhouse lowering his head to a fiend general, this was simply unprecedented humiliation. After the matter of the ancient ruins had passed, he would definitely find a chance to deal with this brat. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, how could he not perceive that the other party's words were not sincere? He just said indifferently, "I have my principles. Since I said to blacklist Blackjade Capital City, I never intended to take it back. Whoever comes to plead is useless too." You! Mo Han could not help being exasperated. This punk was also too impervious to everything. He, a fiend lord powerhouse, already put the words to this kind of extent. Yi Yuan actually did not even give face. "All right, you state the terms. As long as we can let our people listen to you preach on the Tao, I'm willing to pay a certain price," Mo Han said. Ihan by the side could not help revealing a peculiar expression. Why did this sound so strange? A feeling of asking for it. But Mo Han himself clearly did not think so. He was currently in a fit of anger and very aggrieved. How would he think of these? However, Yi Yuan still said coolly, "Hall Master Mo Han, I think that you're misunderstanding something. Even if you give me your position as Hall Master, I don't care for it too. All right, please go back." The Mo Han who had restrained his anger and suppressed indignation all along finally exploded. "Me? What a rampant punk. Do you really think that this Hall Master doesn't dare to do anything to you?" While talking, a surge of powerful pressure spread out from Mo Han, crushing over toward Yi Yuan. Ihan was long prepared. The power on her body suddenly released too, blocking Mo Han. "Brother Mo Han, too far. If you're like this, I won't be courteous anymore," Ihan said in a solemn voice. Mo Han said with a cold snort, "Ihan, I'll give you face this time. Punk, don't land in my hands. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Finished talking, Mo Han directly shuttled through the void, disappearing. Ihan looked at Yi Yuan and could not help saying with a bitter smile, "Why did you have to do this? What's in it for you to offend a fiend lord powerhouse?" But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Even if the sky falls, isn't there Hall Master Ihan to support? I have my principles in doing things. Some things that are done, one will have to bear the consequences." Ihan looked at Yi Yuan with gloomy resentfulness and said, "You brat, really making people worry." A month's time, more and more capital cities' fiend apothecaries gathered in Capone Capital City. For some time, Capone Capital City became the holy land of fiend apothecaries. Through Capone Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's statistics, the fiend apothecaries that came to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao this time were a total of 5,000 over people. These fiend apothecaries were subordinates of the Fiend Medicine Halls. The others, even Capone Capital City's fiend apothecaries, did not have the qualifications to listen to Yi Yuan preach the Tao. Capone Capital City's fiend apothecaries had long heard of Master Source Knight's great reputation. It was just too bad that they were not in a favorable position and could not get the moon first too. How could the Fiend Medicine Hall possibly let other forces' fiend apothecaries come and benefit from their own light? Capone Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's fiend apothecaries all felt honored. This kind of grand occasion they had never seen before from birth until now. All of the fiend apothecaries were akin to making a pilgrimage, pouring into Capone capital city. Due to overwhelming numbers, the fiend medicine hall had long been unable to accommodate the fiend apothecaries' observation. Therefore, it was stipulated later on that only the hall masters of the various capital cities' fiend medicine halls could enter inside to observe. Finally, it was time for the sermon on this day. Passing from mouth to mouth, the fiend apothecaries later had already long learned how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was from the initialmost batch of fiend apothecaries. Regarding this sermon, it could be said to be anticipated by millions. For the sake of this grand meet, the blood battle stage did not scruple for a lockdown for half a month. Although the losses were great, Blood Eagle did not care at all. Yi Yuan and Ka Xian's battle already helped him to earn 3 years of profit. What did a mere half a month count for? The blood battle stage that could accommodate several tens of thousands of people. Over 5,000 people sitting on it seemed somewhat empty. This time, on the main platform, there was only Yi Yuan's lone solitary figure. But this figure was very strapping and powerful in the eyes of the group of fiend apothecaries. That was an existence that made them admire with great admiration. Martial artists held powerhouses in awe and veneration. Fiend apothecaries were respectful towards powerhouses. Respect from the bottom of their hearts. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth. Alchemy Dao is all-encompassing, convoluted and disorderly, seeming to have a multitude of things. As long as you sort out one end of the thread, you'll be able to reel silk from cocoons, reaching the other shore. Alchemy Dao isn't simple and inflexible pill refinement. If you all understand it as a dreary vocation, you'll become mediocre. Alchemy Dao is a great Dao. The Dao of medicinal pills, the core lies in the medicine, and not the pill. Yi Yuan's voice rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire blood battle stage. 5,000 fiend apothecaries were dead silent, listening like they were intoxicated. After reaching the alchemy god realm, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao became even deeper. Talking tirelessly at this time was like chit-chatting about domestic trivialities. But in the other fiend apothecaries' ears, each word was a gem, containing the maxim of great Dao. The sermon this time, Yi Yuan did not sleep nor rest for 15 days, talking for 15 days in a row. To deity realm powerhouses, not resting for 15 days was nothing. But this kind of sermon that contained the whereabouts of Dao was extremely energy-consuming. For ordinary people to be able to last 5 days was already pretty good. Yi Yuan preaching for 15 days in one go was seldom seen in the world. For the sake of the sermon this time, Yi Yuan also tidied up what he had learned since becoming an alchemy god. At this time, he talked naturally and smoothly, without the slightest bit of sluggishness. Yi Yuan went from shallow to deep. The things that he narrated became increasingly profound. On the first day, everyone listened like they were filled with wisdom. Many areas of alchemy Dao that they did not understand were enlightened all at once. On the second day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became much deeper. There was already a small portion of people who felt fogged up in the clouds. On the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became more and more profound. Even 3-star fiend apothecaries also gradually felt somewhat taxing. However, not a single person left. They knew that the things Yi Yuan talked about were extremely hard to come by. Even if they did not understand a single word, it was also an exceedingly rare experience. Yi Yuan was using a very superficial way to display the Tao of medicinal pills to them. Although they only had a hazy nothing, this kind of experience was one of a kind. In the past, what was in front of them was a cloud of dense fog, unable to see the direction clearly at all. Now Yi Yuan helped them to push aside the dense fog, letting them go in front to look around a bit. This kind of opportunity, not everyone had it. But they did not realize that a mysterious aura was gradually filling the air around. This aura developed from nothing, from weak to strong. Gradually, they discovered that Yi Yuan's voice became more and more distant. Yi Yuan was clearly speaking under the grandstand, but this voice seemingly came from the horizons. What's going on? The aura of Tao. This is the aura of Great Tao. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. This must be Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Master Source Knight's sermon has already triggered the resonance of great Tao. Right now, every word that he says contains the Tao.
Didn't think that I could actually witness this moment.
Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Legend says that it was only triggered once when the medicine ancestor preached about the Tao back then. My God! Could it be that this world is actually going to have another medicine ancestor appear? Just what kind of level has Master Source Knight's alchemy Tao realm reached? Stop talking freaking rubbish. Pay attention to the lecture. This kind of opportunity, one might not encounter once in a lifetime. We only have to comprehend a tiny bit, and it will be enough to benefit for life. The current Yi Yuan was already completely immersed in the ocean of Tao. His entire person in a state of emptiness.
Preaching Tao was giving others an advancement. How is it not a kind of advancement for oneself too? In this half a month, Yi Yuan said his own understanding of Tao word by word. It could be said to be a summary and sublimation of his own alchemy Tao. Therefore, he was enlightened. The doubt and puzzlement enduring this period of time were brought together and understood thoroughly at this moment. Dustless looked at this scene with incredible shock and murmured, "It's really great Tao Heavenly Melody." Legends have it that back then, the medicine ancestor preached on Tao to a group of 8-star alchemy gods. Suddenly, great Tao resonated. Heavenly Melody played, attracting the envelopment of laws. Only then did it establish the medicine ancestor's name. Could it be that Yi Yuan is already the same realm as him? But he's just 2-star alchemy god. No idea how long had passed either. Everyone suddenly woke up. Looking at the stage again, Yi Yuan's traces were already long gone. Master Source Knight already left. Amen? I feel that. I'm going to break through.
Me too. Master Source Knight's sermon made me have a feeling of being enlightened. Coupled with the Tao accumulations of the great Tao Heavenly Melody, my realm finally loosened. Master Source Knight is truly a god. Perhaps he can really become the second medicine ancestor.
Those whose alchemy realms did not improve for many years, as long as one's talent was not too poor, it all produced a trace of insight this time.
Even if one did not break through realm, their strength also had a massive advancement. These people left the blood battle stage in haste, all finding a place to enter close seclusion. Inside the world-suppressing steel space, in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan was wrapped up by the boundless aura of great Tao. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, revealing an understanding smile. The current Yi Yuan had already broken through his realm unknowingly, reaching grand completion heaven glimpse.
I didn't expect that unintentionally planting a willow led to the willow becoming shade. A single sermon on the Tao could actually let me break through the shackles. Not only did I create the heart-healing heavenly mark pill, it even opened the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's 3rd level's door. Yi Yuan said with a smile.
Dustless said in surprise, "Just what realm are you right now?" Alchemy Tao was fleeting and ephemeral. Even comparing him with other 2-star alchemy gods, the disparity in strength could be very great.
But this realm, no one had been able to differentiate it.
Perhaps this 2-star alchemy god could only refine one more kind of divine pill than another 2-star alchemy god. But the current Yi Yuan had clearly already surpassed knowing how to refine a few types of divine pills, this kind of category. That was why Dustless would ask this. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This,
I can't say for sure, but I think that right now 2-star divine pills shouldn't pose any difficulty to me anymore." Dustless' pupils constricted, somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's words.
He knew that Yi Yuan was not someone who talked through his hat, let alone a man of hubris. For him to dare say so, he definitely had some reliance. Refining 2-star divine pills would not have much difficulties. This kind of words probably only the medicine ancestor, this level of existence, dared to say, right? A long time ago, the medicine ancestor was once like you, triggering great Tao Heavenly Melody when preaching on Tao. Laws descended, him achieving the realm of half-ancestor. Could it be that you and the medicine ancestor are already in the same realm? Dustless said in alarm.
Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what the situation of the medicine ancestor was back then, my realm is definitely far worse than him. He could attract a portion of laws to descend, but I can't. But my current realm is still very low, many high-level alchemy Tao laws are not yet comprehended. One day in the future, if I can step foot into the realm of Heavenly Emperor, I presume it wouldn't be worse than the medicine ancestor. Yi Yuan had confidence beyond ordinary people in alchemy. Although the medicine ancestor was an existence that the entire heavenspan world's alchemists looked up to, he had confidence in being able to catch up head-on too. These words might be incomparably arrogant if others heard it. But Dustless had reason to believe that Yi Yuan had the strength and talent. One had to know from when Yi Yuan entered the heavenspan world until now, it was less than 100 years' time. Being able to reach his current strength, it was simply inconceivable. At least, with Dustless's horizons, apart from the medicine ancestor, no one could compare to Yi Yuan. And the matter of Yi Yuan triggering the Great Tao Heavenly Melody set off a huge storm among the Blood Yamahal's fiend apothecaries. Master Source Knight is really too incredible. The things that he talked about simply subverted my understanding of alchemy. Isn't that so? I feel that my understanding in the past was too superficial. Master Source Knight's understanding of the alchemy Tao is on a completely different level than us. That's of course. Otherwise, how would he trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody? I say, will Master Source Knight become the second medicine ancestor or not? Heh, that's hard to say. Medicine ancestor, that level of existence, is simply not what you and I can imagine. Master Source Knight is just a 2-star fiend apothecary after all. There's still a very long road to walk. However, if he keeps maintaining momentum, I feel that it shows great promise. Shu, mustn't talk about this matter anymore. Upstairs already issued a gag order. If heard, you won't even know how you died. Inside Capone Fiend Medicine Hall, 2 fiend apothecaries who had heard Yi Yuan's sermon were discussing in whispers. Except, the Fiend Medicine Hall had already issued a gag order. They also could not resist the astonishment in their hearts. That was why they would discuss softly. Everyone was all guessing whether or not Master Source Knight could reach the medicine ancestor's height. After all, this was the second fiend apothecary who could trigger the Great Tao Heavenly Melody after the Tao ancestor. Of course, the heavenspan world was too big. Perhaps there were still other fiend apothecaries who could trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody, but they had never heard before. To be able to trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody while being a 2-star fiend apothecary, this was absolutely a sensational event. Slap! 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 Inside Blackjade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall, Mo Han gave one slap after another, slapping Kong Xiao into a pig's head. When he heard this news, his entire person was about to go completely berserk. He could already imagine it. Blackjade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall standard would be surpassed by all the capital cities very soon. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. That's Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Are you a pig? To actually offend a fiend apothecary who can trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody. The 2-star fiend apothecaries who broke through on the spot were 43 people. Half a month later, the people who broke through were 228 people. Now, there are still over 1,000 people in close seclusion. More than 1,000 people. But what about us? Not one. Not a single one. You pig, it's fine that you lose face yourself. But you even want to cause this hall master to lose face together with you. Mo Han roared at Kong Xiao, flinging one slap after another. The others watched this scene, all silent like cicadas in winter. The moment a fiend lord was enraged, corpses would litter 1,000 miles. But they understood Mo Han's anger very much. This matter, if it were them, they would also be as furious as Mo Han. In reality, they had long already cussed Kong Xiao's ancestors several tens of thousand times in their hearts. Such a fine opportunity was actually missed just like this. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Missing this time, there probably would be no next time anymore. Mo Han was seriously too angry. According to the news from the Hundred Nose Hall, all who went to Capone Capital City basically had 1 or 2 breakthroughs in every family. Those who did not break through, their strength made remarkable strides too. To be able to listen to Great Tao Heavenly Melody, even if it was a pig, it could also unlock spiritual wisdom and step onto the path of cultivation, let alone people. But only their household alone did not have a single person present. The initiator of all this was Kong Xiao. How could Mo Han not be furious? Finally, Mo Han's anger subsided. Purple Cloud. From today onwards,
You're the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Kong Xiao will be degraded to a medicine slave from today onwards, and locked in the dungeons to refine pills for 3,000 years. Finish talking. Emohan gave a cold snort and disappeared. Purple Cloud was a 3-star fiend apothecary too, but his strength was much worse than Kong Yao's. He also did not expect that happiness came so suddenly. Demoted to be a medicine slave for 3,000 years, Kong Xiao basically did not have a day to hold his head up high anymore. 2 months' time had passed in a blink from Yi Yuan's sermon. During this period, Yi Yuan had been in close seclusion cultivating the whole time. Triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody this time, the others had all rode on his coattails. The benefits that he obtained naturally need not be mentioned. The melody of Great Tao needed time to slowly digest. 2 months later, Capone Capital City welcomed a very distinguished guest. I pay respects to Lord Heavenstar. Ihan gave a deep bow to this old man in front of her. Her words filled with respect. Hoo-hoo. Oh, Ihan, this time, you've made great contributions this time, Heavenstar said with a beam. Heavenstar was eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall's 4-star high-rank fiend apothecary. A 9-layered heaven fiend lord powerhouse. His status was very venerated. Ihan smiled and said, Ihan doesn't dare to claim any credit. Heavenstar smiled and said, hey, if there's merit, there's merit. Learning the human's pretense for what? I really didn't expect that the tiny little Capone capital city could actually give birth to a fiend apothecary who can trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody. This boy must be controlled by my Blood Yama Hall. Ihan nodded and said, Lord Heavenstar, rest assured, after the ancient ruin, I'll personally escort him to the Imperial City. But Heavenstar shook his head and said, hey, such a prodigy, how can you detain him over? Got to make him willingly serve our Blood Yama Hall. Ihan's brows furrowed slightly and said, this is probably very difficult. Lord Heavenstar doesn't know this. Ihan used the Blood Essence contract before barely managing to tie him onto the Blood Yama Hall, this boat. This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. It's likely very hard for him to submit wholeheartedly. But Heavenstar did not care and said with a broad smile, how can a genius who can trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody not be arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Only people who are capable have the right to be arrogant. This seat naturally knows that you can't subdue him, that's why I came personally. You bring him over, don't startle anyone. This matter, the Hall Master has already issued a gag order. Other factions are absolutely not permitted to know. Although the matter of Yi Yuan triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody was sensational, it was also limited to within the Blood Yama Hall's boundary. The sermon was conducted at the Blood Battle stage. It was too easy for the Blood Yama Hall to seal off the news. The Blood Yama Hall did not need to block all of the news. They just needed to seal off the news about the Great Tao Heavenly Melody, this incident, and that would do. Yi Yuan's alchemy skill being formidable was already not a secret in Capone Capital City long ago. Your Source Knight. Heavenstar sized Yi Yuan up and could not help being somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's good looks. He actually did not look like a fiend. However, the pure fiend energy on Yi Yuan's body made him unable to find any fault. I pay respects to Senior Heavenstar. Yi Yuan's attitude was neither obsequious nor haughty. He was not especially respectful toward Heavenstar, even though the latter was a 4-star fiend apothecary. He had long considered the consequences of the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. There was no way eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall headquarters would watch a genius like him slip by their side. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would trigger the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Otherwise, he absolutely would not display it in front of people. If this kind of thing was known by others, it was impressive, but it was very easy to attract a fatal calamity too. Heavenstar coming to Capone Capital City could only have one purpose. That was to have him join the Blood Yama Hall. A fiend apothecary capable of triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody. His significance to the Blood Yama Hall was absolutely extraordinary. Yi Yuan had long considered this result and also knew that if he did not agree, there was only one outcome. That was death. The Blood Yama Hall absolutely would not allow him to join other forces, then become their enemy. But Yi Yuan could not be too deliberate either. Geniuses needed to have the awareness of geniuses. Arrogance was a natural attribute of geniuses.
Even though Yi Yuan was not haughty in front of Heavenstar, he must show arrogance.
An alchemy genius capable of triggering great Tao, heavenly Tao not being haughty at all, this did not conform to common sense. The other party would definitely be suspicious.
Hence, his attitude was lukewarm toward Heavenstar.
Of course, in Yi Yuan's heart, he did not have much veneration towards this so-called 4-star fiend apothecary. He triggered great Tao heavenly melody. Now, he already saw a world that others could not see. Ha ha ha, indeed. The young are to be feared. Everyone says that my fiend race's fiend apothecary's level is too poor and can't groom powerful fiend apothecaries at all. Now, those people can all shut up, Heavenstar said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan objected incessantly in his heart. Just the standard of your fiend race's fiend apothecaries, it was simply too unsightly to look at. You actually still wanted to groom a powerful fiend apothecary? This Heavenstar was known as a 4-star high-level fiend apothecary. But Yi Yuan assumed that his standard was also not very high. Compared to the human race's 4-star alchemy gods, it was probably far off. The strength of fiend apothecaries still need to depend on the person, nothing to do with the race. Although disdainful in his heart, Yi Yuan still had a proud appearance. Heavenstar did not mind either, chuckling and saying, "Sit down and talk. Come and sample the blood god tea that this old man brought. This thing, ordinary people can't drink it." As he said, Heavenstar pushed a pot of tea in front of Yi Yuan. Fragrance immediately overflowed.
Yi Yuan swept a glance over the blood-like tea and did not detect anything strange. But right at this time, Dustless warned Yi Yuan, "This guy wants to put the blood soul curse on you." "Blood soul curse?" Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. After Yi Yuan entered this room, he looked very conceited on the surface. Actually, he was very vigilant inwardly. Except he did not detect anything strange. The blood soul curse is a very sinister and profound method of the fiend race. It doesn't belong to the category of medicinal pills. Hence, you're unable to detect it too. See those lanterns with varying different shapes in the corners of the house? Dustless asked. Yi Yuan glimpsed with his peripherals. Sure enough, he discovered that each corner of the room had a bizarre-shaped lamp. The fiend race's preferences were very different from the human race to begin with, so Yi Yuan did not think too much either. He did not expect that a profound mystery was actually hidden in these lamps. Yi Yuan secretly thought what a close call. If not for Dustless being around, he would likely really fall for it this time. Saw it. What's wrong with these lamps? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless said, "These lamps have a name. They are called soul-refining lamps. The wicks of soul-refining lamps are refined with countless people's tendons. The refiner imprisons living souls in the wick of the lamps, incinerating with endless fire, tempering these living souls, making these living souls billow with monstrous resent. But on the surface, one can't tell at all. Don't talk about humans, even the fiend race themselves. If they didn't understand this Tao, they can't perceive the actual situation too." Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. This method was a little too cruel. Members of the fiend race were indeed all vicious and cold-hearted people. Back then, the fiend race also used similar methods to collect sanguine power, and also went on a massacre. Then what does this blood soul curse have to do with the blood god tea? Yi Yuan asked. The blood god tea is indeed a rare spirit tea of the fiend race. It can help them increase fiend essence, matching the result of medicinal pills. It's just that this blood god tea is a crucial link of the blood soul curse. It is the prelude to launching the blood soul curse. Blood god tea is grown by watering with those living souls' blood. Once you drink the blood god tea, those living souls suppressed in the lamp wicks will collectively unleash the power of the curse, making you get hit by the blood soul curse. People who get hit with the curse don't have the slightest feeling. But once someone activates the blood soul curse, you'll suffer the torment of the soul being devoured, experiencing a fate worse than death. It looks like they want to use this method to control you, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's heart sunk. He did not expect that this Heavenstar actually set up such a trap for him. His wrath rose with a whoosh. This blood Yama Hall was indeed well-deserving of being a mysterious underground force, an existence even more horrifying than the City Lord Manor.
He did not provoke anyone, and they actually used this kind of insidious method to deal with him.
Senior, do you have a way to deal with this blood soul curse?
If I don't drink this pot of tea, that old thing probably won't let it go, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice.
Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He did not expect that preaching on the Tao actually caused such a major trouble. He broke through the alchemy Tao shackles because of preaching on Tao, but he also attracted massive trouble because of preaching on the Tao.
It was really misfortune goes hand in hand with fortune.
But Dustless smiled and said, "Did you forget what kind of existence I am?"
The soul-suppressing pearl is the ancestor of Soul Tao. Unless a heavenly emperor powerhouse comes personally, otherwise, how can a measly blood soul curse harm you? Moreover, I have a secret art that can absorb the power of the curse and feed it back to the soul-suppressing pearl. You just drink the blood god tea. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart was put back in place.
He smiled slightly, picked up the teacup, and drank the tea. Seeing this scene, the corners of Heavenstar's mouth revealed a smile of his wicked scheme succeeding.
How's the taste? Heavenstar said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was full of praises. Good tea. Refreshing the mind and actually has the effect of increasing fiend essence. Heavenstar laughed out loud and said, "Haha. If you like, I still have some here. I'll give them to you."
Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "How can this do?"
Such a grade of spirit tea, it must be very precious, right? Source Knight cannot receive benefits without sowing anything. Heavenstar pressed him down and said with a smile, "Younger brother Source Knight, I'll call you as my younger brother. You're a clever person and should have guessed this old man's intention of coming, right? My blood Yama Hall's strength is powerful until you can't imagine it. With your talent, there's only joining our blood Yama Hall that can let you radiate splendor."
Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression and said with a smile, "Senior Heavenstar is very kind. It's just that Source Knight still doesn't plan on joining any faction for the time being."
Heavenstar was not surprised either and said very meaningfully, "Don't be in a hurry to reject. You go back and consider it first. Perhaps you'll have a change of heart." After Yi Yuan left, Yi Han's figure appeared.
"Lord Heavenstar, I didn't expect that you actually employed the Blood Soul Curse," Yi Han said with some surprise.
The Blood Soul Curse was extremely powerful. Even if it was a fiend lord powerhouse, once succumbed, they would wish that they were dead too without any room to resist. Using it to deal with Yi Yuan was simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Moreover, the materials to prepare the Blood Soul Curse originally needed to expend a lot of manpower and material resources before it can be successfully refined. Just a pot of blood god tea was a priceless treasure. Even the blood Yama Hall would rarely use it too. Blood Soul Curse was normally in order to deal with some very troublesome characters. Heavenstar smiled faintly and said, "Using the Blood Soul Curse to deal with a major figure who might become the medicine ancestor, it's definitely worthwhile." Yi Han was still rather worried as she said, "This kid is someone who would rather break than bend. Is the Blood Soul Curse really effective?" Heavenstar laughed loudly and said, "Effective? Take away the question mark. There was once a half-step fiend king's existence. After falling under the Blood Soul Curse, he laid prone in front of Lord Hall Master like a dog, begging for mercy. This kid is merely a fiend general. Do you think it will be effective or not?" Yi Han's gaze turned intent, clearly incomparably shocked. Half-step fiend king, what kind of powerful existence was that?
In front of the Blood Soul Curse, he actually did not have any ability to resist at all.
Yi Han only knew that the Blood Soul Curse was powerful, but did not know how powerful the Blood Soul Curse was. The example that Heavenstar gave let her have an intuitive understanding. Heavenstar continued, "The Blood Soul Curse won't kill, but the curse power of countless resentful souls, that agony of the soul being devoured, no matter how powerful the person's mind, they can't withstand it too. Tonight, let this boy experience it a little. I think that he'll take the initiative to come and find me very soon. Ha ha ha." Talking about the exciting part, Heavenstar could not refrain from letting out a big laugh.
For the Blood Yama Hall to be able to solicit an alchemy genius who could trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody, how could Heavenstar not be happy?
"But does he know that we're playing tricks?" Yi Han asked.
Hey, although this boy is stubborn and unruly, he's incredibly smart.
As long as he gets hit by the blood soul curse, he'll know that it's definitely related to us, Heavenstar said.
It was nighttime. Yi Yuan continued to meditate and visualize in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, deducing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's third-level cultivation method.
Suddenly, the soul-suppressing pearl in his sea of consciousness moved strangely. He indeed came. That old punk thinks of himself to be clever, but he doesn't know that it became a wedding gift for this old man. Dustless laughed coldly. The soul-suppressing pearl exited Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness silently and suspended on top of his head.
The soul-suppressing pearl emitted rays of dark red light, appearing very strange.
But inside the soul-suppressing pearl, Dustless started chortling with laughter. The soul force curse of the blood soul curse is simply a great tonic.
With the soul force curse, I should be able to recover to Tier 3.
Yi Yuan was still immersed in the visualization and was completely oblivious to the outside world's events. Dustless told him not to bother about anything and just care about cultivating. Amidst the dark red light, the soul-suppressing pearl's aura became stronger and stronger.
Dustless's entire person was also coiled up by the dark red light, his entire person looking seemingly somewhat strange and demonic.
But his aura gradually became stronger. In the secret room, sweat gradually seeped out on Heavenstar's forehead. This brat is also too able to hold out, to actually still not yield until now.
Activating the blood soul curse had to use one's soul force as a guide to lead the resentment in the soul refining lamps out.
The person being cast on naturally would not give in obediently. The other party would definitely use their soul force to resist the power of the curse. When the other party utterly gave up resisting, Heavenstar would be much more relaxed and not need to expend so much soul force.
Heavenstar completely did not think that a puny little fiend general could actually resist for so long.
How could he know that his opponent was not Yi Yuan at all, but an old monster who had lived for goodness knows how long? Furthermore, this old monster was even the blood soul curse's jinx.
The current Dustless was simply feeling way too good.
While Yi Yuan was currently immersed in creating the cultivation method and unable to extricate himself. Indeed worthy of being a genius able to trigger great Tao heavenly melody. This willpower, this soul force, it's not what a fiend general should have at all. Heavenstar also secretly praised. Finally, Heavenstar felt the soul force ease up. Clearly, the other party had given up resisting. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Heavenstar's mouth and he said, "Heh! Even if your talent is outstanding, under the blood soul curse, you can only submit obediently too. Forget it, I will only torture you for 2 hours tonight. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll continue again tomorrow." 2 hours later, Heavenstar withdrew the technique contentedly. In his mind, after Yi Yuan was brought to the limits, he should be lying prone on the ground right now, without any strength at all.
The second night, Heavenstar expended a Herculean effort again before settling Yi Yuan. 5 days passed consecutively. Even Heavenstar himself felt like it was a little more than he could bite off. But he still did not see Yi Yuan coming over to submit.
But Ihan was somewhat anxious already and said to Heavenstar, "Lord Heavenstar, could this boy have played some trick and didn't get hit by the blood soul curse at all?" Heavenstar's face fell and he said, "Nonsense."
This old man watched him drink the blood god tea with my own eyes. Could it be that a puny little fiend general can play sleight of hand in front of me? Ihan thought about it and also felt that it was not too likely.
But a measly little fiend general was actually able to hold out for 5 days. This made the two of them feel unimaginably queer. "I don't mean that. What I meant was, no need to say anymore. This boy can trigger great Tao heavenly melody. He can't be judged with common sense in the first place. Tonight, I'll increase the blood soul curse's power. Let him know what's truly called agonizing until he wished he was dead. I don't believe that he can still not yield," Heavenstar said in a cold voice. But inside the soul-suppressing pearl space, Dustless had a satisfied look. Absorbing the soul force curse these few nights already let him recover to the state of Tier 3.
Gui Yun, advantages can't be taken up by me alone. Today, your turn. This power of curse is similarly a great tonic to you. 1 night should be enough for you to break through to 3-star. Dustless said with a hearty laugh.
Guiyun's strength had long reached peak 2-star already.
Now, with Dustless's help, breaking through to 3-star was something that would happen without extra effort.
The moment Guiyun heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, senior." Dustless smiled and said, "Still saying this to me for what? It's here."
You prepare yourself, assault 3-star.
Another full night passed. Even with Heavenstar's soul force, he was somewhat collapsing too. But it was also precisely because of this that he was even more confident in Yi Yuan's prospects. A genius with hopes of reaching the medicine ancestors' heights was naturally extraordinary.
The second day morning, Yi Yuan withdrew from within the world-suppressing steel space.
"Master!" Guiyun bowed down to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "You broke through."
Guiyun also smiled and said, "All thanks to Senior Dustless. Last night, I borrowed the power of the curse and successfully broke through to 3-star.
Yi Yuan laughed out loud when he heard that and said, "This old man really gave us a big gift."
It's time to go and yield.
Otherwise, that old boy will probably go crazy. In front of Heavenstar, Yi Yuan's expression was weary, his complexion pale, looking like he had a serious illness. Seeing Yi Yuan's state, he was very satisfied. Of course, he was also not much better than Yi Yuan. He was almost squeezed dry by Dustless and Guiyun, 2 people these few days. Although Heavenstar's soul force was strong, it could not withstand the soul-suppressing pearl. This grade of Empyrean spirit treasures extraction. Senior Heavenstar, the matter that you said a few days ago, I've considered it. I've decided to join the Blood Yama Hall, Yi Yuan said.
Haha, he who understands the times is a wise man.
Younger brother Source Knight, your future accomplishments are unimaginable. Joining our Blood Yama Hall is absolutely a correct choice. This trip, I'll enter the Mystic Realm together with you all. After you come out from the Mystic Realm, I'll bring you straight to the Imperial City, Heavenstar said with a laugh. Senior, arrange as you wish.
The current Yi Yuan seemingly lost all of his edge, becoming very docile. Just putting on an act doesn't take a great effort anyway.
As long as you are happy.
Heavenstar only represented eminent Orchid Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master to come and subdue Yi Yuan. He really did not dare to offend too much.
Yi Yuan was bound to be an existence lording over him in the future.
Offending now, it would be hard to avoid squaring of accounts after the autumn harvest.
On the contrary, he even had to think of ways to dispel the unhappiness in Yi Yuan's heart for a period of time in the days to come. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan stacked the deck against him in the future, that would be bad.
Besides, establishing a relationship with such a genius had tremendous help to him too.
Therefore, that was why he would call Yi Yuan as his younger brother again and again, sounding very cordial.
Haha, younger brother Source Knight, really sorry about it. It's truly that the Hall Master loves talent. But we also know that you won't give in obediently, that's why we would come up with this plan.
You rest assured, as long as you join the Blood Yama Hall, the incidents these few days absolutely won't happen again. Heavenstar's words carried an ingratiating intent. But Yi Yuan did not appreciate it at all, and said with a displeased look, Senior is too kind, Source Knight dares not.
Said he dare not, but that expression was an unhappy face. Heavenstar secretly cursed and said with a laugh, "Oh, younger brother, don't have this expression.
This medicinal cauldron, elder brother, I have used for 10,000 years. You shouldn't have a convenient medicinal cauldron currently yet, right?"
Elder brother will give it to you. A tiny little medicinal cauldron appeared on Heavenstar's palm, then rapidly enlarged and landed on the ground.
An incomparably profound aura filled the room. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, "Could this be a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure?" Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenstar finally let out a sigh in relief. As expected, to Fiend apothecaries, a medicinal cauldron was an irresistible temptation. Gifting away a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure was also a massive hemorrhage to Heavenstar.
Mystic treasures were higher-order existences than celestial deity divine artifacts. Those suitable for Divine Lord Realm martial artists to use were Divine Lord Mystic Treasures. Those suitable for Celestial Deity Realm martial artists to use were called Celestial Deity Mystic Treasures, so on and so forth.
It was just that the human race called it Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, and the Fiend race called it Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. The naming was different, but the function was largely the same. It was just that the Fiend race's Fiend Lord mystic treasures were a little more suitable for the Fiend race. The technique for forging a mystic treasure was extremely complicated. A 4-star artifact god might not be able to craft a Fiend Lord mystic treasure even by spending several thousand years. Hence, each Fiend Lord mystic treasure was incomparably precious. To a martial artist, a mystic treasure was a tremendous allure.
Not every Divine Lord realm martial artist could own a Divine Lord mystic treasure. Such as Ihan, Mohan, these hall masters, even though they were Fiend Lord powerhouses, they did not have Fiend Lord mystic treasures in their hands at all. When the Ihan by the side saw this scene, she made no effort to conceal her envy at all. Her eyeballs almost popped out.
She had already become a Fiend Lord powerhouse for 20,000 years, but did not even have a single Fiend Lord mystic treasure.
Yi Yuan was great. A puny little fiend general actually had a Fiend Lord mystic treasure. Lord Heavenstar really made a big move. Hoo-hoo, younger brother Source Knight indeed has good eyesight.
It's called Profound Yellow Cauldron, a low-grade Fiend Lord mystic treasure. It has already followed me for 50,000 years. Today, I'll give it to younger brother. Just take it as making an apology. Heavenstar looked very generous as he said this. Luckily, Hall Master promised that as long as I bring Source Knight back, he'll award me a middle-grade Fiend Lord mystic treasure. Otherwise, I'd really can't bear to give the Profound Yellow Cauldron to people with both hands just like this. Heavenstar secretly thought.
Even so, for Heavenstar to be able to gift the Profound Yellow Cauldron to Yi Yuan, he had made a huge resolve too.
Who would mind having too many mystic treasures?
Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised in his heart, not expecting that he would have such a harvest.
This Heavenstar was really a wealthy person. He had already expended soul force to gift Dustless and Gue Yun with breakthroughs. Now, he actually gave him a Fiend Lord mystic treasure too. TSK. Really generous when making his move.
Yi Yuan gave Heavenstar a suspicious glance and said, "Really giving to me?" Heavenstar smiled and said, "Can this still be fake?"
How is it? Realized elder brother's sincerity, right? Planting the blood soul curse on you was truly no choice. It's really that we're eager and love talents. I've already removed the ownership. The Profound Yellow Cauldron is a masterless item now. You just have to nurture it with Fiend Soul Sanctification and it's yours. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod. All right then, since Senior Heavenstar is so sincere, Source Knight naturally can't put on airs anymore. This Profound Yellow Cauldron, I'll accept it. Our matter is written off. The moment Heavenstar heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said with a big laugh, "Haha! Younger brother is indeed forthright.
In the future, when you reach Eminent Orchid Imperial City, whatever things that you can't settle, feel free to tell me. Elder brother still has some face in Eminent Orchid Imperial City."
Yi Yuan smiled as he clasped his hands and said, "Then Source Knight will thank Senior first." Returning to the Fan family, after Yi Yuan had the Profound Yellow Cauldron acknowledge a master, he tried refining a few medicinal pills. The more he used, the more he liked it. TSK, indeed well deserving of being a Fiend Lord mystic treasure, to actually have the effect of strengthening divine fire. Refining pills in the future won't need to find them to borrow divine fire each time anymore.
This pill refining efficiency also increased significantly.
Now, when I refine ordinary 2-star divine pills, it only needs less than an hour. Amen? What's this? Yi Yuan discovered that inside the Profound Yellow Cauldron formed its own space. Inside had 2 wisps of auras circulating erratically. They were very mysterious. That's a wisp of profound yellow energy, Dustless said.
Profound yellow energy? Yi Yuan was puzzled. Clearly, he had never heard of this name before.
When Divine Lord Realm opens up a world, it will birth this profound yellow energy, profound as heaven, yellow as earth. Inside this profound yellow cauldron incorporates a trace of profound yellow energy. Each time you refine pills, it will be equivalent to your Great Tao pill refinement in the past, Divine Lord Realm explained. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Back then, he refined pills with Great Tao refining the Tao-defying pill. That scene was still fresh in his mind. The might of heaven and earth to refine pills was absolutely extraordinary.
Indeed worthy of being a Fiend Lord mystic treasure. This is undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger to me, Yi Yuan said, being satisfied. Dustless laughed loudly and said, Heavenstar, this old punk used all sorts of intrigues and wiles but gave you wedding dresses everywhere. When he discovers that it's drawing water with a sieve, all for naught, wonder what kind of expression he'll have, ha ha. Outside the Fan family's front door, Fan Lin, Fan Yu, and Li Ji were all sending Yi Yuan off. Family head, please go back. This period of time, many thanks for family head's care, Yi Yuan said with cupped fists. Fan Lin hurriedly smiled fawningly and said, What's Master Source Knight saying? It's my Fan family that benefited from you. These few years, the Fan family could be said to be like the noonday sun, their limelight even pushing down the city lord manners. Seizing this opportunity, the Fan family expanded its forces without restraint and obtained tremendous benefits. Furthermore, the Fan family already faintly had the momentum of Capone's #1 clan because of coming into contact with the Blood Yamahal, this Leviathan. Fan Lin understood in his heart, and all of this was thanks to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Family head is too courteous. Taking the king's salary, sharing the king's burden. Since I'm a retainer of the Fan family, I naturally have to contribute to the Fan family. Fan Lin smiled and said, This Fan knows that the Fan family's bit of salary, Master holds it in contempt. For Master to be able to keep on staying in the Fan family, this Fan is endlessly grateful. Li Ji, Master Source Knight, is leaving. Why aren't you sending him off? As he said, he winked desperately at Li Ji. Learning the news that Yi Yuan was leaving, Li Ji's entire person was listless, dispirited these few days. Her heart was long dedicated to Yi Yuan. But who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan became an existence that she looked up to. The gulf between the two became bigger and bigger. Now Yi Yuan was about to leave straight away. Li Ji's entire person was flustered. Source Knight, have a pleasant journey. Holding in for a long time, Li Ji only squeezed out this one sentence. Suddenly, she discovered that there was already no common language with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Li Ji, take care. Mountains and water will meet. Perhaps we'll still meet again. Alright, it's getting late. Source Knight will take his leave. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Long Zhan and turned around and left. With his current status, bringing away a slave was naturally nothing. Li Ji looked at Yi Yuan's back view foolishly, a row of clear years quietly falling. Fan Lin looked at this scene and said with a sigh, My good daughter, you're a person from a completely different world from him. He's like the sun in the sky, blinding until people can't open their eyes, while we're destined to be ordinary. Although the matter of the great Tao heavenly melody did not leak out, for him to be able to preach on Tao for several hundred capital cities' alchemy elites, this kind of strength was simply inconceivable. The imperial city was Yi Yuan's stage to display his talents. Haha. Younger brother Source Knight actually didn't bring that last from the Fan family. Very surprising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Heavenstar went up to welcome with a big laugh. Li Ji and Yi Yuan's ambiguous relationship, Heavenstar was naturally aware. He even thought that Yi Yuan would bring along Li Ji. After all, that little girl was indeed alluring. Hoo-hoo, to me, cultivation is the most important thing. Others will only distract me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenstar could not help being secretly shocked when he heard. For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, what he relied on was not just talent. According to his understanding, Yi Yuan indeed secluded himself all year round. The majority of the time was used on cultivation. Haha, younger brother really makes me perspire in shame. No wonder younger brother can achieve such accomplishments at a young age. Yi Yuan smiled. Suddenly, he discovered that Heavenstar's attire was somewhat weird. It was a servant's attire. Furthermore, Heavenstar concealed his aura. One could not tell the actual situation from the exterior at all. Yi Yuan, Heavenstar. You're... Yi Yuan wondered. Heavenstar smiled and said, Although the ancient ruins trip this time is led by our Blood Yamahal, dragons and fishes are jumbled up together. There are forces from everywhere. Your existence is of great significance to our Blood Yamahal. If we let them know that I personally went into action, it will surely arouse a lot of speculations. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. Yihan did not scruple to let him finish off Ka Xin in order to pick him out.
The ones entering the ruins this time were definitely the various major capital cities' top geniuses.
The lousiest were probably also Xianxia's level. There were even quite a number of geniuses who were probably already Fiend Commander realm. For this, the Blood Yama Hall probably also used up quite a few favors.
Expending such a great cost seemed like the ancient ruins this time were extraordinary. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Let's go then. Longzhan, you go to the Imperial City first and help me clean up a bit."
Longzhan bowed and said, "Yes, master."
The current Longzhan already broke through the bottleneck, becoming an origin deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan naturally would not let Longzhan really go to eminent Orchid Imperial City. These words were just in order to set Heavenstar's mind at ease. He already instructed Longzhan to make a detour to Tiderain City halfway and wait for him. Yi Yuan would go and meet up with him after shaking off Heavenstar and Ihan. These two troubles. Sure enough, when Heavenstar heard Yi Yuan's words, he revealed a look of relief. Longzhan was just a slave. He naturally would not put him in his sights. What was important was Yi Yuan's attitude.
Looks like the profound yellow cauldron really had a considerable effect. Yi Yuan seemed to have already accepted the fact of joining the Blood Yama Hall.
After Longzhan left, the party boarded the flying boat. Yi Yuan was also alarmed by the Blood Yama Hall's strength. One mystic treasure after another. This flying boat was a middle-grade Fiend Lord mystic treasure. When flying, it had the effect of shuttling through space, its speed extremely fast. Along the way, Heavenstar fawned on Yi Yuan in every possible way. How was there any heirs of a Fiend Lord?
Yi Yuan naturally could not hide his inadequacies by keeping too quiet as well. Occasionally giving Heavenstar a pointer could make him happy for half a day. Although Heavenstar's realm was high in terms of foundation skills solidness, Yi Yuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. Just like that, the three people rode the flying boat for more than half a month before arriving where the ruins were located. The ruins were near eminent Orchid Imperial City's west side's Tracelight City. The date was approaching. The various major capital cities' elites were also hurrying on the way.
When the three people arrived at the vicinity of the ruins, a large group of people already gathered here.
The three people's arrival did not cause too big of a disturbance.
Yi Yuan swept a glance, his gaze suddenly stopping on a group of people in the middle. 6 young men, gazes sharp, auras extraordinary. One look and obviously they were experts. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's gaze, those 6 people actually collectively looked over at Yi Yuan. But after they discovered that Yi Yuan was only Grand Completion Fiend General Realm, they immediately lost interest, all going to do what they should be doing. Those 6 people were all initial rank Fiend commanders. Clearly, their strength was very powerful. What keen perception. I merely swept a glance and they noticed me. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked.
Those 6 people are conferred as eminent Orchid's 6 sons. Their strength looks down on everyone among eminent Orchid Imperial City's young generation. They are the same as Xian, all killing their way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But they are stronger than Xian, Ihan said.
Yi Yuan nodded and said, "So that's how it is. An imperial city's resources are indeed not what a capital city can compare to. Although Xian was formidable when placed in the imperial city, it was not quite enough to look at. Right now, there were roughly 100 to 200 young geniuses present. Each one of these people was not inferior to Xian. Yo, isn't this our Master Source Knight?
TSK, both an alchemy genius and also a martial arts genius. It really makes people admire him.
Azure Phoenix. If you were to encounter Master Source Knight, you have to greet him properly."
Mohan directly blocked the 3 people's path. Beside him even tagged along a youngster with bright eyes and refined features.
Yi Yuan briefly sized up this Azure Phoenix and discovered that this person's gaze was deep and unusually calm. Clearly, he was not a simple person. Ihan's brows furrowed and she said with a cold snort, "Mohan, what do you mean?"
Mohan's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "No meaning. Master Source Knight gained face for me, so I got to give back a little. Don't you think so?" Toward Yi Yuan, Mohan was currently extremely resentful. He already became all of the Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master's joke right now. Just earlier, he was even mocked by people.
However, if he was mocked, he was mocked. He could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Mohan was not a fool. He knew that Yi Yuan would definitely get the headquarters' heavy emphasis. After all, an alchemy genius capable of triggering the great Tao heavenly melody was seriously too rare. But before this, he still had to win back a bit of ground. Otherwise, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. The news of Heavenstar coming to find Yi Yuan, only Ihan alone knew. Now, Heavenstar changed his looks and hid his aura, following by Ihan's side. He looked just like an old servant. Emohan did not recognize him at all. Yi Yuan gave Emohan a glance and said coolly, "Whatever tricks there are, feel free to use them." But Emohan grinned and said, "Have still so arrogant? What's competed inside this ruins isn't alchemy but martial arts. Do you think that by winning Ka Xian, that kind of weakling, you're invincible under the heavens? Even if you're a genius, if you perish inside the ruins, then you aren't a genius no more." These words were a blatant threat. Humph! Hall Master Emohan is really so awe-inspiring. You even dare to scheme against a person that headquarters want? A thunderous voice entered his eyes. Emohan's brows furrowed when he heard that and was just about to fly off the handle. Suddenly, he discovered that a pale blue flame danced on the fingertips of that old man behind Ihan. His gaze turned sharp, immediately recognizing this flame. This pale blue flame was called Cerulean Heavenly Fire, the divine fire of the Imperial City's Fiend Medicine Hall's Elder Heavenstar. This shock was by no means insignificant. This old man was actually Elder Heavenstar coming in person. Emohan panicked and was just about to bow when Heavenstar transmitted his voice once more. "Hush up! Good that you know. This old man's trip is confidential. If you dare to call it out, be careful of your little life. Also, you best warn the people you brought. If they dare to touch Yi Yuan, you know the consequences." Emohan sweat profusely, frightened until his soul left his body. HR originally thought that he could borrow the opportunity of the ruins this time to deal with Yi Yuan up well, but he did not expect that upstairs moved so quickly. They actually already sent Elder Heavenstar over. Haha. Young Sister Ihan came Master Source Knight. Younger Sister Ihan, you came so slow. Younger Sister Ihan, Master Source Knight. Our Fiend Medicine Hall's Hallmaster even made me pass on a message, insisting on thanking you all. At this time, there were also quite a few people who noticed Ihan. Two people. Those Hall Masters all came up to greet. When Emohan saw the scene, it was like he was granted amnesty, retreating to one side obediently. How could he still dare to speak? Even though the matter of Yi Yuan triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody could not be said to the outside world, the matter of him preaching on Tao was not considered a secret. Those Hall Masters coming up to greet was also something within reason. Except, these geniuses were all mostly kept in a dark, not knowing what was going on at all. A large group of Fiend Lord powerhouses was actually so polite to a Fiend General. It frightened them badly. Who is that kid? His strength is so weak, but he can actually make so many important people go up to say hello. More than say hello, why do I feel that the Hall Masters are currying favor with him? Could it be that this kid's strength already surpassed us? This isn't possible, right? Bullshit. What do you guys know? That kid is a fiend apothecary. Heard that his alchemy strength is extremely formidable. The last time at Capone Capital City, he preached on Tao for quite a few Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Masters. What? A 2-star Fiend apothecary preaching on Tao for Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Masters? No wonder these Hall Masters have this attitude. The geniuses all gathered around and started gossiping about Yi Yuan's origins. Very soon, Yi Yuan's details were figured out clearly by them. Hearing that Yi Yuan was an alchemy expert, they lost interest in Yi Yuan. How much threat could an alchemy expert Fiend General pose to them? At this time, a wave of fiendish energy surged. A powerful aura descended from the sky. Elder Dian. The group of Hall Masters bowed. Clearly, this Lord Dian's position in the Blood Yama Hall was extremely high. Dian's gaze swept over Heavenstar there, and he opened his mouth to say indifferently, "The time has arrived. Now I'm going to activate the ruins. Those who can enter and clear it in the end will have generous rewards. But all of the rewards inside these ruins all belong to my Blood Yama Hall. Whoever dares to pocket it will become enemies with my Blood Yama Hall." Talking to the back, DN seethed with killing intent, making all of the geniuses' hearts turn cold. Yi Yuan was also surprised when he heard it. It seemed like the rewards inside these ruins were quite generous.
Dian reached his hand out and waved. 1,000 milky white stones suspended in the air.
He formed a seal. 1,000 milky white stones emitted a dazzling light, shooting straight at the door of the ruins.
It's middle-grade fiend essence stones? My god, 1,000 middle-grade fiend essence stones. The Blood Yama Hall is so extravagant.
Looks like this ruin is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Blood Yama Hall expended such a great price to bring us over. Looks like the rewards inside this ruin are huge. Those 1,000 milky white stones were a higher-level existence than low-grade fiend essence stones. They were middle-grade fiend essence stones.
One piece of middle-grade fiend essence stone was equivalent to 10,000 pieces of low-grade fiend essence stones. That was something used by fiend lord and above powerhouses.
In capital cities, this level of city, it was extremely rare for middle-grade fiend essence stones to appear.
Middle-grade fiend essence stones were very precious and tend to have demand but no market.
Dian's opening move was 1,000 pieces. It was truly extravagant.
Rumble.
The stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black cave.
Younger brother Source Knight, after going in, take good care. If you see that the matter can't be done, just directly give up. You have to know your life is more important than the treasures inside the ruins. Heavenstar transmitted his voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder brother, rest assured. I won't treat my life as a joke.
Everyone all go in then. After entering, you all will naturally know what you should do, Dian said coolly. When the geniuses heard that, they did not hesitate either, directly entering in a single line, disappearing into the cave. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and was actually directly transported away. When he appeared again, he already arrived inside a vast hall.
And he actually appeared on a ring.
Looking again, Yi Yuan discovered that there were actually 12 arenas in the hall.
And he just happened to occupy one.
Same as Yi Yuan, there were 11 others standing on the rings, appearing somewhat at a loss. Welcome to the Purple Extreme Sect's land of inheritance. An archaic voice echoed out inside the hall. Purple Extreme Sect? What's that?
Never heard of it before.
Does the Heavenspan world have sects, this sort of thing? These ancient ruins are so strange. The Heavenspan world did not have sect forces at all. All of the forces were all under the control of cities, making clear distinctions. Now, a Purple Extreme Sect suddenly appeared, surprising the group of geniuses greatly.
But that voice clearly did not care what everyone thought and continued on its own. The ones occupying the 12 arenas are arena lords. The others each have one chance to challenge. The one who wins is the arena lord, the loser will be eliminated. Now you all can freely pick your opponent. The 12 people remaining on the rings in the end will get the Purple Extreme Sect's generous rewards. The moment the voice faded, a din immediately broke out in the hall. Swoosh! 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 Quite a number of martial artists reacted very quickly, all scrambling after one another, flying up toward Yi Yuan's ring. In a blink, 20 martial artists arrived on Yi Yuan's ring. Bang! When the number of people on Yi Yuan's ring reached 24, the martial artist at the back seemed to have directly hit a wall. He was ejected out far away. Ouch! Miserable screams echoed together. Seeing this scene, the others could not help being secretly regretful and angry. Clearly, Yi Yuan's arena was already full. It was already too late for others to want to go up. Yi Yuan was clearly the only soft persimmon in the 12 arenas, the easiest to need, while the rest were at least all half-step fiend commander realm. Wanting to win would probably still have to expend some effort. Sigh, those tortoise grandsons really know how to take advantage of this. In this blink of an eye, they filled the ring. Just this one soft persimmon. Looks like it won't be our turn to need. Looks like this arena is the best in standing out. Mustn't run into the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, otherwise. Dead for sure. Below the arenas were animated discussions. Clearly, they were quite unhappy with the current situation. While at this time, the eminent Orchid's 6 sons also each chose a ring and slowly stepped up. When everyone saw this scene, each and everyone shrunk back at the sight of it. Among the people present, there were a total of 8 fiend commander realms. These 8 people had a tacit understanding, each choosing a ring.
Therefore, the other 3 arenas became very popular.
It was only to see figures swarming over toward those 3 rings one after another inside the hall. Bang!
Bang! Bang! The remaining people even came to blows in order to fight for these 3 rings.
For a moment, spiritual energy crisscrossed inside the hall, tremors intense.
Very soon, amidst a series of screams, those 3 rings were also filled. The remainder people wailed all round. These 8 rings were without the least bit of suspense. It would definitely be those fiend commander powerhouses who win in the end. Hence, some people started to be reluctant to go up the rings. Arg! Suddenly, a scream came over. A black horrifying flame suddenly burst out on the body of a half-step fiend commander genius martial artist. In a blink of an eye, that person was burned into nothingness.
It's the blood essence contract activating.
We must go up the ring to fight.
How to fight still?
The eminent Orchid 6 Sons were definitely not a match.
Forget it, isn't it just a loss? Fight it out. Once these people shrink back, it would be equivalent to breaking the blood essence contract. Once the blood essence contract had a backlash, their outcome would still be death.
Hence, everyone already had no way out and could only choose a corresponding ring. After everyone had chosen, that old voice sounded out once again. Very soon, the arena competition adopts a 1 versus 1 format. The challengers challenge the arena lords in proper sequence according to the order of getting on the ring. The final victor will enter the next round of challenge. Now the challenge begins. Ha ha ha. Everyone, this rookie, Wuxia, will accept first.
The first martial artist who got on the ring laughed his head off. Clearly, he was very satisfied with him picking up a bargain.
When the others saw this scene, they could not help gnashing their teeth in hatred. This guy's reaction is really fast. He picked up a huge bargain. Humph! Being smug for what? It's still uncertain who can laugh until the end. Despicable person intoxicated by success.
Facing the indignant voices of the rest, Wuxia did not care in the slightest. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, Master Source Knight, is it?
This place isn't a pill refining room. Wonder why you ran here to join in the excitement. But since you came, it's also giving this young master a big gift. Ha ha. This young master will kindly accept it.
Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at a fool and said coolly,
looks like you all treat me as a soft persimmon. Everyone wants a squeeze, right?
Buddha laughed and said, isn't that so?
Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a sneer, what you said is very right. Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. Ha ha ha. Since you already have the awareness, then, bang. Wuxia was just laughing wildly when he suddenly screamed, the laughter abruptly stopping, directly being ejected out of the ring. Already said that the challenge started, to actually still be in the mood to laugh. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, ha ha ha. A wave of loud guffaws came over. When the remaining 23 people saw this scene, they all laughed their heads off. Getting on the ring and still so careless, served him right to directly be eliminated. Wuxia crawled to his feet with a grunt, blushing until his entire face was red as he pointed at Yi Yuan and let loose a torrent of abuse. Despicable villain to actually sneak attack. If you have the ability, let's have an open and above-board battle.
Yi Yuan nonchalantly swept a glance over him and said, fool.
You. Who are you scolding a fool? Wuxia said furiously. Scolding you, a fool.
Don't even know this? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ha ha. Another wave of roaring laughter.
Wuxia was angered until he was about to explode. He roared furiously and said, brat, I want to fight you again.
Done talking, Wuxia's figure moved, speeding over towards the ring.
Bang. A streak of light flashed across. Wuxia was directly bounced, flying out far away. Clearly, the ring already did not give him the chance anymore. Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The second young genius who got on the ring looked at Yi Yuan with a sympathetic gaze and said mockingly, I won't. Bang. He wanted to say that he wouldn't be like Wuxia, making this kind of low-level mistake.
But he was the same as Wuxia, directly flying out of the ring before saying finish his words. Everyone's gaze turned intent, finally discovering that something was not quite right. This soft persimmon seemed to be somewhat hard. Yi Yuan's attack earlier was inconceivably fast. They actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Those two earlier losing were not because Yi Yuan making sneak attacks at all, but that they could not react to the attacks at all. Those able to come here were all geniuses among geniuses, all clever people. One could still say to be a fluke. Two was definitely not a fluke anymore. Next, right then, Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounded out in their ears. Bang! 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 One figure flew down the ring after another. The faces of the people at the back got uglier and uglier. How was this a soft persimmon? This was clearly a bulldozer. These peak geniuses did not have any strength to retaliate in front of Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan was able to kill Xianxia, this level of genius, when he had just become a high-rank Fiend General. Now, he already broke through to Grand Completion Fiend General. Regardless of whether it was realm or power of laws, they were much stronger. If he faced off with Xianxia again, Yi Yuan would absolutely be able to hang the other party up and beat him up. Even if these capital cities' geniuses were more powerful than Xianxia, they were also not that more powerful. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Furthermore, those who rushed over to Yi Yuan's side were mostly not confident in their own strength, people who wanted to take advantage of the moment, who knew that they kicked an iron plate. Hey, you guys, look, is my eyesight failing? That alchemy genius's martial prowess is actually so strong. Holy shit, crushing an opponent with one move. I can't even see him make his move clearly at all. Luckily, I was a tad slower just now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any hope at all now. The other arena's people suddenly discovered that their side had not fought 2 matches yet, and Yi Yuan's side already had half the people go down. This speed was a little too fast. Very soon, Yi Yuan cleaned up the people on the ring while the other arenas were only just starting. TSK. Didn't expect that the spot of an arena lord was so easy. Yi Yuan smacked his hands and said emotionally, "Poowork." When the people on the other rings heard this, they nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Their side fought for their lives, but Yi Yuan were exceptionally good to actually already sweep away his opponents. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons also revealed visible changes in countenance. Clearly, this Source Knight's strength greatly exceeded their imaginations. Congratulations! Number 3 Rings Arena Lord is born. Obtained the purple extreme sex reward, Void Jade Saturn Peach. A bright red Saturn Peach landed from the void, landing in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan looked at the Saturn Peach brimming with spiritual energy, his brows slightly furrowed. "Senior, have you seen this thing before?" Yi Yuan asked dustless. "Never seen before. I believe this Void Jade Saturn Peach is likely an extremely rare item," Dustless said. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly astonished. With Dustless's experience and knowledge, he actually did not even see this Void Jade Saturn Peach before. No wonder the Blood Yama Hall expended such a great price to let them come to this ancient ruin. It seemed like the good things here were quite a few. With Yi Yuan's understanding of spirit medicines, this Void Jade Saturn Peach was absolutely a good stuff worth several cities. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons' strength was indeed powerful. They also smoothly took the titles of Arena Lord without the slightest effort. Time slowly trickled by. The other 5 platforms also respectively gave birth to their Arena Lords. Each Arena Lord obtained a reward belonging to themselves, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan noticed that these reward items, most of them he had not heard before. Even Dustless completely did not recognize too. But without fail, they were all good things. At this time, that old voice sounded out again. "Congratulations to the 12 Arena Lords. Now, the real test begins. Starting from now, you guys will be facing the real test. Your opponents are the Purple Extreme Sect's strongest 18 young powerhouses throughout the ages. Every 6 opponents that you all defeat, you'll obtain a corresponding reward. Work hard, youngsters." The 12 people on the rings all revealed solemn looks. Although they did not know what kind of existence this Purple Extreme Sect was, even the Blood Yama Hall, this kind of titan, could not do anything about it, and could only clear the hurdles honestly and in earnest.
It showed that this sex strength was definitely very strong. The strength of 18 of the young generation's strongest people likely could not be underestimated. Suddenly, 12 beams of light shone down from the sky of the hall. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he was transported into a region of space again. A ray of light flashed by. A young man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a surprised look. This was his opponent? Looking at the other party, there was flesh and blood. Could he be a living person still? No need to be so surprised. We've long turned to dust already. Right now, we're merely a projection. The other party seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's thoughts and prompted with a smile. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in surprise, "This projection is also too lifelike, right? Moreover, you actually still have consciousness. An ancient era's projection could actually communicate with him." The other party smiled and said, "This land of inheritance has a trace of our divine sense attached, so we're naturally able to communicate. Your cultivation speed is very fast. 100 years or so bone age. Furthermore, you started cultivating from a small world's mortal. To actually be able to reach such heights, truly remarkable." Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed in his heart. His exact details were actually seen inside out by the other party. When the other party saw Yi Yuan's expression, he said, "You don't need to be shocked. When you were transported here, you've already been thoroughly checked by the land of inheritance. It's not strange that I know these." Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is." The other party said, "I'm called Mei Fong, you?" Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "I'm Yi Yuan." Mei Fong nodded and said, "Fighting with you, I'm somewhat winning and scrupulously, but I have no command over myself too. Begin then." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Please." Mei Fong's brows knitted slightly and he said, "You're not making a move?" He discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move at all. This was also looking down on people too much. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior should have heard before, formless beats having moves." Mei Fong's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, truly, the young are to be feared. Then I'll have a taste of your formless beats having moves. This is my self-created sword move, literature 36 swords. You be careful, drawing the sword and seeing nothing but emptiness all round." Mei Fong's sword was full of heroic spirit, profligate and unrestrained. The power of laws already reached late-stage sword Dao third-layered heaven, the power extremely daunting. Even though he had only half-step origin deity strength, he was one of the most powerful opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered. Similarly, being at the half-step origin deity realm, this Mei Fong's strength was more than 10 times stronger than Ka Xian. Right then, Yi Yuan made a move. Shatter! Yi Yuan's sword carried an incomparably bizarre power of laws, directly blocking Mei Fong's sword. Mei Fong's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of great astonishment. This sword move of Yi Yuan looked plain and ordinary, but the move directly attacked the place where he was the most vulnerable. "Good sword! Flashing tiger and dragon divine sword source." Mei Fong yelled out, his move changing. The power of laws suddenly changed dramatically. He changed moves fast. Yi Yuan was likewise not slow. It was only to see the tip of Yi Yuan's sword reverse, stabbing over like a shadow following. Yi Yuan did not know that their 12 people's battle situation was all being projected on the rings at this time. Those eliminated genius martial artists took their every move and action into their sights. The moment the battle began, those geniuses emitted a series of exclamations. "D Fan is so strong, indeed well deserving of being the head of the eminent Orchid Six Sons. He only used 10 moves to finish off his opponent. The eminent Orchid Six Sons are the eminent Orchid Six Sons, too strong. The slowest only used 20 moves too. Heh! Even though that Source Knight became an arena lord, his strength is indeed the weakest. 100 moves had already passed, he actually still hasn't finished off his opponent yet. I lost." "Junior, you're very strong," Mei Fong said sincerely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is very strong too. Your sword art gave me great inspiration." Mei Fong laughed loudly and said, "Actually, you could defeat me in one move, but you tangled with me for 500 over moves. It's in order to glean the strength of my sword art, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and did not deny it. Even though Mei Fang's strength was much stronger than Xianxia, Yi Yuan could defeat him in one move by unleashing Daybreak. The current Yi Yuan, it was already very hard to find an opponent within Heaven Glimpse realm anymore. Hoo-hoo! What a fine formless beats having moves. Your sword art might be able to reach the acme of perfection. Alright, you've already passed the level and can go to your next opponent there. Outside, when everyone saw that Yi Yuan finally defeated the first opponent, they could not help revealing a mocking look. Especially Wuxia, he said with a mocking face. Heh, so what if he became the arena lord? Isn't he still a supporting character? Haha. Wuxia, don't say that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. He has at any rate gotten the arena lord's reward too. However, he indeed can only be at the bottom of the barrel too. With his strength, it's likely very hard to even pass the second round. These 18 people are called the strongest, they look like they are SOSO. D-Fan already defeated 3 people, reckoned that a few 106 people isn't hard. At this time, the D-Fan, who was known as the eminent Orchid Six Sons #1 person, already won against 3 people in a row and was currently in a fierce battle with the 4th person. But the D-Fan at this time clearly already could not be like the start, only using 10 moves to defeat his opponent. Their opponents were all half-step Fiend Commander realm without exception. Clearly, D-Fan, the 6 of them, were already straining more and more. Bang! An arena lord was directly smashed into pieces by his opponent. This crowd of geniuses was all taken aback with fright. Only then did they know that this round did not seem so easy. A single mishap and it was life-threatening. The other 3 arenas' arena lords' strengths were clearly much weaker. He only held on to the second round and was directly slaughtered by his opponent without even having a chance to admit defeat. Seeing this scene, Wuxia looked even smugger as he said, "You all guess? Will that punk called Source Knight be directly killed? Haha. This is very likely. It was already so grueling for him in the first round. Being killed in the second round is also something very normal." Someone immediately concurred. The others already secretly nodded their heads, clearly not having objections towards this claim. However, Yi Yuan disappointed them. Even though Yi Yuan still cleared the second round strenuously, after 300 moves, Yi Yuan still passed the level. Fuck me, is there a mistake? Can even pass like this? This guy is also too freaking lucky. Wuxia stomped his feet in anger. Although the rest would not be like Wuxia, they were clearly all very surprised by Yi Yuan's clearing of the round. Quickly look. Batu lost. My god, just how strong are these round guardians, to actually be able to jump realms to battle? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Swoosh. Batu was directly transported back. Coming down from the ring, Batu's expression was very ugly. As one of the eminent Orchid Six Sons, his strength virtually overlooked everyone. Now, he actually lost to a half-step Fiend Commander. It had always been him jumping realms to challenge others. Today, he was actually overstepped by others. Even though this was a young genius from goodness knows how many years ago. Batu, are these round guardians really so strong? Someone plucked up his nerves and asked. When they looked at the projections on the rings, they could only see both parties' moves and not the undulation of laws. It was very hard to perceive the actual situation. Batu's face was sullen as he nodded and said, "Very strong. Their power of laws basically all reached late-stage third-layered heaven, even grand completion realm. Furthermore, their application of laws at least reached the point of unity of mind. Coupled with that, their martial techniques are extremely powerful. Their overall strength is very powerful. It isn't unjust for me to be defeated in their hands." Hiss. Everyone drew a cold breath. Only then did they have a clear understanding of their round guardian's strength. Before long, there were another 2 eminent Orchid Six Sons who were defeated in the 5th round. Now, among the ones still persisting in clearing this level, only 4 people left. 3 eminent Orchid Six Sons as well as Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's progress speed was very slow. Everyone already lost interest. Everyone's gaze was focused on D-Fan. At this time, D-Fan was currently in a fierce battle with the 6th round's guardian. The 2 people were practically already rampaging, fighting until heaven and earth dimmed. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really don't dare to believe that there's actually a half-step fiend commander who can force D-Fan to such an extent. Yeah. I didn't expect that the ancient era's powerhouses were actually powerful to such an extent. This is just the 6th person.
How terrifying must the 18th person be?
Even though there were no violent law fluctuations, just relying on the projections, they could already feel the intensity of the battle situation. Boom. Finally, D-Fan found an opening, blowing his opponent up with one punch. No. One arena lord, cleared the 6th round, obtained a low-grade divine lord mystic treasure. That old voice sounded out once more.
The moment everyone heard, their faces all revealed incomparably heated gazes.
Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, which was also Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. That was something that only Fiend Lord powerhouses had the qualifications to use.
Even though this Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure ultimately had to be given to the Blood Yamahal, the Blood Yamahal would definitely give a considerable reward. In the projection, D-Fan had a proud look.
Clearly, he was also fully satisfied and content with defeating this 6th round guardian. D-Fan is indeed worthy of being the 6 Sons #1. His strength is too strong. D-Fan already passed the 6th round. Wonder how many people he can still beat. I estimate he can at least clear until the 9th round. You all look. That kid.
That kid? Suddenly, someone cried out in shock.
Batu saw that D-Fan obtained a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure and was currently not happy. The moment someone cried out, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Making an unnecessary fuss for what? That kid called Source Knight actually cleared to the 5th round." That person cried out as if seeing something beyond comprehension. Batu's face fell. Looking towards the number 3 arena, he discovered that Yi Yuan had indeed cleared to the 5th round.
Everyone turned pale with shock. They were all paying attention to D-Fan wholeheartedly but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually cleared until the 5th round unknowingly.
Batu was defeated in the 5th round. Yi Yuan making it to the 5th round. Didn't it mean that he was already very close to his strength?
You got to be kidding.
A rookie who did not even reach half-step Fiend Commander was actually about the same strength as him? Is there a mistake? With this kid's realm, how can he possibly make it to the 5th round? Yeah, Batu was so strong and only made it to the 5th round. I don't believe that his strength is even stronger than Batu's. There's something shady. There must be an inside story.
This Source Knight's opponent definitely isn't as strong as Batu they all.
The group of people immediately exploded. They were unable to accept this face. Even Batu's strength only made it to the 5th round. What right did Yi Yuan's bit of strength have to make it to the 5th round?
He was clearly very strained during the 1st round.
Hearing these people's words, Batu felt a little better in his heart and said coolly, "Relax, he definitely can't pass the 5th round."
No one was clearer than Batu about the 5th Guardian's strength.
If Yi Yuan could even pass through the 5th round, then he would really have to suspect that there was something shady.
At this time, D-Fan was currently resting, preparing to continue challenging. After each round passed, that space would automatically help the martial artist recover their strength. It only took around a quarter of an hour and the challenger would be at a peak state.
While the other 2 of the eminent Orchid 6 Sons were currently in fierce battles with the 6th Guardians.
It seemed like it was somewhat taxing.
At this time, the 2 defeated eminent Orchid 6 Sons were also transported back. Seeing that Batu was already defeated, they could not help being somewhat surprised. "Batu, you were actually defeated so quickly?" one of them asked. Batu's strength ranked in the middle among the few of them. Logically speaking, he would not lose so quickly. Batu nodded and said, "I was too eager to win. A careless move and I was defeated. However, even if I try harder, it's useless too. I can't pass the 6th round no matter what." Those 2 people nodded their heads, indicating agreement. Suddenly, they glimpsed with their peripherals. Their faces revealed a shocked look.
This kid actually made it to the 5th round?
Is there a mistake? Batu said, "I also can't make head nor tail of it." Just now, when everyone was watching D-Fan clearing the 6th round, this kid made it to the 5th round bafflingly. The 2 people were speechless. Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength was around the same as them? While at this time, Yi Yuan already faced off with the 5th round's guardian. Everyone all stared at the number 3 arena without shifting their eyes, wanting to see what capability Yi Yuan had to actually be able to make it to the 5th round. Yi Yuan still had that unhurried appearance, tangling in battle with his opponent. Under the opponent's fierce attacks, Yi Yuan seemed to be somewhat straining.
But Yi Yuan was very stubborn. Each time, he could turn peril into safety. Something's wrong.
I remember that when this kid was in the 1st round, he was this half-dead manner. Why is he still like this when he made it to the 5th round? Wuxia suddenly said. He discovered to his shock, Yi Yuan's current battle did not seem to be any different from when in the 1st round. It was as if his opponents did not become strong at all. This discovery immediately got many people's acknowledgement.
Yeah, he was also being overwhelmed at the 1st round. After 500 to 600 moves, he won without rhyme or reason. The 2nd round seemed to be like this too.
Could it be
that there's really something shady?
Rubbish.
This ancient ruins, it's everyone's first time entering. What shady deal can there be?
Just as everyone was talking all at once, Yi Yuan's sword passed through his opponent's chest bizarrely. Yi Yuan won. The hall was dead silent. Everyone all looked at this scene in disbelief. How could it be like this?
Could it be that Yi Yuan's strength already surpassed the eminent Orchid's 6 sons?
This was also too fake, right?
Fucking hell, there must be something wrong here.
This kid's opponent definitely isn't as strong as ours, Batu said with an indignant look. The other 2 people also had glassy looks and said in disbelief, there must be something wrong here.
They also said earlier this kid has always been half-dead like this. Yet he could clear the round each time. If there's nothing wrong, I'll wring my head off for him to kick like a ball.
Whoosh! A streak of cold light flashed by. One of the eminent Orchid's 6 sons. His head directly flew out. His fiend soul also ground into pieces. The purple extreme sect treats all challengers equally without discrimination. Those who question dies. The old voice sounded out once more. It was just that this time it was unusually cold. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one dared to question whether there was something shady anymore. But for Yi Yuan to clear 5 rounds, this result, they still felt that it was unbelievable.
They could not see it. Clearing 5 rounds in a row, Yi Yuan's sword art became even more erratic.
Only his opponents could distinctly sense his power. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient-era young geniuses were really incomparably powerful. Their application of laws surpassed Yi Yuan's imaginations. From them, Yi Yuan learned many things. Learning now and selling now, Yi Yuan discovered that his drawing parallels from inference, his comprehension toward spatial laws became increasingly deeper.
Spatial laws were one of the highest-ranking laws and also one of the hardest laws to comprehend that the heavenspan world universally acknowledged.
The heavenspan world's spatial laws were on a completely different level from a small world's.
Even grand completion origin deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly. This in itself indicated many problems. Only by reaching half-step divine lord realm could one touch the threshold of spatial laws, achieving the goal of temporary flight from there. Yi Yuan's chasing moon, daybreak, these 2 moves after incorporating spatial laws, it made his sword moves become erratic, the power unimaginable. This was not purely comprehending spatial laws, but the spatial laws which Yi Yuan comprehended through Sword Dao could integrate with Yi Yuan's sword moves perfectly.
One would never know where Yi Yuan's sword would appear or when it would appear. Congratulations to the number 3 Arena Lord for defeating the 6th opponent. Obtained a low-grade Divine Lord Mystic Treasure.
This voice sounded out, making everyone trembled all over.
Cleared the 6th round.
Just like this?
Are you kidding me? Could it be that this guy has no limits? Really seeing ghosts?
Just what trick is this kid playing? Why does it feel like he's going to lose every time but win in the end?
Batu had a sullen look and said, if his opponent has no problems, then there's only one explanation.
The moment these words came out, everyone all perked their ears and listened attentively. Batu paused for a bit and said he's totally hiding his strength. Hiding his strength?
He's clearly a grand completion fiend general. Heh! Can Realm illustrate anything? When I was at half-step fiend commander, I could completely hang you up and pummel you, Batu said with a cold sneer.
That person did not say anything. He was unable to refute these words.
This way it also makes sense. The strength that he displayed in the ring previously was already very strong, practically crushing others with one move, unable to see his depths at all. Another eminent Orchid Six Sons said.
Batu nodded and said he wouldn't be deliberately acting for us to see. I reckon that.
He deliberately slowed down the pace. He's probably comprehending those ancient geniuses' martial techniques.
This is also too freakish, right? Such a strong opponent, he actually still has the mood to learn his opponent's martial techniques.
Everyone drew a cold breath, frightened looks showing on their faces. How incredible the nerves for one to dare do such a thing. Very likely, if I didn't come out and see these projections, I wouldn't even know that the situation inside could actually be seen. There's no way he's deliberately concealing his strength, said another one of the Six Sons, agreeing with this.
Right at this time, D-Fan defeated the 7th round's Guardian, successfully clearing the round.
Ha ha ha. This challenge is really interesting.
So many powerful opponents, it's still my first time encountering such situation. Feels so good.
Defeating 7 people, my strength improved a step further.
The next opponent will likely make my hot blood boil with excitement even more.
Those guys have probably all lost already, right? D-Fan said with a loud laugh. The 7th round's opponent was clearly much stronger than the previous 6 rounds. But Yi Yuan himself similarly made great strides in strength and did not feel too great a difficulty. After several hundred moves, Yi Yuan's sword passed right through the opponent's body. 7th round. Cleared.
Yi Yuan's sword art became more and more erratic. His entire being gave people an illusionary and ephemeral feeling. At times, Yi Yuan's sword was clearly still very far away but suddenly appeared in front of his opponent. It was impossible to guard against.
And all these were attributed to his comprehension of spatial laws.
2 great laws combining together was not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Hey, I didn't expect that you already comprehended spatial laws at just Heaven Glimpse realm. Really an unexpected surprise. Dustless said with a laugh.
Roughly what is the level of my spatial laws comprehension currently? Yi Yuan asked curiously. He could sense that spatial laws were too extensive and profound, far more difficult than Sword Dao. These few days he cultivated inside the death cultivation space. Coupled with the closed seclusion this time, his improvement was already very big. But he still did not feel the bottleneck of the law. The more it was like so, the more Yi Yuan felt the difficulty of spatial laws.
You're still early. Your current level isn't even grand completion for spatial laws first layered heaven initial stage. Dustless said. So weak, huh? Yi Yuan said speechlessly.
Weak? Heh, right now, your comprehensions in spatial laws are already stronger than the vast majority of half-step divine lords. Even if it's a true divine lord realm powerhouse, he's also merely able to use spatial laws first layered heaven. Spatial laws aren't as simple as you think. Yi Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard. Him comprehending spatial laws was entirely because he drew parallels from inference. Just how powerful this law was, he was utterly clueless.
Now hearing Dustless said so, only then did he have an intuitive feeling.
In the past, Yi Yuan only just touched a smattering. But now, after Yi Yuan went through a bout of bitter cultivation, the improvement of spatial laws seemed to show a trend of advancing by leaps and bounds.
Spatial laws are actually so hard, Yi Yuan exclaimed with a sigh. Hey, more than just hard.
Time laws and spatial laws are the 2 most fundamental laws. In the entire heavenspan world, don't talk about being able to comprehend. Even learning the rudiments is also very rare. You don't look at how those divine lord realm powerhouses all fly in the sky and tunnel into the earth. Actually, they don't understand spatial laws at all. Being able to accomplish this is entirely because the power of the world itself contains a portion of spatial laws. Even with this innate advantage, the vast majority of divine lord realm powerhouses are unable to learn the rudiments of spatial laws for all their lives too.
While you have already opened this door, Dustless said.
Like this? I'm very remarkable? Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. He really did not know that the spatial laws he comprehended were actually so formidable. But Dustless said solemnly, very impressive.
However, I can't help you with spatial laws either. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fortunes.
Yi Yuan nodded his head. Suddenly recalling something, he said, "Oh, right, inside the world suppressing steel, it can actually alter the time flow. Could it be?"
Dustless nodded and said, "That's right."
Back then, Immortal Grove comprehended a trace of time laws by chance. However, he only comprehended a bit of superficial knowledge.
Indeed so. The time the Yi Yuan came to the heaven-span world was not short anymore too. He had never heard of changing the flow of time, this kind of thing.
It turned out that it was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's unique secret technique.
Just comprehended a trace of superficial knowledge and he could change the time flow ratio of 1 to 10. If one completely comprehended time laws, how terrifying was that? Yi Yuan felt terrified thinking about it.
Gathering his thoughts, Yi Yuan continued to clear the rounds, challenging the Eighth Guardian. While at this time, Di Fan and the Eighth Guardian's battle was already drawing to a close. Boom!
Once more, Di Fan blew his opponent up with a punch. Ha, awesome.
Di Fan was covered all over with wounds and scars, virtually not an intact spot on his physical body.
But he still killed his opponent and succeeded in clearing the round.
When he was recovering his strength, Di Fan murmured to himself, "It's a shame. Definitely can't pass the 9th round. But my battle achievement should be number 1 among the 12 arena lords, right? Those few people's strength can at most only make it to the 6th round. Number 1 or not doesn't matter. The challenges this time caused a tremendous improvement for my strength." Di Fan was completely unaware of the outside world genius's shock. Yi Yuan actually even cleared the 7th round easily. I remember that Di Fan fought roughly more than 2,000 rounds with the 7th Guardian, right?
This Source Knight settled it in 300 or 400 moves.
This is simply unimaginable. Source Knight actually caught up from behind. Wonder what kind of expression Di Fan will have when he comes out and sees Source Knight. At the state, Yi Yuan's clearing speed was very slow. Could be described using turtle speed.
But unknowingly, Yi Yuan actually caught up to Di Fan's speed.
They saw from Di Fan's state, his limit was also just the 9th round. But they completely could not see where Yi Yuan's limit lay. In the 7th round, the time Yi Yuan used, it seemed almost the same as in the 1st round. The time was only a quarter of Di Fan's. This kind of strange situation made these geniuses even feel somewhat afraid. Finally, Di Fan was defeated in the 9th round. Afterward, he was transported into a foreign space, chose a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure, and was transported back. But after he came out, he discovered that everyone was using a strange gaze to look at him.
Di Fan even thought that everyone was stunned by his battle record and said with a big laugh, "All using this kind of expression to look at me for what?"
Haha, the challenge clears this time is really to my heart's content. Making it to the 9th round in one go. Even if the Mystic Treasure is given to the Blood Yamahal. This trip was also worthwhile. He still had a young person's temperament in the end. The cheerfulness in Di Fan's heart inevitably had to be expressed.
He seemed to be afraid that others did not know that he made it to the 9th level and showed off a bit without leaving a trace. But he discovered that everyone did not seem to have the intention of pandering to him. Among the 6 sons, Batu and Di Fan's relationship was pretty good. Seeing the situation, Batu said with a strange look, "Di Fan, stop showing off. You've met your match this time. Come over and take a look." Di Fan's expression turned struck dumb with amazement, looking over in the direction Batu pointed at and involuntarily shuddered all over, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Regarding Di Fan's gaze, everyone did not feel surprised. After each of the eminent Orchid 6 sons came out, they practically all had this expression. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's long sword was sent into the other party's chest once more. 8th round, cleared. Di Fan was seemingly electrocuted by something, his entire person shuddering, as he said in disbelief, "How is this possible? He, a grand completion fiend general, can actually make it to the 9th round? No, wait, there's something Fistache."
"Shut up," Batu suddenly shouted coldly, cutting off Di Fan's words.
Di Fan was taken aback with fright and was just about to fly off the handle, but then he heard Batu say with a cold bellow, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth."
"Batu, you dare to get mad at me?" Di Fan said with a sullen look. Batu looked at him like looking at a fool and said, What you want to say, we all know. Nuada said it, and then he died.
D-Fan's expression changed. Looking at everyone's eyes, he suddenly understood something. Our thoughts were the same as yours at the start, but now we discovered that maybe it isn't as simple as we think. His strength is really very strong, Batu said. D-Fan seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. That valiant imposing momentum from before disappeared all at once without a trace.
He was actually not first. Looking at Yi Yuan, who was currently in a fierce battle in the projection, D-Fan suddenly felt somewhat doubtful of life. Could it be that he actually lost to a grand completion fiend general? This result made him somewhat unable to accept it.
He looked at the Yi Yuan who was somewhat struggling in the projection and suddenly found a trace of consolation and said with a cold smile, "Humph.
This 8th Guardian's strength, I'm all too clear. There's no way he can clear it." The moment his voice faded, everyone used strange gazes to look at him again. D-Fan was stupefied and said, "Why? I said wrongly again? You all look at his appearance. Does it look like he can win?" Some people wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. After all, D-Fan's strength was placed there. Really annoying him would not have any good outcome.
Batu seriously could not look on, recounting the situation of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds for D-Fan.
After D-Fan heard, he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. He himself also had great harvests in the challenges this time. But playing like Yi Yuan, he really did not dare. Especially after the 7th round, each and every one of the opponents was too strong, virtually pressuring him until he could not catch his breath. As long as he relaxed a little, that was not a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of life and death. With this, D-Fan really had no temper anymore, watching the one and only projection on the arena obediently with the others. But in his heart, he was praying frantically for Yi Yuan to lose to the 8th Guardian.
But he was disappointed very quickly. A plain and ordinary straight stab of Yi Yuan's directly struck his opponent's head.
8th round. Cleared. Looking from the projection, this move was too plain and ordinary. They could not figure out why the Guardian could not even block such a simple sword. Even though everyone did not dare to voice their doubts, at the bottom of their hearts, everyone's suspicions had never been relieved before. "Humph. When this punk comes out, I'll definitely have a match with him."
"I don't believe that there isn't anything shady in here at all," D-Fan said in his heart with a cold snort.
Yi Yuan's battle achievement had truly trampled on his dignity. As the eminent Orchid Six Suns #1 person, he was unable to accept this. However, the miracle was far from over.
Yi Yuan seemed to have switched on a hack, still advancing unhurriedly.
9th round, 10th round, 11th round, 12th round.
Congratulations to the #3 Arena Lord for clearing the 12th round, obtaining the 2nd reward.
The old voice sounded out once more. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just up to which level is this guy going to clear? Could it be that he's going to clear through? This is also too abnormal. The last 6 rounds are definitely even harder than before. Maybe he should have reached his limits too, right?
Regarding the exclamations outside, Yi Yuan was completely unaware.
Along the way, Yi Yuan's strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did his comprehensions in Sword Dao laws already reach the realm of grand completion initial stage 3rd layered heaven, but he also made great progress in spatial laws. Yi Yuan had a feeling that his spatial laws might be reaching the point of grand completion initial stage 1st layered heaven. The 13th round's guardian was an extremely beautiful and cold-looking woman. "Young man, to be able to walk to this step, you're very remarkable."
"But it ends here," the woman said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop being long-winded, let's start."
"My sword already can't bear the thirst and hunger." The cold woman's brows furrowed, and she said with a cold snort, "What a conceited brat. Watch the sword."
Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Another sword user, perfect."
Done talking. Yi Yuan unleashed a chasing moon, his figure instantly disappearing.
Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, unable to see with the naked eye at all.
Clank.
2 swords intersected. A burst of cold air transmitted into Yi Yuan's body from the long sword, virtually freezing him.
Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant, retreating like lightning.
The cold woman's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Yuan's ear, "Want to run?"
Too late. Yi Yuan's heart thumped. This woman had such fast movements. While talking, the long sword already arrived at Yi Yuan's neck. Phantom kill. At the life and death moment, Yi Yuan unleashed Phantom kill without the slightest hesitation, his speed suddenly increasingly explosively, narrowing dodging this sword. Clank, clank, clank. The two figures were unbelievably swift, exchanging 100 swords in a blink of an eye, almost evenly matched. The shock in Yi Yuan's heart could not be any greater. Unleashing Phantom kill with his current strength, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as in the past long ago. Coupled with the augmentation of spatial laws, this move of Yi Yuan practically had no solution. However, this woman was actually able to keep up with his speed. Clank. Two figures separated. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a look of trepidation. The cold woman also revealed a look of surprise. Clearly, she did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. No wonder you could make it here. Indeed, you have some capabilities, the cold-looking woman said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a smile, "You're very strong too. To actually incorporate ice laws into sword Dao." For the first time, Yi Yuan ran into a powerhouse who fused together two kinds of power of laws. This woman's sword Dao laws were not high, only the level of late-stage third-layered heaven. But the terrifying thing was that her ice laws already cultivated to third-layered heaven too. Furthermore, she was the same as Yi Yuan, merging two kinds of laws together, the power doubling. Before making a move, the cold woman blanketed her surroundings full of ice laws domain. As long as Yi Yuan entered this domain, his speed would unknowingly slow down. Hence, that was why this woman could contend with him in terms of speed. Yi Yuan's spatial laws were indeed bizarre. But it was only the level of initial stage first-layered heaven after all. To be able to exchange blows with the cold woman in itself already demonstrated his might. That move earlier so fast. This punk indeed concealed his strength. My God, already made it to the 13th round before he used his full strength? This guy is really ridiculously strong. Although they could not sense the undulations of the power of laws, the speed of Yi Yuan's movement technique, they could still perceive it. Yi Yuan unleashing Phantom kill, his speed soared tremendously. Those geniuses naturally took it into their sights. Looks like this time he finally ran into his match. D-Fan, that movement technique earlier, can you keep up? Batu suddenly asked D-Fan. D-Fan thought about and shook his head and said, "Don't know. Can't feel the power of laws here, we can only see the surface. But maybe I can't keep up." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. They looked at D-Fan with incredible shock, not expecting that he actually personally admitted to being inferior to Yi Yuan. "It's useless. Although your spatial laws are strong, the level that you comprehended is too low. Give up," said the cold woman indifferently. That might not be the case. Fight again." Yi Yuan's figure moved, unleashing Phantom kill once more. The cold-looking woman did not speak. The ice domain spread out, the sword tip not leaving Yi Yuan's surroundings. The two people were top experts in the power of laws. It was the first time Yi Yuan's power of law met its match. He urged his movement technique to the limit but was still unable to break through the woman. Her ice domain was like a large net binding Yi Yuan's hands and feet. Actually, Yi Yuan was not the woman's match. Yi Yuan's true killing move was using Daybreak under the state of Phantom kill. Daybreak, this move shattered myriad moves under the heaven, especially when Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive toward sword moves. He had already found the cold woman's weakness long ago. It was just that this way, he would not be able to have comprehensions in spatial laws anymore. He wanted to force himself to the limits, making himself comprehend spatial laws under the state of extremity. Presently, a link already formed between his sword Dao laws and spatial laws. Yi Yuan discovered that communicating with spatial laws through sword Dao laws yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even though his opponent previously was strong, he did not reach the cold woman's level. Facing her, Yi Yuan really brought out all of his strength. Under this kind of state, it was easier for Yi Yuan to break through. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient geniuses all had unique insights into the power of laws. Just like this woman, being able to integrate sword Dao laws and ice laws to such a degree, She was absolutely an extraordinary talent back then, her strength reigning that era. This kind of exchange was two completely different concepts from Yi Yuan fighting with himself inside the death cultivation space. Being his own opponent was surpassing time and again, a vertical development. But competing with these geniuses was gathering the strong points of everyone. A horizontal development. Yi Yuan could fight with himself non-stop. But it was a rare opportunity to exchange blows with these ancient geniuses. It is no use. Your divine essence is consumed too fast like this. Still don't pull back, you'll die. The woman's icy voice came over. Although the woman was an ice beauty, she clearly had the appreciation of a talent stirred by Yi Yuan, and that was why she would warn like so. Except Yi Yuan disregarded other people's opinion. He did not listen to her words at all. Humph. Stubborn and thick-head. When the woman saw that Yi Yuan did not listen to the advice, she did not hold back anymore as well, her long sword suddenly accelerating. Sword clear like frost. This sword was the masterpiece of her sword Dao. A bone-piercingly cold sword Dao law came from head-on, making Yi Yuan's phantom kill practically freeze in the air. The scent of death came from the front. The two people's figures intersected, their movements instantly freezing. Drip. Drip. Yi Yuan's abdomen was pierced by a large hole, blood running in torrents. Haha, this kid is finally defeated. Finally defeated. This time it can't be wrong, right? Seeing this scene, Wuxia started laughing excitedly. Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. The pressure that Yi Yuan brought to them was too great. Overcoming all difficulties along the way, he actually already killed his way to the 13th round. Especially D-Fan, he cleared until the 9th round in one go. He was deeply aware of how great the disparity between each round was. One could say that the difficulty rose geometrically. But Yi Yuan actually cleared 4 more rounds than him. This disparity was too big. Each time Yi Yuan cleared a round, it was like his heart had an additional large mountain. Extremely heavy. Now, seeing Yi Yuan get defeated, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. But very soon, their expressions turned stiff on their faces. How is this possible? Batu said in alarm. In the projection, the woman's figure gradually dissipated. This was the hallmark of being killed. It was clear that woman should have one. How? How was she killed? D-Fan said with a puzzled look. In the space, the cold woman's figure condensed once again. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. You're a madman, the woman said coldly. Yi Yuan's state was somewhat miserable. Even though he already revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, the recovery speed clearly could not quite catch up to the speed of the power of Law's destruction. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Yuan smiled tragically and said, but I won, no? Furthermore, I comprehended it. Earlier, when Yi Yuan was pushed to the limit, the initial stage first-layered heaven spatial laws finally reached the realm of grand completion. In that instant, Yi Yuan finally broke through the ice domain's ceiling, his figure traversing through space bizarrely, killing the woman first. However, the woman's sword clear like frost was also not for show. Under that small distance, it still pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen. The final outcome was that Yi Yuan was injured, while the cold woman died. The cold-looking woman's beautiful eyes swiveled and she said indifferently, you won. Go to the next round then. You comprehended spatial laws, those few people at the back are all not your match anymore. However, the final round's Zhengjian is known as Purple Extreme Sex history's strongest. You need to be careful. It's said that he's the same as you, also a madman. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern. To be able to make the cold woman so solemn, he was definitely formidable to the extreme. One had to know that this woman's talent was absolutely rare in the world. Being able to comprehend Sword Dao laws and ice laws to the third-layered heaven at half-step origin deity realm, and merge into one, this was absolutely not what the average person could accomplish. After Yi Yuan came to the heavenspan world, he had also seen quite a few so-called geniuses. He had never encountered any capable of merging the power of laws before. Among the people who came this time, he did not know if there were anyone who could fuse together the power of laws. But Yi Yuan reckoned that there should be no one able to make it to this 13th round. It seemed like he really had to be a little careful with this Zhang Jian. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, many thanks, I'll be careful. The cold woman nodded slightly and directly transported Yi Yuan away. In the array formation, Yi Yuan's injuries and divine essence were rapidly recovering.
What a powerful array formation to actually be even more powerful than ordinary medicinal pills. This purple extreme sex strength back then was likely extraordinary.
Feeling the rapidly recovering injuries, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion.
Phantom kill coupled with spatial laws, the power is indeed extraordinary.
This sword art already can't be called phantom kill anymore. What to call it?
This move's mystery lies in its unpredictableness, making the opponent unable to grasp it. Why not call it Misty Sword Art then? Yi Yuan muttered to himself.
Currently, among Yi Yuan's sword arts, it already contained quite a few spatial powers of laws.
The original Phantom Kill move already changed flavors.
This was a move that fused sword Dao laws and spatial laws, similar to that of the cold woman's sword Clear like Frost.
With the addition of spatial laws, Yi Yuan's sword move became even more erratic and elusive. Hence, Yi Yuan naming this new move as Misty Sword Art was rather appropriate.
Sure enough, as the woman predicted, battling against the few guardians after her, Yi Yuan was unimpeded all the way. When he finished off the 17th guardian, all of the geniuses outside were all dumbfounded. Fan only felt that his mouth was somewhat dry. This Yi Yuan's strength was actually powerful to such a degree.
He made it to the 9th round, Yi Yuan made it to the 18th round. The disparity between him and a grand completion fiend general was actually as many as 9 people?
These 9 people were not merely as simple as doubling. These 9 people at the back, their strength were much stronger compared to the first 9 people. I really don't know just what aspect this guy is strong in. I really want to have a good fight with him when he comes out. Batu's heart was unbearably itchy. He was really somewhat doubting whether or not Yi Yuan's opponents were really the same as theirs. Especially that battle where he won against the cold-looking woman. Everyone clearly saw that the woman pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen with a sword. But why was the one who won in the end Yi Yuan? It's the final battle. What the result will be, it will be known very soon, Fan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at this man dressed in black in front of him, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Although the woman was strong, she completely did not give him this kind of powerful sense of oppression. Before seeing Zhang Jian, Yi Yuan also could not imagine that a half-step origin deity martial artist would bring him such a strong pressure.
Humph!
Those trash actually let a weakling like you make it to my place, Zhang Jian said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. A weakling. Is it? The 17 rounds guardians earlier, all of them were amazingly talented people. Reaching Zhang Jian here, he actually became trash. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "They all said that you're a madman. I didn't expect that. You're a condescending madman." Zhang Jian was indifferent and still said coldly, "Not that I'm condescending, but you're not fit to enter my eyes at all. I'm invincible in the same rank. You, a mere grand completion heaven glimpse. What right do you have to enter my arcane sights?"
Zhang Jian's arrogance billowed to the heavens, completely looking down on Yi Yuan.
In his eyes, he had no opponents in the same realm, let alone that Yi Yuan's realm was even a rank lower than his. It was just that these words were somewhat funny in Yi Yuan's ears.
Invincible in the same realm, this kind of words even he did not dare to say. This Zhang Jian actually uttered it shamelessly. The heaven-span world was vast, geniuses as plentiful as oxen hair. Who dared to say that they were invincible in the same rank?
He believed that Zhang Jian was definitely a tough character. But to be able to say this kind of words, he was no longer confident, but conceited. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Sorry about it. All along, I have never encountered a match in the same rank too. Zhang Jian said disdainfully, Is that so? You're very confident. Then I'll utterly destroy your confidence today.
Let you know the disparity between genius and mediocrity.
Come on. I'm looking forward to it, Nyos. Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the tone to express his disdain. He disliked this so-called strongest person greatly.
Zhang Jian had a character unmovable like a mountain. Yi Yuan's provocation did not make him get angry.
Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows raised up. Zhang Jian's aura actually fell, finally suppressing at grand completion heaven glimpse. exactly the same as Yi Yuan's.
You're very surprised? Zhang Jian said indifferently. Yi Yuan nodded his head honestly and said, indeed a little surprised.
Zhang Jian said, I said before, invincible in the same realm. Still using half-step origin deity to deal with you, what difference is there from me and those trash? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, all right, as long as you're happy.
Yi Yuan discovered that there was no way to communicate with this arrogant guy at all.
At the outside world, a group of people looked at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied, full of puzzlement.
Fuck me, is this guy retarded?
To actually suppress his realm to deal with Source Knight.
This guy is too cocky.
This is a typical case of looking for trouble. In a while, see how he dies. Even though Defan and Batu, they all felt that Yi Yuan should not make it to this step. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, they had no objections.
Seeing Zhang Jian actually suppress his realm to deal with Yi Yuan, they also felt incredulous. Toward the other people's view, they also expressed their agreement.
While at this time, 2 short swords appeared in Zhang Jian's hands like a magic trick. His entire person immediately revealed his edge.
The swift and fierce aura coming from head-on also made Yi Yuan's countenance change visibly. While this guy was arrogant, his strength was definitely indisputable.
Even though the other party suppressed his realm, Yi Yuan did not dare to underestimate it either.
Within 10 moves, send you on your way.
Understanding sword art. Release. Zhang Jian gave a low cry, his entire person dashing out akin to a cheetah, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in virtually a blink of an eye. 2 short swords, one sliced towards Yi Yuan's throat, one stabbed straight for Yi Yuan's abdomen. The cooperation seamless. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the evil extermination sword shooting out strangely. Misty sword art.
Zhang Jian only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's long sword actually reached first despite launching later and already arrived in front of his face.
This shock was by no means insignificant. He immediately changed moves, sweeping away Yi Yuan's sword. But this alteration of move lost the initiative. An inch short, an inch of peril. The secret of short swords lied in close-quarters combat. But Yi Yuan relied on the length of his sword and directly suppressed Zhang Jian. Exchanging a move, Zhang Jian was very aggrieved. Lad, it turns out that you comprehended spatial laws. No wonder you're so cocky. It's a shame, your spatial laws are too shallow. Zhang Jian gave a cold cry, pouncing forward once more. This time, Zhang Jian's speed was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, instantly seeing through Zhang Jian's actual situation.
Short sword laws grand completion 3rd layered heaven and integrated grand completion 3rd layered heaven laws of wind.
Furthermore, Zhang Jian's short swords seemed to still have some secrets that he did not see through. Clank.
Clank. Clank.
Facing such an expert, Yi Yuan did not dare to hide his strength.
The 2 short swords were erratic like his evil extermination sword. A moment of carelessness and it would be fatal.
But in the same rank, Yi Yuan really did not fear Zhang Jian.
For Yi Yuan to be able to jump realms in battle, what he relied on was not just law's comprehension, there was also his thick divine essence. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence made his martial techniques inherently incomparably heavy. It had the effect of augmenting his martial technique itself.
Hence, for Zhang Jian to want to suppress Yi Yuan under the same realm, it was a very laughable thing. Zhang Jian discovered this point very quickly. No matter how quick his movement technique was, he could only merely catch up to Yi Yuan's speed.
He discovered to his dismay that under the same realm he could not do anything to the other party at all.
The 2 people were evenly matched. Clank. The 2 people separated from the clash. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Jian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "It's already been 80 moves. Boasted too big. Right? This is the invincibility in the same realm that you boasted earlier." Zhang Jian's face was extremely dark, but he did not know how to refute Yi Yuan's words.
This was still the first time in his life not gaining any advantage under the same realm.
This kid opposite was powerful beyond imagination.
Although unwilling to admit it, he really did boast too much earlier.
Looks like I really underestimated you. Kid, you have the qualifications to be my opponent.
However, you also successfully infuriated me. Now, I'll use my full power to fight. Zhang Jian said in a cold voice.
Yi Yuan grinned and said, Most welcomed. Ha ha ha, this last round's guardian is really amusing. To actually overestimate his own ability and suppress his realm. Now, he knows Yi Yuan's prowess, right? This is purely being bored and looking for trouble. Being able to make it to the 18th level, can one's strength be poor? Heh, he seems to look down on Source Knight a lot. With this, his face is smacked resoundingly, right?
Although they could not hear the conversation inside the space, from the general look, one could still infer Zheng Jian's attitude.
That arrogant and condescension, one could distinctly feel it even through the projection. Although these geniuses outside disliked Yi Yuan a lot, for Yi Yuan to be able to make it to the 18th round, at any rate he represented them.
Zheng Jian could defeat Yi Yuan, even kill Yi Yuan, but could not look down on him.
This was slapping all of their faces. Under this kind of strange psychological influence, seeing Zheng Jian get smacked in the face by Yi Yuan, he felt very liberated instead.
Source Knight's situation likely isn't good anymore. This 18th round's guardian is indeed powerful. He's not what those people previously could compare to at all, Batu suddenly said.
Regarding this, D-Fan clearly also quite agreed and said with a nod. If my conjectures are right, Source Knight probably already did his best just now, while this guardian still suppressed his realm. Batu said with vicissitudes of emotion. I really want to enter the place personally and watch this fight. This is absolutely the pinnacle battle of Fiend General Realm. Recovering to half-step origin deity realm, Zheng Jian's entire person gave off an erratic aura.
Ready to die? Zheng Jian gave a cold laugh, his figure gradually becoming blurry. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The misty sword art suddenly unleashed, his entire person similarly vanishing in place.
The two people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Clank, clank, clank. In the void, metal clashed. Streaks of cold light flashed by from time to time. Two people, one was spatial laws, one was the law of wind. Their movement techniques were both extremely strange.
After Zheng Jian recovered to half-step origin deity, his entire person's strength immediately soared a great deal. To experts like them, the impact of a minor realm was seriously too great.
So fast.
Totally can't capture their figures. Turns out that this is their true strength.
Too terrifying.
Even though I can sense the law undulations, they can insta-kill me by just relying on this movement technique.
I really want to know just who has the upper hand right now. At the outside world, those geniuses could not see Yi Yuan duo's battle at all. They could only occasionally catch traces of blurry figures.
Such a battle made them incomparably stifled.
The same Fiend General Realm, the strength was simply a world of difference. Batu and D-Fan both had solemn faces. Only all the way until this moment were they now convinced that Yi Yuan's strength was really not what they could compare to.
The fights previously, Yi Yuan utilizing spatial laws tend to be just that one instant.
But now, Yi Yuan virtually operated spatial laws to the limit, his entire person seemingly shuttling through the void.
The eminent Orchid's 6 sons could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed at all. I understand.
Source Knight integrated other powers of laws in his Sword Dao laws. That's why we couldn't see through the mystery. Batu suddenly cried out, having a sudden realization.
But straight away his brows furrowed together again and he racked his brain hard and said, but what kind of law is it?
Law of wind.
It's spatial law. D-Fan suddenly spoke up.
Batu's gaze turned intent and he immediately retorted, Impossible! Spatial laws are one of the 2 great paramount laws.
How can he possibly comprehend it?
D-Fan gave him a glance and said coolly, You look closely, Source Knight's movement technique disappears and reappears again, not leaving traces, just like traversing through the void. Only spatial laws can do it to this extent. That Guardian's movement technique is also extremely fast. Even though his traces are erratic, there are still traces that can be followed. It should be the law of wind.
D-Fan's vision was very sharp. 2 mighty experts' showdown forced himself to the limit, finally letting him see through a trace of inkling.
Batu looked carefully. Sure enough, it was as D-Fan said.
Although the 2 people's figures were unable to be captured, looking closely, they were indeed slightly different.
This shock was by no means insignificant. How is this possible? This guy is also too freakish, right? Batu sucked in a cold breath and said. D-Fan's expression was likewise very solemn and he said, This can explain why he could defeat those guardians previously.
His sword looks plain and ordinary. Actually, it's just that our naked eye can't capture it. His sword has actually already passed through the void and killed his opponent.
No wonder. No wonder.
Actually, dealing with those people earlier with his strength was originally very easy. It's just that he wanted to borrow his opponents to practice the sword.
Hiss. Batu suddenly felt that this world was filled with malice. How could there be such a freakish existence to actually be able to comprehend spatial laws? Right then, the two people's battle in the projection came to an abrupt halt, revealing their figures.
Everyone's faces changed.
Source Knight lost. As expected, his realm is at too much of a disadvantage.
But being able to do it to this step, he's already very incredible. A freak who comprehended spatial laws, his future accomplishments are limitless. In the projection, Yi Yuan's breathing was chaotic. He was covered with injuries all over. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight.
On the other hand, Zhang Jian was completely unscathed. This battle did not seem to have any suspense.
You lost. I admit that you're very decent. Being able to force me to use 80% power, you can be sufficiently proud, Zhang Jian said coldly.
Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, 80% power, is it?
Why don't
you try using 100% of your power? Yi Yuan did not doubt Zhang Jian's words. Such an arrogant person would not stoop to lying. Zhang Jian's brows furrowed and he said, no need. As the round guardian, as long as you can win 80% of my power, it's considered successfully clearing the round. However, you can't do it. Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, if I insist on making you use 100% of your power? Zhang Jian's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, in that case, you'll die.
Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he was already very clear.
In the battle just now, Yi Yuan already unleashed all of his skill and used Daybreak and the Misty Sword art at the same time, but was unable to break through Zhang Jian's sword net at all. Zhang Jian's power of laws was too powerful and his realm was also higher than Yi Yuan's. This was practically a certain defeat scenario. Heh, if you can kill me, feel free to bring it on. Use 100% of your power. Let me take a look at just how formidable you, the proclaimed strongest disciple in the Purple Extreme Sect's history, are. Zhang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, have you thought it through?
Yi Yuan swung his sword horizontally and said coolly, thought it through.
Zhang Jian nodded slightly and said, many geniuses all die being presumptuous. Clearly, you're the same too.
Since you seek death wholeheartedly then, I'll see you off.
After done talking, Zhang Jian displayed his stance. The aura on his body suddenly changed.
Understanding sword art.
Understanding strike, Zhang Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he blurted out, selfless realm. Amen?
What's going on?
This Source Knight actually still isn't admitting defeat.
They still want to fight again.
Could it be that Source Knight still has some trump card? You all look at the Guardian's state. It seems to be a bit off. The current Zhang Jian entered a kind of mysterious state. Yi Yuan was too familiar with this state. It was precisely the selfless realm that he had entered twice.
A dangerous aura hit him head-on, making Yi Yuan feel a chill run down his spine. No wonder he dares to claim to be invincible in the same realm. He can actually enter the selfless realm at any time. Yi Yuan exclaimed. But at this time, Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. This isn't the perfect state selfless realm. It's just a critical state between the selfless realm and reality. Furthermore, this state is only applicable to battles. It can let the martial artist unleash strength beyond normal levels when fighting. Hiss.
Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath, not expecting that there was still such a martial technique. This is his 100% combat power?
Indeed powerful, Yi Yuan muttered.
This move is developed by experiencing endless tempering before one can fuse a trace of heavenly Tao into their own heart realm. It has to be someone with great fortitude to achieve it. This person was definitely a powerhouse whose fame shook a region when he was alive, Dustless said. Even with Dustless's high standards, he viewed Zhang Jian in a different light too.
Although this person's talent in martial arts could not compare to Yi Yuan's, it was also not far away. It came
so fast. Yi Yuan was alarmed inwardly. Zhang Jian turned into an afterimage, charging over towards him.
Two short swords resembled two sharp fangs, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws and charging over towards Yi Yuan.
Origin magnetic field. Open. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. The misty sword art was displayed once more. At the same time, a powerful gravitational field instantly descended. This came suddenly. Zhang Jian's figure suddenly stopped, becoming much slower all of a sudden.
Clank, clank, clank. The two people exchanged several dozen sword moves. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Swish!
Zhang Jian's short sword suddenly accelerated, slashing a wound on Yi Yuan's arm. Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively, but Zhang Jian was unrelenting, following after.
The origin magnetic field that had never failed actually only had an effect for one breath, and it was cracked by Zhang Jian. His sharp sword light directly tore a gap in the origin magnetic field, slicing the force field into pieces.
Zhang Jian's power of laws was too strong, far from what the current Yi Yuan could compare to. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
Yi Yuan exhausted all of his strength, his figure shuttling through space nonstop, and could only barely protect his vital areas.
But the wounds on his body were increasing continuously. Zhang Jian, who was under the state of the selfless realm, was too strong.
That kind of battle instinct was virtually unleashed by him to the limit.
This had an all-round increase to his combat strength. This kind of feeling was like when Yi Yuan dealt with the clone back then. After he entered the selfless realm, the clone completely became the target to trample on in front of him.
So strong.
That guardian is simply akin to a different person than from before. What in the world happened? Clearly still the same sword art, same movement technique, but why is it so strong? Batu said in horror. In this place, those who could slightly observe the two people's battle traces were just the eminent Orchid Six Sons.
Batu, they all watched the projection with unmoving eyes, not daring to miss anything.
Because as long as they were distracted momentarily, they would not be able to keep up with the two people's tempo anymore. But he could feel that Zhang Jian's strength suddenly soared, becoming a fighting madman. Yi Yuan's situation was becoming worse and worse. Di Fan also watched very close and said in a solemn voice, "He seems to have entered a kind of strange state. Seems like
the selfless realm." Batu's expression changed and he said in shock, "Selfless realm?
This isn't possible, right?"
The selfless realm can be encountered but cannot be hoped for. Can one casually enter it?
Di Fan's expression was solemn as he said, "Selfless realm naturally can't be casually entered. But I heard that going through special training, one can train fighting instinct to a critical state.
Under this critical state, it practically has the effect of selfless realm and can magnify one's strength infinitely. Most likely, that guardian is in this state."
Batu was dumbfounded with shock when he heard and said in alarm, "There's actually still such a thing?
If?
No if."
Disregarding that the people who know this kind of training method are extremely few, just this training's terror is what ordinary people can't bear at all. Out of 1,000 people, it's already very impressive to have one survive.
This round guardian must have been a madman back then too. Di Fan interrupted Batu's words and said solemnly,
"Hiss." Batu drew a cold breath when he heard. This kind of training method was truly too terrifying.
"Looks like Source Knight is somewhat in danger. Now, even if he wants to stop, it likely won't work anymore too," Batu said emotionally. The pangs of sharp pain coming from his body made Yi Yuan even more awake instead. "Selfless realm, is it? Why don't I give it a try too?" Yi Yuan had the experience of entering selfless realm twice before. There was also nearly entering selfless realm one time. A genius who understood the selfless realm more than him, one probably could not find a second one in this world. Now he was forced by Zhang Jian to the limits. Even the origin magnetic field was instantly disintegrated. The only method he could think of to resolve it was to enter the selfless realm. But selfless realm could not be entered at will. Entering the selfless realm required very harsh timings.
The last time, Yi Yuan only narrowly entered selfless realm under the state of imminent death.
At this time, Yi Yuan completely opened up his mind, carefully savoring the state of entering selfless realm the last 2 times.
This way he would not be able to focus fully on dealing with Zheng Jian's attacks. The injuries on his body became more and more concentrated.
Heavenly Tao. Selfless realm was conforming to heavenly Tao.
How could it only conform to heavenly Tao? Yi Yuan emptied himself, adjusting his state of mind bit by bit under this kind of extreme state.
Source Knight can't hold on anymore. Within 100 moves, life and death will likely be decided. D-Fan's words carried some melancholy.
After all, Source Knight's talent broadened their horizons.
He did not expect that Yi Yuan screwed himself over.
100 moves sounded a lot, but to Yi Yuan and Zheng Jian it was merely several breaths of time. Their attacks were too quick, swift to the point where ordinary people could not catch it at all. "You're dead." Zheng Jian's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounding in Yi Yuan's ear.
Although he was in a critical state, he still retained his consciousness.
This voice was announcing Yi Yuan's death.
Zhang Jian's short sword was akin to a bolt of lightning, stabbing toward Yi Yuan's heart. Swish!
Zheng Jian only felt pain on his body. He was actually hurt. Zheng Jian's heart sunk. This was Yi Yuan's first time striking his body. His certain kill blow was actually dodged by Yi Yuan, and he even left behind a scar on his body.
Zhang Jian suddenly felt something in his heart, his gaze revealing great astonishment. Selfless realm. When the fake selfless realm ran into the real selfless realm, the result was tragic. Zhang Jian discovered to his dismay that his short swords could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves anymore. On the contrary, Yi Yuan caused considerable damage to him from time to time.
Under Yi Yuan's persecution, it was hard for Zheng Jian to maintain the state of understanding strike anymore. Under this trade-off, their position directly reversed. At the outside world, when the group of geniuses saw the scene, they immediately felt baffled.
It's not right. D-Fan, the two of them have long exchanged 100 moves already. Why hasn't the victor been decided yet? D-Fan? D-Fan.
Batu turned around to look at D-Fan, but he discovered that D-Fan had his eyes glued to the projection, shock written all over his eyes. "Hey, what in the world happened?" Batu nudged D-Fan. D-Fan abruptly startled awake and said with shock, "Selfless realm." Batu said in puzzlement, "I know that it's the selfless realm, didn't you say it just now that Guardian is in a critical state?"
D-Fan said, "It's the true selfless realm."
"That Source Knight he entered selfless realm."
"What? Got to be kidding.
Is selfless realm so easy to enter?" Batu jumped up all at once, yelling at the top of his voice.
When the others heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions, all staring at D-Fan, wanting to hear his explanation.
Among these people, only D-Fan's strength could see through some clue.
Same moves, same realm, everything hasn't changed. But Source Knight is now completely crushing the Guardian. Only the selfless realm can accomplish this, D-Fan said in shock.
Apart from selfless realm, he seriously could not think of other possibilities.
Selfless realm.
This Source Knight's talent is truly a bit too freakish, right? His talent in alchemy is already extreme heaven-defying.
Even a group of Fiend Lord powerhouses are very respectful towards him. Didn't expect that he's actually so freakish in martial arts too. Does he still want people to live? When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. When you compare people, people have to die.
This guy really doesn't give people a way out.
It's said that as long as one enters the selfless realm, stepping into Fiend Lord realm is virtually a sure bet. Really envious of him. The group of geniuses either gasped in admiration or envied. They were all existences with many admirers around them in each capital city. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were like goods on a roadside stall.
This kind of strong contrast made them very uncomfortable.
Even facing the eminent Orchid Six Sons, they also did not feel that they were too lofty beyond reach.
But now they had a feeling that even if they worked hard for all their lives, they could not see the back of Yi Yuan's feet too.
This feeling of setback truly made people despair.
If let them know that it was already Yi Yuan's third time entering Selfless Realm, no idea how they would feel about it. Under Selfless Realm, Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wounds on Zheng Jian's body became more and more. Finally, he had his head pierced by Yi Yuan with one sword.
Death. When Zhang Jian's body condensed and formed once more, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with were full of shock. He who was undefeatable back then was actually defeated by a grand completion fiend general millions of years later. This was an utter defeat. He could not even find an iota of reason to defend himself.
At this time, he felt that the arrogant remarks he said to Yi Yuan previously seemed so ridiculous.
Invincible in the same realm? He was leapfrogged and defeated by someone. Yi Yuan had yet to recover from the state of selfless realm. The Yi Yuan under selfless realm state finally thoroughly mastered the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's third-level cultivation method. He was going to start breaking through. Rumble. The entire hall was quaking. The commotion caused by Yi Yuan's breakthrough was truly too great. Suddenly, Fan's expression changed.
Hang on this.
This aura. It's human. Yi Yuan could use the Chaos Heavenspan Canon to imitate fiend essence. But when breaking through, he must recover to the human race state.
His Chaos Divine Essence was many levels higher than Fiend Essence. It was impossible to break through according to the method of Fiend Essence. Hence, at this time, Yi Yuan finally recovered to the state of a human. Yi Yuan's breakthrough aura broke the fetters of space, transmitting into the hall. Fan finally saw through a trace of inkling. How is this possible? This Source Knight is actually a human. This is impossible. How can a human disguise so flawlessly? There were so many Fiend Lord powerhouses outside. Could it be that not one of them saw through it? This is too terrifying. This guy toyed with all of us fiends in the palm of his hand. The others also detected the abnormality, all incomparably shocked.
They were truly unable to imagine that a human could actually disguise as a fiend so perfectly. Swoosh! 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 Just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, beams of light fell down in the hall. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes and they disappeared from the hall. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch! My butt! Wails sounded everywhere. They were actually directly transported out of the ancient ruins. A group of fiend lords looked at the geniuses who fell to the ground rather surprisedly, not understanding what had happened. Fan, what's going on?
You all failed the rounds. The Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall envoy directly found Fan and asked.
But Fan did not answer him right away, but looked around, seemingly looking for some figure. The Blood Yama Hall's envoy frowned and said unhappily, Fan, what are you looking at? Fan scanned around and indeed did not discover Yi Yuan's figure, and could not help revealing a disappointed look. He let out a sigh and said, Something big happened. Where's Elder Dien? Right then, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Dien's figure appeared. Fan, what happened? Dien said. Fan's expression was solemn, recounting the events that happened inside the ruins.
When the group of fiend lords heard, each and every one of them revealed great astonishment. Especially Yi Han, her expression became incomparably pale. What did you say?
Source Knight, he is a human? That's impossible. An old man gripped Fan's arm, nearly crushing his bones. Arg! Let go of me. Fan wailed miserably. When the Blood Yama Hall's envoy saw that the old man actually became violent, he could not help saying in a great rage, Insolence!
Let him go! Heavenstar glared fiercely and shouted, Get lost!
The strength of Fiend Lord Ninth-Layered Heaven suddenly erupted, giving everyone a big fright. Fiend Lord Ninth-Layered Heaven. Who is he? Everyone exclaimed. Brat. Tell me that what you said earlier is nonsense. Heavenstar said in a cold voice. Fan's face was contorted in pain and could not even speak. At this time, Batu hurriedly came forward and said, Your Excellency, Fan, he didn't lie. So many of us saw it with our own eyes.
If not for that Source Knight breaking through realm and could no longer conceal it, we'd still be kept in the dark.
Yeah, Your Excellency. We all thought that he was a fiend. But at the final juncture, he broke through to Origin Deity Realm, revealing the aura of a human. Otherwise, we'd still be unaware until now. Another person spoke up. Heavenstar knew that he was likely really deceived. So angry.
The Blood Yama Hall went through great pains and expended countless material things to actually benefit a human?
Dien and Heavenstar exchanged a glance, virtually about to break down. Suddenly, Heavenstar's gaze turned to look at D-Fan and said viciously, "You said that he's currently breaking through right now?" D-Fan nodded and said, "That's right. He entered the selfless realm and directly broke through the human race's origin deity realm bottleneck. That's how the clue appeared." When Heavenstar heard this, he seethed with killing intent and said, "What a terrific human race, lad, to actually dare toy with this old man in the palm of your hand. This old man will see how you see." Finished talking, Heavenstar directly took out several dozen soul-refining lamps and started casting the Blood Soul curse. Inside the ancient ruins, Dustless suddenly felt something, a hint of a sneer revealing at the corners of his mouth. The soul-suppressing pearl came out of the body and suspended above Yi Yuan's head, emitting a dark red light. Heh! Looks like those fiends know about Yi Yuan's human race identity already. That old punk actually still dares to cast the Blood Soul curse, simply seeking death. "Don't need to hold back any more this time, let you eat a big loss?" Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan was currently fully focused on breaking through realm and was completely oblivious toward this. On the soul-suppressing pearl, the dark red light became stronger and stronger, gradually forming a vortex, absorbing soul force crazily. Previously, Dustless was afraid of Heavenstar detecting and intentionally exercised restraint. But now, since the other party already discovered it, he naturally would not be overcautious anymore. Heavenstar activating the Blood Soul curse was initially because he was in a great rage and wanted to put Yi Yuan to death. But he discovered something wrong very quickly. His soul force actually poured out frenziedly involuntarily, as if being pumped out by someone to draw water. Heavenstar was greatly shocked in his heart and wanted to stop the Blood Soul curse. But he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. Inside the array formation, Heavenstar surged with vitality, looking incomparably fearsome. Quite a few fiend lords and geniuses were all exclaiming with regards to Heavenstar's powerful strength, and did not discover the slightest bit of abnormality. Such a powerful soul force. This lord's strength is likely also in the upper echelons in the Bloodyama Hall, right? TSK. I wonder what curse this lord activated. Most likely, at this time, that Source Knight is feeling very awful, right? Humph. He actually dared to toy with all of us in the palm of his hand. Serves him right to be cursed to death by his excellency. Heavenstar was shouting frantically in his heart. But he was currently already brought into the gutter and could not even shout. One had to know that his opponent was an Empyrean spirit treasure. Heavenstar's face revealed a savage look. At this rate, his entire person would be sucked dry. Amen? Dian's brows furrowed, finally discovering something amiss. Bang! 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 His fingers flicked. Several dozen streams of light fired out, directly shattering those soul-refining lamps into pieces. Woo woo woo. Countless ghostly wails reverberated inside this valley, incomparably shrill and forlorn. Noisy. Dian flicked his sleeves grandly, directly killing all of those fierce ghosts. Poo work. Heavenstar directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person seemed to have had a great illness, feeble to the extreme. Dian looked at Heavenstar and said with slightly furrowed brows, "What happened?" Heavenstar said weakly, "D don't know. The other party is like a black hole, continuously devouring my soul force. Couldn't stop even if I wanted to. If you didn't make a move, my fiend soul would likely be directly sucked dry." Dian's expression was slightly dark. To be able to suck a fiend lord 9th layered heaven powerhouse's fiend soul dry. How formidable the strength did this require? This brat is peculiar. Most likely there is quite a bit of secret on him. No wonder he could hide from all of us, Dian said. Heavenstar nodded his head feebly and said, "I was utterly played by this brat. Probably he didn't get hit by the Blood Soul curse at all. No wonder when I cast the spell back then it would expend large amounts of soul force each time." Heavenstar recalled the situation at that time and discovered that he was probably fooled right from the start. At the thought that even the profound yellow cauldron was cheated by Yi Yuan, Heavenstar's heart was dripping blood. This trip was really a double loss. Dian's brows furrowed and he said in a clear voice, "All disperse. Ihan, you stay." Ihan's expression became fearful, knowing that this calamity likely could not be escaped.
The other hall masters knew that they could not poke the bull at this time, all taking their leave, leaving behind just Ihan alone.
Ihan, the matter was caused by you. Now I'll give you a chance to make amends. Guard here. When that punk comes out, you can only leave after catching him. Understood. Dien said solemnly.
Ihan hurriedly said, Lord Dien, rest assured.
Even if Ihan needs to watch until the seas dry up and rocks decay, I'll capture this brat. Dien nodded his head and said to Heavenstar, let's go back. The secrets on this kid's body might be even more valuable than these ancient ruins.
As long as we catch him, everything can be discussed. In order to make provisions for contingencies, I'll send someone else here and lend you a helping hand. Ihan bowed and said, Yes, Your Excellency.
Breaking through to Origin Deity Realm made him have a feeling of peerlessness.
At this time, Yi Yuan's divine sea expanded more than 100 times from before. It was just that inside the Dantian space, it did not seem like a sea,
but like
a region of starch paste.
Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he communicated with Dustless. Senior, is my direction wrong? Why has the divine essence in my divine sea already almost became a pile of starch paste? Yi Yuan discovered that even though his divine essence was incomparably thick, it became stickier and stickier, completely different from ordinary people's divine essence.
Dustless said this. You're walking a path that predecessors have never walked before. It's not easy for me to judge, but your situation I've indeed never seen before. However, when you created the cultivation method, it could trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon and resonance of the heavenspan mountain.
Presumably, this direction wouldn't be wrong. Yi Yuan could not figure out after racking his brains and was very depressed in his heart.
His cultivation method was completely derived according to his understanding of the lesser heavenspan mountain.
That was a logical derivation.
But Yi Yuan's cultivation method clearly contravened common sense and was vastly different from ordinary people. This unwittingly made him somewhat lose confidence.
Because origin deity to divine lord was an extremely huge chasm. If the cultivation method that he derived was wrong and he was unable to open up a small world, then all of his efforts would turn to naught.
This was a very crucial step. Even Yi Yuan could not avoid thinking in terms of gains and losses. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Forget it, a shot arrow cannot be recalled. If I'm really unable to break through to Divine Lord Realm, we'll talk again at that time.
Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that Zhang Jian was using a very shocked gaze to look at him.
You won.
Congratulations. You can obtain the Purple Extreme Hall's true inheritance, Zhang Jian said, somewhat lost in deep reverie. His pride was trampled to the ground by Yi Yuan today.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks, Senior Zheng.
Zhang Jian hesitated for a moment and said, How did you do it?
Yi Yuan froze for a moment before realizing that what Zhang Jian was referring to was selfless realm and said with a smile, That's nothing. Before this, I've already entered it twice before. So,
there's some experience. Zhang Jian was speechless. Even if trampling others, people should not be trampled like this. This was trampling completely, and then still driving a roller to crush a few more times. Zhang Jian felt that his worldview was collapsing. When did the selfless realm become a cabbage, easily found?
Back then, in order to master the understanding strike, he had narrowly escaped death no idea how many times, but never entered the state of selfless state once before.
But he entered 3 times. 3 times. Selfless realm, entering once was a massive jackpot. This guy actually entered 3 times. Furthermore, it seemed like there was a trend of becoming smoother and smoother. Was this still humanly possible? Zhang Jian felt that he was simply a joke. That joke that transmigrated through time and space. Genius?
In front of this guy before his eyes, the word genius was so laughable.
After a long time, Zhang Jian suddenly changed his face and was no longer arrogant and no longer considered everyone and everybody beneath his notice, just like a wise man who had seen through worldly affairs. Looks like I indeed had a limited outlook. Your talent is unprecedented since time immemorial.
I'm already submerged in the long river of history while you're destined to give off brilliance. Go on.
At this moment, Zhang Jian actually smiled. That 10,000-year-old corpse face actually revealed a smile.
That was a smile of relief. He seemed to have understood something. Then his figure gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred and he arrived in the hall once more. The current hall already switched scenes. Those arenas had all disappeared, appearing much more empty.
Congratulations on your success in challenging the Purple Extreme Sect's 18 geniuses. Becoming the Purple Extreme Sect's successor. Your reward.
Is this hall? The old voice sounded out once more, making Yi Yuan very surprised.
Wasn't it said that every 6 rounds had a reward? Why did it become this hall?
Yi Yuan had a strange look as he said, "This hall? I can't move it away too. Want it for what?"
Who said that the hall can't be moved? This hall itself is a spatial flying-type true god mystic treasure. Can be big or small. When big, it can become a magnificent palace. When small, it can become a grain of dust. Can even travel as far as hundreds of millions of miles in a day. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to have sufficient divine essence stones. A thin and bony old man's phantom appeared and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "So incredible?" The old man snorted coldly and said, "More than incredible. Back then, my Purple Extreme Sect devoted the entire sect's power to forge this true god mystic treasure, wanting to immortalize our legacy. There are extremely powerful killing arrays inside this hall. As long as you have sufficient divine essence stones, even eradicating true gods can be done." It sounded
very impressive. Eradicating true gods, thinking about it made people excited. TSK, I seem to have picked up a treasure, Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. The old man said, "I'm running out of time. Now, I'll impart you the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. You have to cultivate well and bring my Purple Extreme Sect to greater heights."
Yi Yuan froze for a moment and said, "Cultivation method? No need. My cultivation method is pretty good. I don't plan on changing cultivation methods."
Got to be joking? Supreme cultivation method?
In front of the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, it was nothing. When the old man heard that, he said in sullen anger, "You obtained my Purple Extreme Sect's inheritance. You must cultivate the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. Otherwise, I'll blot you out."
Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. This old man was also too unreasonable, right?
After a pause, the old man continued, "Furthermore, cultivating the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is also saving yourself. There are 3 Fiend Lord powerhouses standing guard outside. If you don't cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, you won't be able to refine the Purple Extreme Hall. When this old man dies, the Purple Extreme Hall's array formation will dissipate and they will rush in." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart turned cold and he immediately changed expressions and said, "Then still waiting for what? Come on." The old man smiled slightly and took his time to say, "The Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is divided into a total of 6 levels. It can help you cultivate all the way to True God 9th Layered Heaven, even the realm of half-step Heavenly Empyrean, the pinnacle-most existence among Grade 6 Divine Tao cultivation methods. As long as you cultivate this cultivation method's first level, you'll be able to refine the Spirit Source Crystal Soul. Except the speed will be very slow. As long as you refine a part of it, you can control the Grand Array and stop those Fiend Lords from entering." While talking, a milky white crystal appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said, "Which is to say that the higher level I cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the faster the speed of refining the Spirit Source Crystal Soul, right?" The old man said yes. "But the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is extensive and profound. Within a short time." The old man had not finished talking and was cut off by Yi Yuan, then still waiting for what? "Bring out the first 3 levels for me." The old man choked and said, "Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Your foundation needs to be solid, otherwise." Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "I say, senior, did you say that time is limited? Can you hurry up or not?" The old man choked again, but this time he still brought out the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. However, just the first level cultivation method. Countless divine inscriptions appeared in front of Yi Yuan, making people blurry-eyed. However, Yi Yuan just swept a glance and said coolly, "Where's the second level cultivation method?" The old man still took his time to say, "Young man, you only browsed over it once and want to cultivate the second level cultivation method? Better not to reach beyond your grasp." Why did this old man have so much bullshit? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him and started revolving according to the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra's method. Purple light radiated on Yi Yuan's body, dazzling to the extreme. It was precisely the hallmark of Grand Completion first-level cultivation method.
Why you are already at Grand Completion? Could it be
that you cultivated the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra in the past before? This isn't possible.
The thin old man had been taking his time all along, neither too fast nor too slow. But this time he was visibly moved and even started stammering when speaking.
How powerful this Purple Extreme Heart Sutra was, the thin old man was all too clear. Even immensely talented genius disciples had to expend 100 years back then before they could master the first level too. Yi Yuan was an origin deity expert. Cultivating another cultivation method naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even so, he at least had to spend 2 to 3 years' time before he could master the first level too. However, he instantly understood. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "I say, Senior, time is urgent. Can we stop wasting time?
Quick, bring out the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back and let me take a look."
Although Yi Yuan had the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon, he could only cultivate the first 3 levels right now too.
As for the back, his realm was not there yet and naturally could not understand it too.
With this, the old man finally released the entirety of the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back. After Yi Yuan swept a glance, he directly came before the Spirit Source Crystal Soul and started refining.
Watching Yi Yuan refine the Spirit Source Crystal Soul with the 3rd level Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the thin old man was full of shock. Just what kind of situation was this?
Seen before photographic memory with one glance, but never seen before success with a glance. With just a glance, he mastered the extensive and profound Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. Was this guy a monster?
How in the world did he do it?
Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven doesn't want my Purple Extreme sect to perish. Didn't expect that after countless years, it actually let my Purple Extreme sect find such a heaven-defying successor, said the old man with a big laugh, as his turbid eyes suddenly became bright. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally refined a portion of the Spirit Source Crystal Soul. This great hall's information directly poured into his sea of consciousness. What Yi Yuan controlled right now was just 1/3 of this hall.
If he wanted to further control the Purple Extreme Hall, he had to cultivate the follow-up cultivation method.
This divine essence stone expenditure is also too terrifying. Yi Yuan was left speechless with wonder.
Unleashing an attack that eradicated first-layered Heaven Divine Lord once needed to expend 50 million low-grade Divine Essence Stones. This was practically equivalent to a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord martial artist's entire net worth. Because Yi Yuan had the identity of an alchemist and his strength was extremely daunting, that was how he easily had several tens of millions of low-grade Divine Essence Stones on him. Ordinary martial artists like Yi Yuan's realm to have several hundred thousands of Divine Essence Stones were already pretty good.
One had to know martial artists' cultivation required the help of Divine Essence Stones. Purchasing cultivation resources also needed Divine Essence Stones. This was a massive consumable and could not be saved.
This was still just first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more horrifying the resources consumed.
Additionally, the resources required for flying was also very frightening. The Divine Essence Stones expended for a day's flight at full power would reach 1 million Divine Essence Stones. TSK. This is totally something for rich people to play, Yi Yuan lamented. However, it's indeed a good thing, Dustless praised. Senior, is there a way to save this Purple Extreme sect, Senior? Yi Yuan asked. No way to salvage. Even a more powerful existence can't withstand the ravaging of time too. That's merely a wisp of divine sense. After being sealed for countless years, it's already almost dissipating, Dustless said disconsolately.
Like that, huh? That's too bad, Yi Yuan said regretfully.
When Yi Yuan returned to reality, he discovered that the thin old man was currently sizing him up with a curious look on his face. Senior, many thanks. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The old man smiled and said, the one who should be saying thank you is me. This old man has been sealed for countless years, and it's you who freed me. To be able to encounter a successor like you is my purple extreme hall's blessing. This way, this old man can also go in peace.
Yi Yuan said in surprise, Senior, you.
The old man smiled and said, the meaning of this old man's existence is to find a suitable successor for the purple extreme hall. Now that you've appeared, this old man naturally has no need to exist anymore too. This old man's meaning was that he wanted to end himself. According to what was said previously, he had at least a few years to live. But now he did not want to live anymore.
While talking, the old man's figure gradually dissipated.
Kid, what's your name? The old man asked. Yi Yuan said respectfully, this junior is Yi Yuan.
The old man laughed loudly and said, good.
Very good. Yi Yuan, you won't disappoint this old man. Remember, this old man is called Nieshang, the Purple Extreme Sect's last sect master. Today, this old man can finally atone for my crime. Yi Yuan watched the other party turn into countless light particles, gradually dissipating. He heaved a sigh and said, Senior Nieshang, rest assured. This junior will definitely bring the Purple Extreme Sect to greater heights.
Hearing this, Nieshang's face revealed a look of relief and departed with satisfaction.
Yi Yuan's mind stirred, appearing in a space inside the Purple Extreme Hall.
Looking at the celestial deity artifacts that piled up like mountains, Yi Yuan had a feeling like he was dreaming.
TSK, am I considered to be an upstart now? A sect's treasure trove is all here, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion.
Cultivation methods, martial techniques, celestial deity artifacts, divine essence stones.
These cultivation resources were stored inside this space into categories, making Yi Yuan have a feeling of walking into a treasure vault. Just the low-grade divine essence stones were as many as 5 billion.
Of course, this was definitely not the original reserves. Although the Purple Extreme Hall had always been in a sealed state, this did not mean that it did not consume divine essence stones.
This expenditure was very small, but it could not stand up to the passage of time. Presumably, back then when Nieshang sealed the Purple Extreme Hall, the number of divine essence stones controlled was definitely rather terrifying.
Now, this 5 billion was likely just a fraction of back then.
With this 5 billion, it could at least eradicate 100 first-layered Heaven Fiend Lord existences. Of course, the prerequisite was to lure the other party into the Purple Extreme Hall. The Purple Extreme Hall's killing array could only be activated inside the hall.
TSK, no wonder the Blood Yama Hall went through so much trouble. 50 to 60 low-grade Divine Lord Mystic Treasures. If this news was known by the outside world, that would be explosive. Inside a miniature space, 50 to 60 low-grade Divine Lord Mystic Treasures were quietly suspended, stirring people's hearts.
It was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would probably go crazy.
Incomparably valuable Divine Lord Mystic Treasures, there were 50 to 60 articles the moment they came. This was simply an astronomical figure.
The value of one Divine Lord Mystic Treasure was at least 10 billion too. Yi Yuan was equivalent to having a wealth of 560 billion all at once. This was not even counting the value of the other cultivation methods and martial techniques. And this was still just the market price. Who would be silly enough to take Divine Lord Mystic Treasures out to sell? Hence, the price of a Divine Lord Mystic Treasure tended to be several times higher than the market price.
Yi Yuan was still feeling satisfied because of obtaining the profound yellow cauldron previously. But he did not expect that in a blink of an eye he fell into a Divine Lord Mystic Treasure ocean. However, these Divine Lord Mystic Treasures were mostly sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, mainly these weapons. There were even a small number of auxiliary types.
But there really wasn't medicinal cauldrons. Divine Lord Mystic Treasure medicinal cauldrons were a scarce item in the first place. This was simply a priceless treasure to alchemists. Furthermore, each and every alchemist was extremely wealthy. Hence, the price of medicinal cauldrons could not be judged with common sense at all. The profound yellow cauldron simply had demand but no supply. Yi Yuan carefully investigated these Divine Lord Mystic Treasures. His mind stirred. A long sword flew into his hand. Junyi's sword, not bad. It's you. Yi Yuan played a bit and was very satisfied with this sword. The evil extermination sword was already somewhat of a hindrance to the current Yi Yuan.
When battling with some geniuses, quite a number of people all used celestial deity artifacts. Yi Yuan was at a very big disadvantage. Yi Yuan looked through these divine lord mystic treasures, only this Junyi sword was the most suitable for him. With this Junyi sword, Yi Yuan's combat strength would still soar to a higher level. After all, even among divine lord realm powerhouses, there were barely any who could afford to use divine lord mystic treasures. You still can't fully refine the purple extreme hull right now. The truly good stuff should be in a higher level space. This bit of treasure is just a speck to a peak true god sect, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, makes sense. However, does the Heavenspan world have sects, this kind of existences, before? Dustless shook his head and said, this, I don't know. The time that the Heavenspan world has existed is far too long. Nobody knows what the ancient times look like at all. Perhaps before forming the current arrangement, the Heavenspan world might have had sects stand in great numbers. This kind of thing, perhaps only transcendent heavenly emperors and Tao ancestors, those kinds of existences, would know. Like that, huh? Then the matter of establishing a sect would likely have some difficulties. Yi Yuan said helplessly. If Yi Yuan started a sect now, it was undoubtedly shattering the existing order. At that time, he would definitely become the target of public wrath. Within a short time, the promise that he made to Xianxia likely could not be carried out. Ihan, it was all thanks to you. Now, you caused me to be dispatched here together with you. A rugged fiend lord was currently grumbling to Ihan incessantly. Ihan had an indifferent look and did not refute it either. She knew that whatever she said now was all wrong. But could this be blamed on her? Even Lord Heavenstar and Lord D and could not see through the flaws. How could she see through? Who would have thought that a human could actually disguise as a fiend perfectly? Emohan looked at this scene with a gloating face and did not talk too. He offered to stay behind. Emohan's grudge toward Yi Yuan was extremely deep. Thinking of that incomparably arrogant appearance of Yi Yuan's, he was unwell from head to toe. Now he could finally make Yi Yuan kneel in front of him to beg for mercy. How could he let this chance slip by? All right, Zichun, you stop complaining too. Want to say who hates that kid the most right now? It's younger sister Ihan. Don't you agree, younger sister Ihan? Emohan suddenly spoke up. Ihan looked at Emohan rather surprisedly and said with a nod, what brother Emohan said is right. I wish that I can devour his raw flesh right now to vent the hatred in my heart. As long as that punk comes out, I'll let him know what's called a fate worse than death. Just as she was talking, Ihan felt something and looked in the direction of the ruins. Emohan got a huge shock too and said, the array formation vanished. The three people were first startled, then immediately revealed ecstatic looks. Inside these ancient ruins, there were clearly many treasures hidden. Even if they only obtained a fiend lord mystic treasure, it was a tremendous harvest too. Suddenly, Ihan's brows furrowed and she said, something's amiss. This array formation was fine, so how could it disappear? Could it be a scam? Emohan also felt that it was rather somewhat odd. After ruminating for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, most likely the inheritance in this ancient ruins is already acquired by Source Knight, that punk. That's why the array formation would disappear. Talking up to here, he laughed savagely and said, as long as we capture that brat, all of the treasures will all belong to us. The other two people's eyes also shone, revealing incomparably scorching looks. They knew that Defan only made it through 8 rounds and already obtained a low-grade Divine Lord Mystic treasure. Yi Yuan made it through 18 rounds and also stayed inside for 3 months. The inheritance obtained, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Ihan suddenly said, my 2 elder brothers, if the treasures are very few, Ihan doesn't want anything. If there are many treasures, Ihan only asks for a Fiend Lord Mystic treasure to be by my side. The rest will all belong to the 2 elder brothers. Is that okay? Ihan was very smart, making concessions in order to gain advantages. She already lowered her attitude very low and only asked for 1 Fiend Lord Mystic treasure. This request was really not considered overboard. Otherwise, if the 3 people had a dispute, she probably could not even scoop up anything. Emohan 2 people exchanged a glance and said with a nod, no problem, this request isn't overboard. If there aren't many treasures, we can't get a single one either. All of them have to be presented to the hall.
If there are many, there is no cause for much criticism for us to keep a few pieces in private. Then let's rush in now, Zichen said.
Emohan smiled and said, rush in for what?
Isn't it fine to sit and wait here? That brat obtained the inheritance. Could it be that he still won't come out?
Zichen's eyes lit up and he said with a smile that makes sense.
The three people exchanged a glance and smiled, immediately vanishing from where they stood. Not long after, a figure slowly appeared at the hall's entrance. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? After coming out, Yi Yuan appeared very cautious, pulling out the Junyi sword with a vigilant look. When Ihan three people hiding in the void saw this scene, how could they still endure? They directly revealed themselves, surrounding Yi Yuan.
Master Source Knight, long time no see. Emohan said with a smile that was not a smile.
But Ihan said coldly, Source Knight, you tricked me so bitterly. Today, I'm going to make you regret having been born in this world. Yi Yuan's expression changed. His figure moved swiftly, directly speeding over into the abode. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ihan's mouth and she said, Running? Can you run? As she said, Ihan waved a hand. A powerful world power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up.
She thought the Yi Yuan did not have the leeway to resist in front of the world power at all.
Who knew that Yi Yuan actually directly ignored her power of the world and dashed into the ruins? The three people's expressions changed. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so troublesome. Chase him. The three people exchanged a glance, immediately making a decision. With this alerting of the enemy, Yi Yuan probably would not come out anymore.
Either way, the array formation already disappeared. What did they still have to be afraid of?
Swoosh.
Swoosh. Swoosh. Three figures followed closely behind Yi Yuan, sweeping into the ruins. The three people followed Yi Yuan, their speed swift to the extreme.
Suddenly, there was a blurry scene before their eyes, arriving inside a great hall. This great hall was a dead end. Yi Yuan had nowhere to run anymore. Ihan sneered and said, Run! Aren't you very capable at running? Emohan also smiled and said, Master Source Knight, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. Isn't coming out to reminiscence about old times good? Run for what? But Zichen's expression turned dark and he said, Kid, hand over all of the treasures you obtained and I'll make it painless for you.
But entering the hall, Yi Yuan changed expressions. The original tension and vigilance had all but disappeared. What replaced it was indescribable calmness.
The calmness of being in control of everything. Hoo-hoo. Reminiscing about old days outside. That isn't the way to treat guests. Therefore, I invited the three of you in. Now, we can talk about the old days, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. The three people's expressions changed and Ihan said in a cold voice, What do you mean? Heh, trying to scare us? Kid, with our current distance, as long as I move my finger, you're dead, Emohan said with a cold smile.
Yi Yuan also smiled and said, Is that so? I don't even need to move a finger and you'll be dead.
When Emohan heard, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter and said, This hall master really grew up being scared. Then I want to see whether you not taking action is faster, or me making a move is faster. Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of fear and said with a faint smile, Then your meaning is,
no need to reminiscence about the old days anymore.
Emohan's expression suddenly became savage and he shouted fiercely, Reminiscence your uncle.
This hall master will tear you into pieces right now. Finished talking, a horrifying aura spread out. Emohan really extended a finger and pointed at Yi Yuan.
But right at this time, an even more horrifying aura suddenly filled the great hall. 3 streaks of flowing light descended from the sky, directly falling towards the 3 people. Emohan's power of the world had yet to condense. Under this horrifying stream of light, he did not have the slightest strength to resist and was directly annihilated without even crying out. 3 mighty fiend lord powerhouses were obliterated by the purple extreme hall just like this. Yi Yuan looked at this scene expressionlessly and said with a sigh, My 150 million divine essence stones. How many spirit medicines could this purchase? Forget it. Forget it. Can't stay in this place for too long. Better leave first. Rumble. The incomparably colossal ancient ruins actually shrunk rapidly, making the mountains tremble.
Finally, the purple extreme hall turned into a grain of dust and whirled away in the direction of the human race.
Outside of the ruins, two figures quietly appeared. These two people were precisely DN and Heavenstar, who left and returned. After several months of rest and recuperation, Heavenstar's injuries were a little better. But the damage that the soul-suppressing pearl caused to him was too great. Without 30 to 50 years, he could forget about recovering. The two people appeared here because they lost contact with Ihan and the others. Looking at the empty mountains, the two people's eyes revealed extreme shock. I didn't expect that these ancient ruins themselves are the greatest treasure. Dian's eyes were filled with regret.
If he had long known this was the case, he would guard here without moving a step and absolutely not let the purple extreme hall escape.
The corners of Heavenstar's mouth also kept twitching, and he said with gnashed teeth, "That kid has obtained no idea how much benefits. I wish to crush him into dregs right now."
The one with the greatest losses was Heavenstar. The blood-soul curse that he had spent an immeasurable price to nurture was already completely destroyed now. He even subserviently gave the profound yellow cauldron to Yi Yuan in order to ingratiate himself to Yi Yuan.
Finally, he even had his soul force devoured by the soul-suppressing pearl, almost perishing. Now, he also discovered that Yi Yuan moved the entire ruins away. How could he not be furious? Poo work. Thinking of the detestable aspects aggravated his injuries. Heavenstar spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Dien gave him a glance rather pitifully and said with a sigh, "There's some trouble now."
There's totally no way to find out this kid's origins. Source Knight, this name appeared very suddenly too. Now he's gone. We also don't have any head or tail if we want to track him.
Hearing Dian's words, Heavenstar almost spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Nothing was more sorrowful than this. He actually did not even know who his opponent was. Could it be that
we're going to let him off just like this? Heavenstar said unwillingly.
Dian smiled coldly and said, "Let him off? How is that possible? Suffering such a huge loss. Do you think that Lord Hallmaster will let him off? Relax, even though there isn't his news for the time being. A genius such as him, the light can't be hidden."
How can an alchemist capable of triggering great Tao heavenly melody be buried in the dust?
The imperial city's prosperity was far from what capital cities could compare to. Not anybody had the qualifications to enter too. Entering the imperial city required paying divine essence stones. Yi Yuan looked at the clearly marked prices on the city gates, and the corners of his mouth could not help twitching too. 10-day temporary token, 500 low-grade divine essence stones.
1-year temporary token, 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. 10-year temporary token, 50,000 low-grade divine essence stones. 100-year temporary token, 500,000 low-grade divine essence stones.
Permanent token, 50 million low-grade divine essence stones. Inside the imperial city, people without identity tokens would be directly blotted out.
When the token expired, people who remained behind would be directly annihilated. This price, ordinary martial artists could not afford it at all.
An origin deity realm martial artist's entire net worth was merely 1 million low-grade divine essence stones. This was also to say that an origin deity realm powerhouse spending all of his assets could only stay in the imperial city for several hundred years.
Several hundred years of time were merely a snap of a finger to an origin deity realm powerhouse. Furthermore, spending so much divine essence stones, it was also just buying an identity token.
Want to survive in the imperial city, one still needed to find a place to stay. That was also another considerable expense. Hence, wanting to stay in the imperial city, one needed to keep making money continuously. But even if it was so expensive, there were still countless powerhouses that flocked here like ducks. Imperial city and capital city were two entirely different concepts.
At the beginning of each imperial city's establishment, enormous spirit-gathering formations would be set up underground.
The spiritual energy in imperial cities was extremely plentiful. Staying here, even you did not deliberately cultivate, the growth rate of divine essence could also compare to capital cities. Hence, even if this identity token was more expensive, people would still yearn for this place. and the divine essence stones collected each year by the imperial city's city lord manor was an astronomical figure. Next, the city guard selling tokens said lazily. A 200-year identity token, Yi Yuan said coolly. That city guard's eyebrows raised, looking at Yi Yuan with some surprise. Rich. When purchasing temporary identity tokens, most were 1-year or 10-year periods. A 100-year period was seriously too expensive. The average person could not afford it at all. Yi Yuan could feel the richness of the imperial city's spiritual energy. This made him rather moved. If he could, he planned on settling down here. 1 million divine essence stones were just a light drizzle to the Yi Yuan who was in possession of 5 billion. TSK. No idea which capital city's young master this is. So rich. Sigh. The life of a magnate always makes people envy.
Comparing people to people is indeed odious.
If I had so much money, how good would it be?
The city guard gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and handed 2 tokens to him.
Yi Yuan received the token indifferently and left. Heh, another hothead. Reckon that a few days after entering the city, he'll be toyed to death by people. The city guard said with a laugh to his companion. Haha, that isn't something that we have to worry about. As long as it doesn't cause too much trouble, it's fine. His companion said with a laugh. The two people's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan leaving had a gloating look. Yi Yuan had just entered the city gates and a bunch of men by the roadside came up to greet. Heh, this little brother looks very unfamiliar. First time entering the city, right? Want a guide or not?
I'm called A4. Not that I'm bragging to you, this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's major streets and small alleys, there isn't one that I'm not familiar with.
One day just needs 10 pieces of divine essence stones. Equally honest with the elderly and young children.
Little brother, don't listen to him talk nonsense. I Husan am the know-all here.
Little brother, let me be a guide. Guarantee your satisfaction. A group of men clamored to get a word in, directly surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle.
The Imperial City's boundary was too big. It was not what can be familiarized in 2 or 3 days.
Many people were only very familiar with a small region after staying here for a year. Therefore, it gave birth to being a guide, this occupation.
When newcomers entered the city for the first time, they did not know their way at all.
Yi Yuan came to find little Fatty. Without a guide leading the way, he would probably have to take quite a few detours. Yi Yuan swept a glance and directly threw 10 pieces of divine essence stones to that A4 and said coolly, You then, bring me to the myriad treasure tower. This A4 looked very slick, his reaction was very sharp too. With him leading the way, perhaps it could save considerable trouble. Hence, Yi Yuan chose him.
A4 received the divine essence stones and said with an excited look, Okay.
Finished talking, A4 led Yi Yuan away. The other guys all revealed disappointed looks. But after the two people went far away, they started discussing. What a big fat sheep. Didn't even bat an eyelid taking out 1 million divine essence stones.
For this punk is too crafty. A moment of carelessness and he took the lead again.
Done with this job. For this kid probably doesn't need to come out and work for a while. Yi Yuan already left and naturally could not hear these people's discussions. A4 was currently introducing to Yi Yuan the Imperial City's local customs and practices with spittle flying everywhere.
Little brother really has a sharp eye for discerning people. I, A4, am a famous living map in the southern city.
The matters in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there's none that I don't know. A4's saliva flew everywhere. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, Then you tell me about this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's situation. A4 had an excited look as he said, Heh, this isn't a problem.
A4 started to spew things unceasingly, introducing the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's structure. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was divided into a total of 5 major regions, north, south, east, west, for cities as well as the inner city.
Within the Imperial City, ranks were extremely stringent. The people of the 4 cities were prohibited from entering the inner city without getting permission. Those who disobey were killed without amnesty. And the prime requirement for entering the inner city was to possess the identity of a permanent residence, which was also the permanent token. 50 million divine essence stones made the vast majority of the people shrink back. North, south, east, west for cities could be said to be the commoner areas dragons and carps mingled together.
The region that Yi Yuan was at right now was the South City.
The South City was ruled by 6 major factions: the Dongfang family, Zhao family, Sun family, 3 great families, as well as the Dragon-slaying gang, Silverfeather gang, as well as the Sun Moon gang, 3 great gangs. The 3 great families monopolized the South City's economic lifeblood, while the 3 great gangs dominated the market. The 3 people chatted as they walked and already passed through quite a few streets.
The streets bustled with heavy traffic, very flourishing.
Whoosh! The 3 people were currently walking when a large group of people rushed out all of a sudden, surrounding the 3 people.
When the neighbors saw this scene, quite a few people all gathered together, seemingly already accustomed to it.
The dragon-slaying gang is bullying newcomers again. This kid is also unlucky. Why did he find A4?
This kid has refined features and bright eyes, looks like a young master. One look and it's clear that he hasn't seen much of life. No wonder he would fall for it.
Hope that this kid is more sensible. Saves himself a bout of beating too. There was a scar on the face of the person in front, looking very ferocious.
He sized Yi Yuan up and down, just like a greedy wild wolf.
A4, this fat sheep that you brought this time looks pretty good, said the scar-faced man with a smile.
A4 went up to greet subserviently and said smilingly with an arched waist, Hall Master Hu, it's more than pretty good.
This kid spent 1,000,000 divine essence stones without even furrowing a brow. The scar-faced man's brows raised up and he said delightedly, Yo, it's really a big fish. A4, you did a good job this time. Later, you'll get 5,000.
The moment A4 heard, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Many thanks, Hall Master Hu.
Many thanks, Hall Master Hu.
Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and said coolly, So, you're not planning on bringing me to the Myriad Treasure Tower, are you?
The moment the scar-faced man heard this, he laughed loudly and said, Myriad Treasure Tower?
Ha ha. We are. Leave behind all the divine essence stones on your body, Grandpa Hu won't care where you go.
Yi Yuan said coolly, If I say no? The moment the scar-faced man heard this, he said with a smile that was not a smile, Every newcomer is very stubborn when they enter the city, but later, they become even more obedient like the dog at my house. A4 didn't tell you how strong this South City's dragon-slaying gang is? And I'm the dragon-slaying gang's Azurewood Hall's Hall Master, Hu Azurewood. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, Dragon-slaying gang? Truly a fine name.
Yi Yuan was born as half of the dragon race. This bunch of guys actually named the gang Dragon-slaying gang. Wasn't it coming to slay him? Hu Azurewood laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Is that so?
I also feel that the name Dragon-slaying gang is very domineering. Haha. But even if you curry favor, it's no use too. Hurry up and hand over the divine essence stones on you. Otherwise,
your grandpa Hu will teach you how to behave properly today.
A cold light appeared in Yi Yuan's eyes, his figure suddenly disappearing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hu Azurewood had yet to react to what happened and Yi Yuan stood in front of him once more. His expression turned dark and he pointed at Yi Yuan and said, Brat, what are you playing at?
Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to Long Zhan, Let's go.
Bring him along. Long Zhan nodded and directly reached his hand out and grabbed toward A4. A4 was merely Heaven Glimpse Realm Cultivation. How was he Long Zhan's match?
Long Zhan knocked him out with one slap, then dragged him away like dragging a dead dog.
Want to go? Have you asked your grandpa Hu? Hu Azurewood shouted loudly and was about to make a move.
Suddenly he felt a chill below his crotch.
Ha 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 ha. The surrounding neighbors all started roaring with laughter. Turns out that the moment these dozen over people made their move, their pants all fell down.
Now they only felt a chill at their balls.
Laughing at what?
Laugh again and we'll smash your shops. Hu Azurewood, a big grown man, was blushing scarlet red at this time. But his prestige still had an effect. Everyone indeed did not dare to laugh anymore.
It was just that each and every one was stifled until their faces were bright red. Very uncomfortable.
He hurriedly picked up his pants and said with a livid look, This kid's realm isn't high, but his strength is actually so strong. If he wanted to kill us just now, we'd all be dead men now.
Hu Azurewood was a middle-stage origin deity expert. The subordinates that he brought even had 5 or 6 initial stage origin deity. This level of strength already could not be ignored in the South City. Who knew that they were brought down by a young man with 1 sword? Who Azurewood did not see clearly how Yi Yuan drew his sword just now at all.
A look of horror appeared in Hu Azurewood's eyes. He, a middle-stage origin deity, actually could not even see how an initial-stage origin deity drew his sword. This was too scary. The sight of a dozen over burly men picking up their pants and running on the streets was very spectacular.
Afor slowly woke up, seeing the ferocious Long Zhan with malice written all over his face. He was immediately frightened out of his wits. "Spare me, Your Excellency, spare me, this lowly one."
This lowly one was compelled against his will too.
Afor knelt on the ground and begged with snot and tears running.
I asked around earlier, the South City doesn't have a myriad treasure tower at all. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's myriad treasure tower is in the inner city. Yi Yuan said coolly.
Afor trembled all over and said, I have a way of contacting the inner city. I'll definitely help Your Excellency contact the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Talking with smart people is effort-saving. It's just too bad that your judgment is too poor." Afor cried bitterness when he heard that. How could he have thought that a kid who had just entered origin deity would actually have such formidable strength? When Yi Yuan attacked with his sword, he only felt a gust of wind blow past and did not see anything at all. This kind of speed was simply too terrifying. Origin deity realm powerhouses attacking, Afor had naturally seen before quite a few, but he had never seen before such terrifying sword arts. If he had long known it was like this, lend him a few galls and he would not dare as well. "Your Excellency."
It was all Afor who had eyes but couldn't see.
"But Your Excellency, rest assured. Afor have never thought of harming Your Excellency's life before. Hall Master who they all are only seeking wealth and won't harm lives," Afor said with a trembling voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you all have killing intent aroused, then it wouldn't be as simple as pants dropping."
Afor shuddered all over only then knowing that he had already made a trip to the gates of hell and back.
Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, "Let's go."
Afor froze and said, "Go where?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Bring me to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters."
Why, Your Excellency. Just spare me."
"When they see that it's me who brought you over, they will kill me." Getting closer and closer to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters, Afor's legs went soft and could not walk at all.
Long Zhan carried him like carrying a little chick. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and smiled broadly and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Afor's eyes saw black, and he directly fainted. In this imperial city, a heaven glimpse realm martial artist like Afor was a small character, with only the share of running errands. How could he dare to offend one of the 6 great factions, the dragon-slaying gang? As one of the 6 great factions, the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters was very grand. On the door plaque, Dragon-slaying gang 3 big words were written using a domineering font. Very eye-catching. Outside the headquarters front door, 5 to 6 peak heaven glimpse martial artists were standing guard, giving the impression to deter strangers and giving warning to stay away.
Seeing Yi Yuan draw close, even though they discerned that Yi Yuan was an origin deity powerhouse, the few people did not take him seriously at all and reproached him. One said, "Didn't you see what place this is?"
"Get lost." Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Raising his hand, it was a slash.
Crack. The plaque that had Dragon-slaying gang, 3 words, engraved, immediately turned into a pile of dust.
Those few guards got a huge fright, suddenly startling awake and saying with an angry roar, "Punk, are you courting death? Do you know what you've done?"
They naturally did not dare to attack Yi Yuan, but they still dared to threaten.
Normally, they were all used to playing the tyrant.
Yi Yuan swept a glance over them and said coolly, "Get your leader out. I'm finding them to discuss some matters."
The 6 people opened their eyes wide, looking at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool. This guy destroyed the dragon-slaying gang's doorhead and did not think about escaping, but actually still wanted to see the leader. Was this tired of living? "P-Punk, you wait. Don't run if you have the guts," said a guard. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, I won't run." That guard said to the others, You all keep an eye on him. Don't let him run. I'll go and find fifth head over.
Before long, that guard led a big man with a stocky and imposing build toward them. Presumably, it was that whatever fifth head.
The fifth head had a fierce-looking body, faintly exuding golden light. Clearly, he was a body refinement expert. Fifth head. It's that kid. He smashed our signboard without saying a word when he came over, said the guard and pointed at Yi Yuan.
When he saw Yi Yuan, he immediately roared loudly, "Hoi!
Where did this brat come from? To dare smash my dragon-slaying gang's signboard? Prepare to die."
Chasing thunder heaven-splitting fist.
The fifth head was clearly a barbaric man. Giving no chance to explain, he directly smashed a fist toward Yi Yuan. With this, the fifth head radiated resplendently with golden light. His fleshy body actually already reached late-stage third transformation. This level of body refinement strength virtually swept across all in the same rank. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing previously immediately had a large pit smashed out by the fifth head. Humph! Blind and reckless brat. Became a meat pancake now, right?
Come, men. Clean it up. The fifth head patted his hands and said lightly,
Fifth head. Be behind. The guard had an expression like he saw a ghost and said quiveringly. The fifth head suddenly trembled, turning around to look. He discovered that a sharp long sword was currently pointed between his eyebrows. The power of laws leaking out on the tip of the sword made the fifth head palpitate. Such swift speed.
He, a late-stage third transformation golden body, actually could not keep up with an initial stage heaven glimpse's speed.
This was too terrifying. A powerful physical body did not mean being impervious to swords and spears.
The head was clearly still a vulnerable spot of a body refinement powerhouse. As long as Yi Yuan's divine essence urged, he would take flight to the land of immortals. The fifth head broke out in a cold sweat and said stammeringly, "Little brother, if
there's anything, we can sort it out." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I wanted to talk nicely. It was you who didn't give me the chance."
Finished talking, Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there. The fifth head's heart turned fearful. An initial stage origin deity actually had such daunting strength. Could it be that this guy came out of the inner city?
In the fifth head's view, only those peak geniuses in the inner city had such terrifying strength.
For a moment, many thoughts flashed across in the fifth head's heart.
The muscles on the fifth head's face twitched several times, and he said with an awkward smile, Little brother, you tore down our signboard the moment you came up. It makes it very hard for Menghua." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'm very understanding, so you're not dead yet." The fifth head had an embarrassed look and said, "Little brother, I wonder what you tore down our signboard first? Could it be that
our dragon-slaying gang offended little brother? Which bastard was it?"
"As long as little brother says it out, I'll definitely beat that bastard to death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There was indeed someone who blocked the road to commit highway robbery, saying that it was to teach newcomers." Meng Hua's expression turned stiff and said, "And newcomer? You didn't come out of the inner city?" Yi Yuan said, "It's my first day entering the city today. Didn't expect that I encounter your esteemed gang's preferential treatment." Meng Hua was speechless. Robbing rich newcomers, this was something that all of the gangs would do. He did not expect that they actually kicked a metal plate this time. The strength of this kid in front of him, even though the dragon-slaying gang did not fear him, he reckoned that it at least needed the third head to take care of him too. But speaking of it, it was coincidental. The first few heads went to discuss matters with the Silver Feather gang today and were all not around.
"But I didn't come here today for this matter," Yi Yuan continued talking.
Meng Hua was stunned. "Not this matter? Little brother, feel free to say what you have."
"Our dragon-slaying gang still has some power in the South City. As long as we can do it, we definitely won't refuse." Meng Hua patted his chest and said,
"While Meng Hua was rash, he was not stupid."
Yi Yuan had such terrifying strength at a young age. At least in the South City, few people could do anything to him. As long as he was willing to join any faction, that was a hegemon of a region.
These kinds of people were not good to offend.
At least before the boss returned, they could not offend.
He could not suppress this kid.
Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, "That's good then. I want your esteemed gang to please change name."
Meng Hua was stunned. His expression suddenly turned dark and he said, "Punk, the name Dragon-Slaying Gang has already been used for several thousand years.
You're deliberately finding fault." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Nay, it's just that your name has violated my taboo."
Meng Hua's face turned dark and he said, "What a joke! Who the hell are you?"
"Violated your taboo and we have to change name?"
"I say no."
Meng Hua was a man with a hot-blooded nature too. It was impossible to change names because of a word from Yi Yuan. Moreover, this was also not something that he could make the call on.
But changing names, this kind of thing, had too much impact on the gang. The few heads absolutely would not change the name easily. Moreover, even if they really changed the name, it also could not be changed because of a brat. If this were to spread out, how would their dragon-slaying gang still keep a foothold in the South City?
Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Give you guys 3 days to consider. After 3 days, I'll come again. If you guys are still not willing to change that name when the time comes, then
all of your branches will be eliminated. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and give it a try."
Amen?
Change name? Just an initial stage origin deity? Well, fifth, are you teasing me? The dragon-slaying gang's boss, Yu Qingfeng, looked at Meng Hua with a suspicious look, incredulity written all over his face.
An initial stage origin deity making the dragon-slaying gang change name. Fifth actually did not slap him to death with one slap.
Furthermore, why did they have to change their name?
Dragon-slaying gang, it sounded so domineering.
Meng Hua's expression was very ugly. He did not wish to admit that Yi Yuan's strength was greater than him. That was too shameful. A late-stage third transformation golden body actually lost to an initial stage origin deity realm. If this incident were to spread out, he would become the entire South City's laughingstock. You don't know, big brother. This kid's movement technique is very fast. A moment of carelessness and he slipped past. Even though our headquarters isn't afraid of him, it's hard to say for the branches below. Meng Hua's eyes swiveled around, changing to a roundabout way of saying things.
The people who saw this incident, he sent down a gag order. Either way, if that punk dared to come 3 days later, it was also death.
Big brother Yu Qingfeng was a half-step divine lord powerhouse. Even if that punk could go to the heavens, boss could also smack him down.
But Yu Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "Ignore him. A little brat, how big a wave can he stir up?"
The day after tomorrow, we're going to negotiate with the Silver Feather Gang about the jurisdiction of the Qianting 3 streets. That's the major matter. Qianting 3 streets, that was the juncture area of the Dragon-Slaying Gang and Silver Feather Gang, 2 great gangs, and also the wealthiest 3 streets, collectively known as the Qiantian 3 streets.
Both forces had been playing games all along. For the sake of these 3 streets, they had come to blows no idea how many times and had never decided on the ownership of these 3 streets.
Today, Yu Qingfeng brought people to go and negotiate. It was in order to settle the Silver Feather Gang.
But the result was very obvious, parting on a sour note. The moment Meng Hua heard this, he also came around and said solemnly, "Why didn't agree on it today?"
That bunch of grandsons. Got to give them a good one this time. Yu Qingfeng said, "Now, the conflict lies with the Qianting Middle Street. The Silver Feather Gang, that bunch of bastards, insists on monopolizing the Qianting Middle Street. Qianting Middle Street, they occupy 2 at once. They really dared to open their mouths."
The moment Meng Hua heard, he was greatly enraged and said, "Damn it.
The Qianting 3 streets were originally our territory. They still went from bad to worse? Boss, let Meng Hua go and take the charge this time. I will beat all of them down." One should not look at how Meng Hua just had a late-stage third transformation golden body. His strength was actually very formidable.
Facing off with the grand completion origin deity, he could also rely on his powerful physical body to forcefully contend. It was just too bad that who he encountered was Yi Yuan.
His speed was crushed until not even dregs remained in front of Yi Yuan. A hint of fierceness flashed across in Yu Qingfeng's eyes and he said, "Heh! This is also the last negotiation.
If they still continue to pester with unreasonable demands, the negotiations the day after tomorrow will be when we lose all decorum."
Yi Yuan entered an inn and asked for 2 rooms. One for himself. Long Zhan brought A4 to stay in the other.
The intestines of the A4 who just woke up turned green with regret, feeling like the entire world was collapsing. Why was he blind?
to provoke such an ominous god.
Even if he could escape the calamity this time, the dragon-slaying gang, that bunch of fellows, would not let him off either. Because he still had to bring Yi Yuan to go and wipe out the dragon-slaying gang's branches.
Counting on the dragon-slaying gang to change names? Better save it. As for Yi Yuan, he let Afor bring him to purchase a batch of rank 3 spirit medicines in the South City, and plunged into the great undertaking of researching 3-star divine pills.
Along the way, Yi Yuan had long already fully digested 3-star divine pills' theoretical knowledge and also purchased many spirit medicines along the way. Regarding 3-star divine pills, Yi Yuan could be said to improve at Godspeed.
Yi Yuan discovered that ever since triggering the great Tao heavenly melody the last time, his alchemy Tao seemed to have entered a brand new realm.
Regarding the cultivation of 3-star divine pills, Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than before instead.
Now, with the purple extreme haul, this flying sharp weapon, Yi Yuan could spare even more time to understand alchemy Tao. Flying for several years along the way, Yi Yuan spent several decades inside the world-suppressing steel space. His current alchemy strength was already sufficient to insta-kill a group of 3-star alchemy gods. But regarding research of alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan never knew exhaustion. These 3 days' time, he did not plan on wasting it either. Hence, he entered the world-suppressing steel space to cultivate again. 3 days later, Yi Yuan slowly went to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters by himself. It was still those few guards. But when Yi Yuan saw them, he discovered that these guards all had very flustered expressions, and could not help being somewhat perplexed. His strength was not to the extent of making the dragon-slaying gang panic like this, right? Hey, I came again. Go and get your boss over. Just say that the one who asked you all to change names came. Yi Yuan said coolly. One of the guards had a panicky look and immediately went in to report.
Before long, 2 leader-like middle-aged men came out of the headquarters.
Third brother, it's this kid. Menghua pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Third head frowned and looked at Yi Yuan, and said with anger on his face, Kid, you're tired of living, right? To actually dare make fun of our dragon-slaying gang. Yi Yuan gave the third head a glance and looked at Menghua again, saying, Then your meaning is that you're not changing it? Change your head.
Your grandpa fan is currently pissed today and has nowhere to vent. You kid knocked onto the spearhead.
I will twist your head off right now, and let you know the outcome of making fun of my dragon-slaying gang. Third head gave a loud roar and directly brandished a large broad blade, hacking down towards Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. He noticed the injuries on this third head's body did not seem to be light.
Clank. The third head's endlessly howling blade actually hit nothing.
Third brother, be careful.
He's behind you. Menghua cried out in shock.
The third head got a big shock and hurriedly turned around and swung his blade.
Clank.
Clank. Clank. A series of metal clashing sounds made everyone dumbfounded.
An initial stage origin deity actually fought with the grand completion origin deity third head until neither could gain the upper hand?
Where did this kid pop out from?
The more third head fought, the more alarmed he got. He actually could not quite keep up with Yi Yuan's speed.
This kid's movement technique was erratic, like a ghost, coming and going like a shadow. Clearly looked like the sword was still very far away. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him.
Too bizarre.
He was still scolding OL fifth useless previously. Only now did he know this kid's terror. Stop! Third head shouted loudly, pulling apart distance from Yi Yuan. Boy, you're very strong. But if I wasn't injured, you wouldn't be my match at all. The third head said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, I'm not here to compete with you. I'm here to get you guys to change names. It looks like you guys take my warning to be like water rolling off a duck's back. Very good. Starting from tomorrow, have your branches be prepared. I'll go and tear them down one by one. The third head's expression turned stiff and was really quite scared in his heart.
Yi Yuan's movement technique was too scary. Even if he was not his match, if Yi Yuan wanted to leave, he could not stop it either. Right at this time, a guard suddenly ran out and shouted, Third head, fifth head.
Second head, he's almost on his last legs. The third head and the fifth head's expressions changed drastically at the same time, turned around, and was about to enter the headquarters. Kid, Grandpa Fan has no time to reason it out with you today. My bro is going to die. Whatever there is. Talk another day. Third head said a sentence to Yi Yuan and turned around, going to enter inside.
Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. It looked like this dragon-slaying gang seemed to have just experienced a great battle. No wonder the injuries on this third head's body were not light.
He ruminated a little and suddenly spoke up. Hey, why don't I go in and take a look too? I'm an alchemist, my standard is still okay. Yi Yuan was afraid that the other party did not like him and added a sentence, blowing his own trumpet a bit while he was at it. The third head was stunned and said angrily, Punk, I don't have time to waste with you here. Scram further away from me. Yi Yuan smiled without any care and said, Going to die either way, you just treat it as a Hail Mary effort. If I can really save him but you don't let me save, then your second head will also be angry until he climbs out of the grave to scold you if he dies.
The third head choked and did not have time to think too much and said vigilantly, Punk, I'm warning you, Big Brother is inside too. He's a half-step Divine Lord powerhouse. If you dare to play tricks, I guarantee that I'll die until not even dregs remain. Yi Yuan smiled and followed the two people in the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters.
On the bed, a burly man was on his dying breath. It was evident that his hours were numbered. Master Wu Feng, could it be that there's really no way? My second brother, in order to block this arrow, otherwise, the one who's dead should be me. Master Wu Feng, as long as you can save me, I can agree to any terms.
A middle-aged man had very red eyes and was currently pleading to an old man for help. This middle-aged man should be the dragon-slaying gang's boss, that half-step Divine Lord powerhouse.
Master Wu Feng shook his head and said, Everyone should be aware of the thunder-chasing arrow's prowess. The second head's heart meridians have already been severed. Furthermore, there's the crimson fire bone-corroding poison on the arrowhead. This old man has already tried his best. Chief Head, please restrain your grief and accord with inevitable changes.
The moment these words came out, the chief head's eyes revealed a look of despair. Tears actually already welled up in his eyes.
When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being slightly surprised. This scene did not seem to be fake, but true sentiments flowing. It made Yi Yuan give rise to some favorable impression towards this dragon-slaying gang. Why not? I give it a try. Yi Yuan glanced at the second head lying on the bed and suddenly spoke up. The moment he spoke up, everyone looked over. Who is he? The chief head's gaze turned intent and said suspiciously. The third head's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, Big Brother, he's that punk who wants us to change names. The chief head's expression turned dark, and he said with a cold shout, Messing around. Right now, everyone was overwhelmed with grief and indignation, but he let an enemy enter inside here. Was this
trying to be funny?
The chief head felt a wave of irritation in his head. Lifting his hand, it was a palm, striking toward Yi Yuan. The palm of a half-step Divine Lord powerhouse. The commotion was extremely shocking. He could not find a venue to give vent under his violent rage and just used Yi Yuan to vent.
But Yi Yuan was immovable like a mountain as he opened his mouth and said indifferently, Hey, if you kill me, he's really going to die.
The chief head's palm wind abruptly stopped and he said in a solemn voice, You can really save me? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course I can save him, but I have a condition, you know it? Chief head's expression turned stiff. A strange expression involuntarily surfaced on his face.
Did the name that was used for several thousand years really have to be changed? The chief head's expression turned dark as he said, If you can really save my brother, what's the harm in changing names? At this time, Wu Feng suddenly spoke up, Chief head is truly laughing it off too easily. This kid is merely initial stage origin deity. Could it be that he can still compare to this old man in alchemy?
Even this old man is at his wit's end. What method can he have?
The chief head's expression changed and he thought, yeah,
this guy wouldn't be intentionally making a fool out of him, right?
Master Wu Feng was a high-rank 3-star alchemist. In the land of the South City, there was none who was more powerful than him.
Even he was helpless. Could this kid still ascend to the heavens? Brat, you dare to mess with me? The chief head's expression turned sullen, his gaze staring at Yi Yuan sternly as he said those words.
The chief head gave a cold snort and was just about to fly off the handle but heard the third head say, "Boss, why not?
Let him try. This kid is peculiar."
The chief head froze, revealing a look of surprise.
He knew that OL Third was prudent and would not shoot his mouth off. Could it be that this kid really had some skills? Wu Feng snorted coldly and said, "Third head, you're insulting this old man here. Forget it, since you guys don't trust this old man. Then this old man is also making a fool of myself by staying here. Goodbye. Also, since you guys believe a brat who's still wet behind the ears, then be willing to believe this old man. Then in the future,
don't come and find this old man anymore." Finished talking, Wu Feng flicked his sleeves and left. The moment Chief Head heard, his expression could not help changing drastically.
Wu Feng's status in the South City was unmatched. Saying that he was the South City's #1 alchemist was also not over the top. His calling power was extremely strong. In order to build relations with Wu Feng, the dragon-slaying gang had to spend a large amount of divine essence stones every year to be able to invite him. Otherwise, how could Wu Feng be what the average person could invite? Offending this great deity, the dragon-slaying gang's days in the future would be tough. The chief head hurriedly chased after and said, "Master Wu Feng, this..."
"We were also worried about second brother's life, that's why we would be like this. We really didn't have the intention of disrespecting Master. Master, please don't get angry."
Wu Feng gave a cold laugh and said, "That's your business. What has it got to do with me?
Do you think that alchemy skills can be learned in a day or two? It's already not bad for such a kid who's still wet behind his ears to be able to refine medicinal pills, still want to save people?
Hoo-hoo.
This old man will leave my words here. If he can save your second brother, this old man will pluck his head off for him to kick like a ball."
Humph. Finished talking. He did not care about the chief head either, directly flicking his sleeves and leaving. Who was he? Wu Feng. That was a golden signboard of the South City.
The dragon-slaying gang's decision was simply slapping his face.
He had just sentenced the second head to death. In the end, this bunch of fellows found someone to save me. Furthermore, it was even a little kid. This was simply preposterous. The chief head's expression was ugly to the extreme. He turned around and glared furiously at Yi Yuan and said, "Kid, it's all thanks to you. If I find out that you're messing with my dragon-slaying gang, I'll pluck your head off and go apologize to Master Wu Feng and ask for punishment."
Yi Yuan gave the chief head a glance and said with a smile, "When most people talk to me like this, they will be put into the blacklist by me. Even if you were to kneel down and beg me, I won't agree to save him either. But looking on the account of your brotherhood, this young master, I won't fuss about this." The chief head's face turned black, gloomy to the extreme.
This kid was too pretentious. He nearly believed it. Why would OL Third believe this kid? He needed to ask him properly in a while.
"Go prepare a clean basin for me. Fortunately, this young master is carrying quite a few spirit medicines on me. But the spirit medicines cost, you guys have to pay," Yi Yuan said to the chief head. Everyone's faces choked up. Was this kid
reliable? The chief head and his brothers exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Why did saving people need a basin?
"OL Third, what is this kid doing?" the chief head asked softly.
At this time, Yi Yuan was already diagnosing the second head's pulse. The third head had a baffled look and said, "How would I know? If I were to know, I can already save second brother. Fuck me, you're also too irresponsible here. You found him." The chief head's eyeballs went wide and he said, "Feels like this kid is very unreliable. What the hell is wrong with you, to insist on letting him try?" The third head said, "I exchanged blows with him outside just now. I fought to a draw with him." The chief head's gaze turned sharp, revealing a shocked expression.
An initial stage origin deity fought to a draw with OL Third?
No wonder OL Third said that this kid was peculiar. Third head continued talking. He said, "To have such terrifying strength at a young age, I guess that this kid's origins background is definitely powerful. So, maybe he really has a way to do it."
The chief head's gaze looked at Yi Yuan with a glimmer and stopped talking.
Before long, a clean basin was brought over. Yi Yuan also slowly stood up and came to the basin. It was only to see him knead a seal with his hand. A pile of spirit medicines appeared in the basin.
Yi Yuan's palm shook. Those spirit medicines were directly shattered into dust. Stalks of spirit medicines became a pile of powder. The chief head glanced at the second head, his eyes slightly red, and asked Yi Yuan, "That little brother, Master Wu Feng said that second head's heart meridians are already severed. Can he really be saved?" Everyone there was a cultivator and naturally knew what heart meridian being severed meant. Even for deity realm powerhouses, once the power of laws severed the heart meridians, it was certain death too. This kind of damage was irreversible. Hence, that was why Wu Feng said that there was no way. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "If it's severed, just join it back." Join it back? If the heart meridian is severed, it can still be joined back. The chief head had never heard before that there was actually still such a miraculous method. While talking, Yi Yuan placed both hands in the basin. Those powder adhered to his hands. Yi Yuan came before the bed and pressed both hands on the second head's chest. A surge of divine essence undulation lit up on Yi Yuan's body. Clouds of mist gradually appeared at Yi Yuan's palm area. Before long, Yi Yuan stood up again, sucked up some more powder, and rinsed and repeated. "This? Doing what here? No idea. Never seen before this kind of healing method. Shouldn't it be feeding medicinal pills to second brother? This kid wouldn't really be messing with us, right? Just using divine essence to steam a little like this can bring second brother back?" The few brothers all chimed in, very pessimistic about Yi Yuan's approach. They naturally could not tell how delicate the work of Yi Yuan's hands were. Yi Yuan organically fused together the spirit medicines on his hands with divine essence, then sent the medicinal strength into the second head's heart meridians through the pores. The second head's heart meridians were already severed. Even if he consumed medicinal pills, it was also not possible to make a full circulatory cycle. But Yi Yuan could help the second head to absorb the medicinal strength using this kind of method. And this would repair the already severed heart meridians unceasingly under Yi Yuan's catalyzing. Yi Yuan slowly expelled the power of laws that were wreaking havoc in the heart meridians with these spirit medicines, then carried out repairs. The requirement towards divine essence manipulation was exquisite to the point where it made one's hair stand on end. Ordinary alchemists, even 4-star alchemy gods, could not possibly do it to Yi Yuan's extent too. Yi Yuan's method of manipulating divine essence came from endless tempering. In Yi Yuan's view, the path of medicinal pills was never just refining pills. Time slowly trickled by. The bottom of that basin of spirit medicine powder could be seen very quickly. See cough, cough, cough. Suddenly an intense bout of cough came out of the second head's mouth. When the few brothers saw this scene, each and every one of them roused themselves up. Really? Really brought back to life? My God. This kid's level is actually even more formidable than Wu Feng's. The third head opened his mouth wide and could not close his mouth for a long time. Pooh! Wu Feng's standard isn't even fit to carry shoes for this kid. That Wu Feng said it like he's oh so important and even said what, pluck his head off to kick like a ball. I want to see whether he really plucks his head off or not. OL fifth, Menghua said. Too magical. It's still my first time seeing that someone could still be saved when their heart meridians are severed. This key. This master is really too amazing, the chief head also exclaimed in wonder. Seeing the second head wake up, the self-reproach in chief head's heart also lessened considerably. This arrow was too sneaky. If not for second head blocking it for him, the one lying here right now would be him. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up. The few brothers immediately gathered over. Key. Master, how's my second brother? Chief head asked anxiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, the arrow wound is already fine, heart meridian is already joined up. But this poison is a little powerful. Prepare a room for me, I want to refine pills. Don't let anyone come and disturb me. In addition, my spirit medicines and medicinal pills are very expensive. On the account that it's our first time working together, I'll charge you guys 3 million divine essence stones then. Hiss. 5 million divine essence stones. Why don't you go and rob? Menghua's eyes went wide. He was taken aback with fright by this price. Ordinary 3-star divine pills, the price was also just between 300,000 divine essence stones to 1 million divine essence stones. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth,
It was 5 to 10 times the price. The other brothers also felt their flesh hurt. But Chief Head only furrowed his brows, then said, "Oh, fifth. Shut up. What price Master wants to put, that's how much it is. 5 million divine essence stones. We'll pay." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's still Chief Head who is gallant. When you all see the medicinal pill, you'll know that it's worth the money." After Yi Yuan left, Ol Fifth said indignantly, "Big brother. He's clearly demanding an exorbitant price here." Ol Third also said, "Yeah, big brother. We can give him 5 million divine essence stones, but our gang's name can't be changed." Chief Head snorted coldly and said, "Is Ol Second's life just worth a mere 5 million? Amen? Any one of your lives is priceless in my eyes."
What does a mere 5 million count for? With this cold snort, everyone did not dare to speak anymore.
At this time, the Ol Second on the bed finally woke up.
Ol Second, you're awake. That's really great, Chief Head said with an excited look.
The second head's eyes were a little dazed as he struggled to say, I got hit by the chasing thunder arrow and actually didn't die." Menghua laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha.
You were originally dead for sure, but ran into an incredible master who brought you back to life."
A hint of surprise flashed across in Second Head's eyes, and he looked at Chief Head. Chief Head nodded and said with a smile, "What Ol Fifth said is right. Ol Second, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Big Brother's life will probably be done for. This life, Big Brother owes you." Second Head forced a smile and said, "Big Brother, do we, brothers, still have to say this sort of distant words?" Yi Yuan making people not disturb was not really because he was afraid of people disturbing, but that his medicinal cauldron was too shocking. Once the matter that he had a divine lord mystic treasure on him leaked out, what he would face would likely be the frenzied pursuit of divine lord realm powerhouses.
In this heavenly eagle imperial city where divine lords walked everywhere, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless. After 2 hours, a newly refined detoxification pill was completed.
This was the detoxification pill that Yi Yuan developed himself. It was very different from the rank 3 detoxification pill in the world.
Divine grade. When the Chief Head saw the pill, his 2 eyes gave off rays of brilliant light.
A rank 3 divine grade divine pill. This was not what anybody could refine. Wu Feng was known as the South City's #1 alchemist. At the very most, he could only refine superior grade divine pills. Just this even needed a massive burst of luck.
But this young man in front of him, the moment he made his move, it was divine grade.
The Chief Head drew a breath of cold air, endlessly shocked as he looked at Yi Yuan. But he discovered the problem very soon and could not help saying puzzledly, "Master, what
medicinal pill is this?"
Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Detoxification pill. What medicinal pill can it be still? Could it be that I'm letting him eat a medicinal pill to increase cultivation right now? Not eating? Give back to me if not eating." The Chief Head's hand hurriedly shrank back and he said awkwardly, Master, I didn't mean that. Master might not be aware the Crimson Fire bone corroding poison is very powerful. Ordinary detoxification pills can't cure it. Only by prescribing the right remedy for it one can cure the poison." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was just about to lose his temper when the Chief Head directly came to the bedside subserviently and stuffed the medicinal pill down the Second Head's mouth.
He only questioned it instinctively. After all, the Crimson Fire bone corroding poison's power was rather famous.
But he discovered very quickly that his doubts were totally unjustified.
The master even joined back the heart meridians? Could this medicinal pill be a bluff?
Furthermore, it was a divine-grade medicinal pill. Sure enough, the Second Head, whose complexion was black, took a turn for the better very soon.
The medicinal pill's efficacy was amazingly good.
What a powerful detoxification pill. This, just how long has it been? Second Brother's poison is actually gone. Yeah, even the Crimson Fire bone corroding poison's detoxification pill doesn't have such a fast effect too. What detoxification pill is this? It's too exaggerated. Compared to this, those detoxification pills on the market are simply trash.
The few brothers cried out with exclamations, all stunned by Yi Yuan's detoxification pill. These gangs, lived a life on the edge every day. Getting injured and poisoned was all too normal.
If there was such a medicinal pill, who would still be afraid of getting poisoned? Thud. After the second head got up, he immediately knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and said respectfully, "Many thanks for Master's life-saving grace. Zhu Yong won't ever forget it."
Yi Yuan said coolly, "Head, don't need to thank me. I didn't treat you without conditions."
As he said, his gaze looked towards the chief head and said, "Chief head, don't forget our agreement." Chief head was also forthright, nodding and said, "I, Xingguan, am a man of his word. Since I promised Master Yi, I naturally won't renege. But this Xing has a presumptuous request." Yi Yuan thought nothing of it and said coolly, "Tell me about it."
Chief head said, "I heard that Master Yi has just entered Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. I wonder if you have a place to go to."
Yi Yuan froze and said, "Place to go? There is. It's just that it seems like I can't go in right now." These few days, he already had for take care of this matter. But it seemed like it could not be resolved in a short while. The difficulty of entering the inner city seemed to be even greater than he imagined. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City made clear distinctions. Inner city and outer cities were like two different worlds. Inner city was the place where the Imperial City's elites were located. Chief head said, "Since that's the case, Master Yi needs a place to stay as well. Why not join our gang? How's that? Master, rest assured. All of your expenses will be borne by us." Yi Yuan gave Xingguan a glance with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You all bear it? Do you know how much divine essence stones are needed to raise a 3-star alchemy god?" Chief head's expression could not help choking up, revealing a blush. He was just harboring the thought of giving it a try. Indeed, it could not work out. Master Ye's level was much more formidable than Wu Feng. How could he take fancy on the dragon-slaying gang?
Even though alchemists were very rich, they burned even more money.
If they could afford to raise, they would have long raised one. Why would they wait until now? Those capable of raising alchemists were just the 3 great families, this kind of major families with deep foundations. Even though their 3 gangs were part of the 6 great factions, compared to the 3 great families, they were still much worse. The streets that the 3 major gangs managed, those were all side streets that the 3 great families did not take fancy on. The truly prosperous areas were all controlled in the hands of the 3 great families.
Chief head had an embarrassed look as he said this. It was this Xing who was rash. Hope that Master Yi doesn't take offense.
How could Yi Yuan not know what idea Xingguan had?
They offended Wu Feng to the core this time and was afraid of being suppressed by Wu Feng. That was why he would hope for him to stay.
Wu Feng was known as the South City's #1 alchemist. He naturally had immense summoning power.
If he could not treat the second head, then forget it. Xingguan they all going to admit their mistake and gift some divine essence stones. Only then they could resolve the issue.
But he treated the second head. Wu Feng definitely would not spare any effort to suppress the dragon-slaying gang for the sake of his face.
At that time, their situation would be awkward.
Wu Feng, this kind of existence was what any party wanted to rope in.
Hence, the current dragon-slaying gang's situation was very pessimistic.
The current Xingguan could not bring out the air of a half-step divine lord in front of Yi Yuan at all. Alchemists were this awesome. Even if his realm was not as high as yours, you did not dare to offend either. Especially when Yi Yuan was the dragon-slaying gang's only hope now.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, letting me stay behind, it's also not impossible.
But I won't join in your gang struggles. In addition, you guys prepare a shop for me.
Xingguan's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief.
The other few brothers similarly had stunned faces. Their eyes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of incredulity.
They agreed just like this.
Originally, they already lost all hope. They did not expect that Yi Yuan did a 180-degree turn and actually agreed to it.
Immediately, their faces revealed a look of wild elation.
Haha, no problem.
Whatever you need, Master, you feel free to open your mouth.
Oh right, since Master requests us to change names, then why not confer a name? Xingguan said with great joy. Yi Yuan agreeing to Xingguan naturally had his considerations. He discovered that wanting to enter the inner city was really a very difficult thing.
That affair probably could not be counted on.
The myriad treasure tower was probably a first-rate major force in the inner city too. For this kind of small fish, how could he get in contact with that kind of existence? Since that was the case, he might as well find a place to settle down first.
Although this dragon-slaying gang was of lowly status, they were faithful and loyal to friends and also quite trustworthy, making Yi Yuan feel pretty good.
Since he was unable to enter the inner city, let the myriad treasure tower come find him then. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, a sudden clap of thunder out of the blue. Why not
use the name Thunderclap Gang then?
Day Hall was the South City's largest medicinal hall. Wu Feng was the #1 person here.
As the South City's #1 medicinal hall, Day Hall naturally had unceasing traffic, their business very popular.
What did you say? Zhu Yongtian didn't die. Wu Feng looked at the manager opposite, shock filling his eyes. The manager nodded and said, not only did he not die, but he's also already full of vitality and vigor. He was seen going to a branch hall this morning, talking in a jovial manner. It was like he wasn't seriously injured on the verge of death at all.
Wu Feng's gaze turned intent and he shook his head and said, impossible.
I personally diagnosed his pulse.
His heart meridians were already fully severed, even immortals would be hard-pressed to save him. It's just 3 days' time, so how can he possibly be robust and lively already?
The manager smiled bitterly and said, I've already sent people to inquire about it. Zhu Yongtian is really already well. Furthermore, the crimson fire bone-corroding poison in his body is already fully removed. Wu Feng's expression changed, his brows furrowing tightly until creases could be seen, and he said in a solemn voice, is it possible?
Was he really brought back to life by that brat? A brat who's still wet behind the ears, how can he possibly have such capability?
The manager was puzzled as he said, Brother Wu Feng, the kid that you're talking about is? Wu Feng froze, shook his head, and said, nothing.
Starting from today, Day Hall as well as all of the Dongfang family's medicinal halls will discontinue all cooperation with the dragon-slaying gang, banning the sale of medicinal pills to them.
Humph. Since they look down on this old man, then they will have to suffer this old man's wrath. The manager's expression changed and he said with difficulty, Brother Wu Feng,
the dragon-slaying gang is our major client. This isn't too good, right?
Wu Feng snorted coldly and said, why? Don't I even have this bit of authority? The manager smiled bitterly and said, Brother Wu Feng is too serious. You naturally have this authority. All right then, it will be as Brother Wu Feng said. Wu Feng's status in the Dongfang family was too high. Even though he was Day Hall's manager, he could not offend this great deity. It was just that he was very curious who could make the Wu Feng who had always been proud of his success take up arms and go to war. What did you say? Zhu Yongtian actually didn't die? How is this possible? My thunder-chasing arrow has never failed before. When the Sun Moon Gang's second head, He Xiao, heard this news, his first reaction was to not believe it. Thunder-chasing arrow. The momentum was akin to chasing thunder. None could withstand its onslaught.
Although He Xiao was just a grand completion origin deity, by relying on the thunder-chasing arrow, shooting a half-step divine lord dead was nothing difficult.
As long as he was given an adequate opportunity. The Silverfeather Gang spent a huge price before inviting He Xiao to take action but did not expect for it to fall short of success at the last stage.
Xingguan was not shot dead. Now, even the Yu Yongtian who helped him block the arrow actually survived too. How could this not shock him?
Zhu Yongtian has already appeared in public. It can't be faked. Furthermore, there's an even more explosive news. The Dragon-Slaying Gang changed names to Thunderclap Gang. The Silverfeather Gang's chief head, Luo Yu, said.
He Xiao's expression changed, showing a look of surprise on his face.
What the hell was this Dragon-Slaying Gang up to? You came to find me today to take about this? I've already taken action. Zhu Yongtian not dying. The responsibility of this matter isn't on me. Could it be that your Silverfeather Gang wants to go back on your word? After the initial shock, He Xiao recovered the demeanor of a fierce and ambitious person. Luo Yu smiled and said, rest assured, Qianting 3 streets, there's one for you guys. I came today to find you to discuss cooperation. Once the chief head breaks through to Divine Lord Realm, he can't interfere with the South City's matters anymore. Before this, our two gangs should still cooperate sincerely and wipe out the Thunderclap gang first. What do you think, future chief head? Among the three gangs, the Sun Moon Gang's strength was the greatest. The Sun Moon Gang's chief head strength was already infinitely close to the Divine Lord Realm and might break through at any time. These few years, he had always been in the state of close seclusion.
And He Zhao's strength was also virtually on par with half-step Divine Lord.
According to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's rules, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were not to intervene in the Outer City's affairs. When the time came, He Zhao would be the Sun Moon Gang's chief head. He Zhao gave Luo Yu a very meaningful glance and said, "Are you making a show of goodwill to our Sun Moon Gang?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "Fine birds choose the tree to perch on. Our three major gangs have fought in the open and in the dark these few years. But in the eyes of the three great families, we're merely a bunch of motley crew. Now, we finally produced a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This also makes us have the feeling of leaning against a big tree." When he said this, Luo Yu felt many vicissitudes of emotion too. The three major gangs' power being inferior to the three great families was because they did not have a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse as a backer. The three great chiefs were all competing to see who could break through to Divine Lord Realm first these few years. Looking at it now, it was naturally the Sun Moon Gang's chief who was a notch higher. Even though Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were not to directly intervene in the Outer City's matters, manipulating in secret was definitely there. Otherwise, on what basis could the three great families suppress them? When He Zhao heard this, he could not help saying with a smile, "It's still Chief Head Luo who recognizes the facts of the situation, unlike that Xingguan who's impervious to all reason. But Xingguan's strength is indeed very formidable. Not easy to deal with." Luo Yu smiled and said, "In the past, he isn't easy to deal with. But now, no idea why Xingguan offended Master Wu Feng. Now, Dai Hall and Dongfang families' businesses have already utterly boycotted the Thunderclap gang. Without the Dongfang family's protection, could he, Xingguan, still overturn the heavens?" He Zhao's brows raised up and he said, "Is this real?"
Luo Yu smiled and said, "More real than real gold."
The two people looked at each other and smiled.
On Cinnamon Street, a handsome-looking youth brought along a young book attendant, and they were currently wandering on the streets. "Ms. Young Master, it's getting late, we should go back," the book attendant said.
That youth had refined features and bright eyes, the skin color fair. One look and it was a woman cross-dressed as a man.
But even if it was cross-dressing and not applying makeup, it could not block her beauty too.
The youth glared and scolded. "Little Huan, is your skin itching again?
We're running away from home here."
"Running away from home, understand? Go back? Go back for what?"
"Walk right into a trap."
Little Huan pursed her lips and did not dare to say a word more. Suddenly, the youth raised her head and saw "Will grant all requests" for big words, written on a small medicine shop, and could not help revealing a look of disdain. Heh, such a small medicine shop probably doesn't even have a 3-star alchemy god. To actually dare claim to grant all requests. This young master wants to see how you grant all requests.
While talking, the youth raised her feet and went straight into the medicine shop.
"Shopkeeper, your front door writes will grant all requests. Can you refine all medicinal pills?" The youth directly opened her mouth and asked. The shopkeeper hurriedly came out to greet, and appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, "This should be can." The shopkeeper seriously could not carry on talking. Yesterday, the chief head brought a young man over, saying that this medicine shop was up to him to take charge. In the end, the first thing that this young man did was to hang a "Will grant all requests" plaque at the entrance. His sweat poured profusely back then. The tone was a little too big, right? Even though this young man was an initial stage origin deity, he was too young, too boastful.
"You look, this plaque had not been hung for long and someone came over to find fault, right?"
"Can? You're the shopkeeper, you're asking me? Hey, you all really have such high-sounding sentiments. Is this to offend all of your peers?" The youth said with a cold smile. The shopkeeper had an embarrassed look, stammering and somewhat unable to speak. Will grant all request. These words, no medicine shop dared to say it. If they treated someone to death or could not refine the medicinal pill, that would really be smacking their own face swollen. Furthermore, Cinnamon Street was out of the way. This small shop of theirs did not attract people's attention. Otherwise, this place would have long been rallied and attacked by their peers. But the shopkeeper knew that this kind of thing could not be avoided. It would be known by people sooner or later. And this youth was likely the first one dropping in to find fault.
Hey, shopkeeper, I'm asking you something, talk.
Since you guys will grant all requests, then I'll request for a pill right now. Do you dare to accept, shopkeeper? The youth had an overbearing appearance, forcing the shopkeeper back several steps. The shopkeeper also wanted to say yes, but he did not have the confidence. One look and it was clear that this youth was a wealthy young master. He was clearly here to cause trouble. So how could the medicinal pill he requested be easy to refine?
The shopkeeper's head was full of sweat, not knowing how he should answer. The corners of the youth's mouth curled and she said disdainfully, if you don't have the ability, pretending to be capable for what? Hey, this young master will tear down your signboard. Why, young master, this isn't good, right? Little Juan felt very embarrassed by her young master's overbearing appearance and urged,
what's not good? They dared to make this boast. Do they still not let people tear down this plaque? The youth said unrelentingly.
Right then, a young man came out from behind the screen, opened his mouth, and said indifferently, Miss, what medicinal pill you want to ask for, just feel free to say. Tearing down people's signboard at the drop of a hat, this isn't good.
Yi Yuan's words were said very calmly, seemingly forgotten that he had just torn down people's signboard a few days ago, and even forced them to change their gang's name. This was voluntary, not forced. That youth could not help being somewhat surprised when she saw Yi Yuan see through her at one glance. Soon after, she was a little angry.
This guy, the logic of not exposing when seen through, did he not understand? But saw the corners of her mouth curl and she said disdainfully, and I was wondering, this signboard was hung by you, right? Yi Yuan said without any change in countenance, so what if yes?
So what?
Hoo-hoo, what a big tone. Do you think that you're the medicine ancestor?
Will grant all requests. This young lady will tear down this signboard of yours today.
Yi Yuan said coolly, tearing down my signboard, you need to have the ability to do it.
Ha!
Look at you, Brett. Age isn't old, tone really isn't small. You wait.
This girl suddenly turned around and ran out of the hall, coming to the street. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she shouted loudly, Hey! Everyone come over and take a look. Everyone come and see.
With her shouting, there were immediately quite a few people who were drawn over.
Even though Cinnamon Street was in a remote place, it more or less had some popularity. Otherwise, the Thunderclap gang would not open a small shop here either.
The girl sneered coldly and thought to herself, aren't you very cocky? So many people watching, when you can't refine the medicinal pill in a while, I want to see how you clean up the mess.
This signboard of yours. This young lady is bent on tearing it down today. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper's heart thumped and secretly thought to himself that it was over. But an imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. This seemed to be pretty good too. Little Juan had an embarrassed look and said to Yi Yuan, This, sir, really sorry. My family's young lady has a personality that craves for the world to be plunged into chaos. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, No harm. Let her make trouble. The shopkeeper gave Yi Yuan a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, You're about to fold up for good soon. Still let her cause trouble. With this, he was going to lose his job. Seeing everyone gather over, the girl was pleased with herself inwardly. But her face was indignant as she said, Everyone, look at this small shop. It actually writes will grant all requests. I think this medicinal shop's alchemist must be very impressive.
Today, this young master will let everyone test the water, let everyone see if this little medicine shop is really a lair of undiscovered talents.
With her shouting, it immediately caught everyone's attention. When did this plaque of Miracle Hand Parlor hang up? How come I didn't know?
Will grant all requests.
What high-sounding sentiments.
Those major medicinal shops in the inner city don't dare to hang this kind of plaque too, right?
Miracle Hand Parlor was this small medicine shop's name. It had also been on Cinnamon Street for some years already. Everyone had long become used to it.
The shopkeeper quietly hung this plaque out, afraid of drawing people's attention.
Now, it was good this lassie directly attracted all the people here. A look of despair appeared on the shopkeeper's face. This lassie was too ruthless. Done talking, that girl turned around and said to Yi Yuan, "Hey, kid, dare to come out or not? In front of everyone. Let's take a look at how impressive this will grant all requests of yours is." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and slowly came out. He clasped his hands at everyone and said, "How do you do, neighbors? This miracle hand parlor will be managed by me, Yi Yuan, in the future.
Whatever rare or puzzling illness everybody has, pill refinement and medicine, you can all come and find me. Below rank 4, all demands will be satisfied." Ha, this kid really dares to brag. Below rank 4, all demands will be satisfied. This boast is bragged too hard, right?
Isn't the miracle hand parlor the dragon-slaying gang's territory? Where did this punk pop out from?
Yi Yuan's words made everyone burst into an uproar all at once. The girl narrowed her eyes, looking at Yi Yuan with a sneer in her heart. Still pretending.
In a while, I see how you wind up the matter.
Kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hey, Master Yi, since you're so incredible, then I'll request a pill from you right now. That girl said.
Yi Yuan did a go-ahead hand gesture and said, "Requesting pill? Prepare your own spirit medicine and pill formula. Rank 3 divine pills starts from 1 million divine essence stones." Hiss! The moment these words came out, that girl could not help opening her mouth wide and said in shock, 1 million divine essence stones? Why don't you go and rob people? Yi Yuan said coolly, "My medicinal pills are worth this price." Wildly arrogant. Truly wildly conceited. Master Wu Feng's medicinal pills were not so expensive either. This kid was crazy for money, right? Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance that asked for a beating, that girl could not help feeling exasperated and said, "Fine.
I Ningxiu want to try what kind of medicinal pill you can refine.
Here, pill formula and spirit medicines are all inside this storage ring. If you can't refine, I'll smash your signboard on the spot." Yi Yuan received the storage ring and took out the pill formula and took a look, involuntarily showing a look of surprise on his face.
When Ningxiu saw Yi Yuan's expression, she could not help saying with a cold smile, "How is it?"
Stunned, right?
Watch me smash your signboard.
Done talking, she leaped up and was going to smash the signboard. But her body had just flew into midair and had her ankle caught by Yi Yuan, and was forcefully dragged down. "You! So many people are watching. You dare to go back on your word," Ningxiu said angrily.
Yi Yuan glanced at her indifferently and said, "When did I say that I can't refine it?"
Ningxiu sneered and said, "Your expression just now already betrayed your thoughts." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "I thought that you'd give me some difficult problem. Didn't expect that. It's so easy." "Easy? You're saying that the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill is easy?"
Ha!
Truly shameless boasting.
Ningxiu was utterly speechless. She really did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from to actually be this arrogant.
Meridian Heaven Heart Pill was a middle-grade rank 3 divine pill. Furthermore, it was a very difficult to refine type among rank 3 middle-grade divine pills. Ningxiu's talent was extremely high. One should not look at how she was young. She was already a middle-rank 3-star alchemy god. This Meridian Heaven Heart Pill was precisely the medicinal pill that she failed to refine for a long time. This medicinal pill's refinement difficulty was immense. Even if Ningxiu's master refined it, he could only occasionally refine one to superior grade.
One had to know her master was a 4-star alchemy god.
This cocky boy in front of her was actually so arrogant. Yi Yuan gave Ningxiu a glance and said smilingly, "Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. The refinement fee is 2 million divine essence stones. Do you have them?" Ningxiu glared and said angrily, "Don't you look down on people?
Isn't it a mere 2 million divine essence stones?
This young master is poor until I'm only left with divine essence stones." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "All right then, you wait." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and entered the inner hall. Although 2 hours passed, everyone did not leave. Instead, there was a trend of gathering more and more. Will grant all requests. This gimmick was indeed rather beckoning. Everyone all wanted to see if this ridiculously young alchemist really had the standard, or was a half bucket of water sloshing around. But everyone was very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Such a young alchemist, even if he was really a 3-star alchemist, it was also impossible to have a very high standard. Since Ning Xiu came to kick down the dojo, the pill formula that she took out definitely was not some commonplace pill formula.
Ordinary alchemists probably could not refine it.
But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly came out from the inner hall. Seeing Yi Yuan come out so quickly, Ning Xiu's face revealed a smug smile. Kid, can't refine it, right? Did you ruin all of my spirit medicines? The Meridian Heaven Heart pill, this level of medicinal pill, how can it be what any random Tom, Dick, and Harry can refine? Ning Xiu said smugly.
This Meridian Heaven Heart pill, even if her master came to refine it, the process still needed half a day's time too.
Refining it in 2 hours?
Ning Xiu did not even consider this being possible at all.
This kid is totally putting up an act. Still will grant all requests. What a joke. Isn't that so?
No idea where the dragon-slaying gang found this kid either. Isn't this asking for trouble?
The Meridian Heaven Heart pill I heard before. It's a very difficult to refine middle-grade rank 3 divine pill. This brat's hair isn't even fully grown. Can he refine it? Come. Let's smash the signboard together. Isn't this making fun of us? Ning Xiu was all roused up when she heard and said delightedly, You don't have any objection about me smashing the signboard now, right? Oh, right, my spirit medicine's money, you got to compensate me. A total of 500,000 divine essence stones. As she said, Ning Xiu was going to smash the signboard. Ning Xiu's body had just risen to midair and then was dragged down by Yi Yuan. She could not help saying in exasperation, You punk, are you courting death?
Yi Yuan ignored her but stretched his hand out and said, Give it.
Ning Xiu froze and said, Give what?
Yi Yuan said, 2 million divine essence stones.
Ning Xiu blew her top all at once and bellowed, You didn't even refine the medicinal pill and still want to ask me for divine essence stones? You're not duping people. You're a scam shop. Yi Yuan said coolly, Who told you that I didn't refine it? Ning Xiu snickered and said, Rubbish. 2 hours you can refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill? If you were to refine it, I'll eat the medicine cauldron.
Yi Yuan fished out a small jade box. The moment the jade box opened, a medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind instantly spread out. Ning Xiu's smile immediately froze there, looking at that dark red medicinal pill in disbelief.
This
is impossible. Divine.
Divine grade Meridian Heaven Heart pill? Why you?
Where did you get it from?
Ning Xiu was like a startled little rabbit, at a loss on what to do and where to go. Her master could not even refine a heaven-grade Meridian Heaven Heart pill, let alone divine grade. This kid actually brought a divine grade out. This
is really a divine grade medicinal pill.
Are my eyes failing me? A 3-star alchemy god refined a rank 3 divine grade divine pill. The Meridian Heaven Heart pill isn't an ordinary medicinal pill.
He can actually refine a divine grade. This is too fake, right? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Divine-grade medicinal pills were extremely rare and also not what they could afford.
But now, this young man actually took out a divine-grade divine pill. Ning Xiu reached her hand out, wanting to take the medicinal pill. But Yi Yuan pulled his hand back and Ning Xiu grabbed thin air.
Want the medicinal pill? Pay money. Yi Yuan said coolly.
Ning Xiu pursed her mouth and threw a storage ring to Yi Yuan. Snatching the jade box over, she said, Take it. Look at that money face appearance of yours.
Humph.
Observing the Meridian Heaven Heart pill closely, it was indeed divine grade.
The medicinal pill was still steaming. Clearly, it had just come out of the furnace.
This was really refined that this kid?
Titanic waves surged in Ning Xiu's heart. The difficulty of the Meridian Heaven Heart pill, she was all too clear. She had already attempted to refine this medicinal pill for several years, but she had never succeeded before. But this kid refined it in 2 hours. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. You must have cheated, Ning Xiu suddenly said. Little Huan was also incredibly shocked at one side. But Ning Xiu's endless pestering, she really could not look on anymore. Young master! Shut up! Ning Xiu shouted at Little Huan, then turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Kid, there must be something shady involved.
I don't believe that you can refine a divine-grade Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, believing it or not is up to you. Our transaction is already done.
So infuriating.
Can you, this punk, not be so cocky or not? Kid, I still want to ask for a kind of medicinal pill. If you can even refine this medicinal pill, I'll believe that you can really grant all requests.
Otherwise, I'm still going to smash your signboard, Ning Xiu said. Yi Yuan was amused and said smilingly, As long as there's business, I won't refuse the arrival. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ning Xiu's mouth and she said, This is the Gale Celestial Stone Pills pill formula and spirit medicines. If you can refine it, I'll immediately get lost. Hiss. Gale Celestial Stone Pill.
What background does this brat have?
To actually have this pill formula. Gale Celestial Stone Pill. It's said to be a medicinal pill that can help martial artists comprehend the law of wind, being incomparably profound. This medicinal pill isn't available on the market at all. This medicinal pill is famous for being hard to refine. Heard that even for 4-star alchemy gods, it's very hard to refine.
This young man is in trouble now?
Yi Yuan received the pill formula and browsed it over. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, A little interesting.
Ning Xiu sneered and said, Do you dare to accept or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, What's not to dare?
But this medicinal pill isn't cheap. Ning Xiu snorted coldly and said, If you can really refine it, money is no object.
Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, All right then, 8 million divine essence stones.
Hiss. 8 million divine essence stones. This is a robbery. Crazy. A medicinal pill, 8 million divine essence stones. This kid is crazily thinking about money.
Demanding an exorbitant price got to have the ability to take it as well.
Yi Yuan's quoted price directly made everyone burst into an uproar.
8 million for one medicinal pill, this was not even counting the spirit medicine's cost.
This was simply a sky-high price.
The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was also barely any medicinal pill that could sell at the price of 8 million.
This kid absolutely went crazy thinking about money. The corners of Ning Xiu's mouth twitched and she said, If you can really refine it, so what if 8 million? But I have a request. You must refine the pill in front of everybody. She did not believe that Yi Yuan could really refine a divine-grade divine pill. Something that even Master could not refine. How could Yi Yuan possibly refine it?
Moreover, this Gale Celestial Stone Pill's difficulty was God knows how many times harder than the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill.
Even for her master, the chances of refining were very small too.
Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Deal.
I'll come in then. Ning Xiu followed Yi Yuan inside angrily. The others exchanged glances and also entered in a single line. The miracle hand parlor was not big. Yi Yuan's pill refining room was also not that luxurious. With so many people entering it, it seemed a little packed. These people all extended their heads, wanting to see how Yi Yuan refined pills. Just now, this young man took out a rank 3 divine-grade divine pill. When Ning Xiu saw this simple and crude pill refining room, she could not help pursing her mouth.
This rundown place, could it really give birth to some legendary existence?
What Yi Yuan used was a celestial deity artifact medicinal cauldron. The profound yellow cauldron naturally could not be taken out in front of everyone.
Either way, the celestial deity artifacts inside the purple extreme hall were a lot. There were still other medicinal cauldrons. Gale Celestial Stone Pill, Dustless mentioned it to him before but did not have the pill formula. This would be Yi Yuan's first time refining one.
After doing the prep work, he started meditating, deducing the pill formula in his head. The spirit medicines that Ning Xiu prepared were only sufficient to refine twice. It was still a little difficult for him to want to refine it within 2 tries. Of course, this was so to other people.
Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan and had a contemptuous look. This guy was definitely posturing. This room was full of people. Did meditation not require a quiet environment? Do you have to be so amateur? If you can deduce the pill formula under this kind of environment, that would really be seeing ghosts. Ning Xiu pursed her mouth and said disdainfully, "Putting on an act. I want to see how long you can maintain it." She already determined now that Yi Yuan was totally a layman. As for that medicinal pill earlier, it might have been stolen from somewhere. Roughly 2 hours later, Yi Yuan slowly got up and arrived before the medicinal cauldron. Everyone held their breaths, quietly waiting for Yi Yuan to refine pills. Yi Yuan's palm shook, shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. The excess spirit medicines, Yi Yuan lightly flicked, directly sending into another container. Very soon, the 2 medicinal embryos were condensed finish. The entire process was natural and smooth, finished in one go. A hint of surprise flashed across in Ning Xiu's eyes. Yi Yuan's method had indeed astonished her. Except, was this medicinal embryo really reliable? That casual flick could expel the excess spirit medicines? At least, her master could not achieve such precise control. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was not considered some incredible skill to alchemy gods. But Yi Yuan's shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was vastly different from ordinary alchemy gods. A feeling of consciousness flowed. Refining pills using consciousness flow? Pill refinement was an extremely rigorous study. Could consciousness flow refine the medicinal pill? TSK, who doesn't know how to act cool? Ning Xiu said scornfully. However, Yi Yuan already entered pill refinement state. Ning Xiu's ridicule, he did not hear a single word. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. Snicker. A rank 2 divine fire? Want to refine the Gale celestial stone pill? This guy is joking around, right? Seeing the cleansing sandal sacred flame in Yi Yuan's palm, Ning Xiu immediately laughed. Rank 2 divine fires, regardless of whether in terms of temperature or sustainability, it did not reach the requirement of refining rank 3 divine pills at all. The Gale celestial stone pill, this level of medicinal pill, the requirement of the flame itself was exceedingly high. For rank 2 divine fires to want to refine the Gale celestial stone pill, it was simply a fool's talk. Under Yi Yuan's painstaking nurturing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame had long broken through rank 1 divine fire as well, reaching rank 2. It was just that the cleansing sandal sacred flame's advancement speed clearly could not catch up to Yi Yuan's speed of breaking through. His palm urged. The cleansing sandal sacred flame entered inside the medicinal cauldron. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The cleansing sandal sacred flame emitted light exploding sounds. The temperature of the medicinal cauldron suddenly soared. Flame explosion art. A surge of scorching temperature hit from head-on, making everyone's faces suddenly change. Is this a rank 2 divine fire? Why would it have such a horrifying temperature? This temperature has probably already reached the level of rank 3 divine fire, right? A rank 2 divine fire giving off a rank 3 divine fire's temperature? Is this a joke? Waves of exclamations emitted from the crowd. Ning Xiu also had shock written all over her face. Even though it just barely reached the temperature of rank 3 divine fires, it had indeed reached it. How did this guy do it? Yi Yuan only developed this flame explosion art in order to compensate for the inadequacies of his divine fire. Yi Yuan could let each fire seedling undergo a small-scale explosion with terrifying control, letting the divine fire's overall temperature rise a level from there. This was Yi Yuan's action that could not be helped, but in everyone's view it was an inconceivable thing. Ning Xiu's eyes glimmered, discovering a trace of inkling very soon, and could not help having a look of surprise. The little fire seedlings that this kind of art of flame explosion required to control was a very horrifying number. This guy's control over flames had simply reached the acme of perfection. It was just that. If using this method, would he still have energy to go and control the pill refinement? Controlling flames and controlling the pill refinement, these were 2 things and needed to be done separately. Without a doubt, this method of controlling fire needed to expend tremendous energy. Then what would Yi Yuan use to refine pills? A hint of a gloating smile flashed across the corners of Ning Xiu's mouth. What was the use of being good at fire control? Forming the pill was the crux.
But very soon, her smile turned stiff on her face. Inside the entire room, a mysterious aura started filling the air.
This aura was like wine fragrance, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves.
Chaos Heavenly Star Art. Yi Yuan shouted lightly, his entire person seemingly turning into a region of chaos, giving people the feeling of beholding a great mountain. Ning Xiu's eyes became somewhat misty, as if she was drunk. Her entire person was immersed in the sea of Tao, unable to extricate herself. As for the rest, they were even more like so. Inside this pill refinement room, the aura of great Tao pervaded the air.
Chaos Heavenly Star Art was the alchemy technique that Yi Yuan developed. It was also the extension of his alchemy Tao when he was Immortal realm.
If his alchemy skill was a tender seedling in the past, then his current alchemy skill was a great tree currently growing tall and strong. Yi Yuan gained enlightenment on great Tao with alchemy and developed the Chaos Heavenspan canon. He naturally walked further along the alchemy path too.
After the 10 Directions Heaven-Seizing Art, Yi Yuan created the Chaos Heavenly Star Art with the Chaos Heavenspan canon as the foundation. Especially after the Great Tao Heavenly Melody the last time, this alchemy skill became even more unfathomable.
As soon as it was used, it would trigger Great Tao. Suddenly, the aura of Great Tao poured into the medicinal cauldron frenziedly. Everyone returned to serenity.
That misty look of Ning Xiu's finally recovered clarity. Just now.
What happened? What a mysterious feeling. I feel like I seem to have understood something, Ning Xiu said in shock. What a mysterious feeling. I clearly don't know how to refine pills. But why do I feel like I seem to know how to refine pills? Just now.
What in the world happened?
What a magical alchemy technique.
Everyone seemed to have experienced a fleeting dream. Now, they had a feeling as if waking up from a dream.
Yi Yuan pointed at the medicinal pill in the jade box and said to Ning Xiu, "Your Gale Celestial Stone pill? Pay up."
The moment Ning Xiu looked at it, her eyes went wide.
This?
How is this possible? Peak heaven grade.
Just a bit more. Just a little bit more.
You. Are you still human?
Ning Xiu's voice, the pitch gradually became higher and higher. She felt that she must have seen a fake medicinal pill. This guy actually refined a peak heaven-grade Gale Celestial Stone pill. Furthermore, it was even his first time refining. Ning Xiu felt that her head could not quite wrap itself around it. Everything in front of her was too surreal.
She watched Yi Yuan refine pills with her own eyes. This absolutely could not be falsified.
Also, that mysterious feeling just now, what was with that? Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan, feeling that this youth was so mysterious. Amen. This is the first time I'm refining it. I'm still a little unfamiliar with the pill. You can leave the other medicinal embryo here. Tomorrow, I'll help you refine once more. It should be able to reach divine grade, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Xiu used to gaze like she had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan. She seriously could not find the words to describe the astonishment in her heart currently anymore. When did refining divine-grade medicinal pills become so casual? At this moment, the shopkeeper's face revealed a red glow, looking excited. He really did not think that this young lad who was new was actually an expert who kept his own counsel. No, wait, it was a super-duper expert. What kind of expert could refine divine-grade medicinal pills like cabbages? Even 4-star alchemy gods could not do it too, right? At this time, he felt that this will grant all requests signboard was genuine fame following real achievement, living up to its reputation.
All along, the Miracle Hand Parlor was half dead. But the shopkeeper was clear that the Miracle Hand Parlor would soon become the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's hottest medicinal shop.
Everybody saw it, right? Our Master Yi has true capabilities. Everyone, remember, all requests will be granted.
In the future, if everyone has any needs, feel free to come to the Miracle Hand Parlor.
It's getting late now. Everyone can all disperse then, said the shopkeeper as he smiled from ear to ear. Everyone experienced boundless shock and left the Miracle Hand Parlor. Ning Xiu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she did not know where to begin. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu and said suspiciously, "What? It can't be that you don't have divine essence stones, right?" Ning Xiu's expression changed, and she suddenly put on a smile and said with a fawning look, "This came out in a hurry. Why not?
How about this? I see that your little medicine shop is lacking manpower too. I'll be a little medicine boy for you."
Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu meaningfully and said, "You want to learn alchemy from me?" Ning Xiu instantly turned into a fangirl. Pulling Yi Yuan's hand and swinging, she said, "Your pill refinement is really too incredible. I idolize you to death."
I discovered that.
"I've fallen in love with alchemy." Yi Yuan shook her hand off and said with a disgusted look, "What does you falling in love with alchemy have got to do with me? Give me the money."
Not that Yi Yuan was greedy for money, but that his current expenditures were too great.
The cost of rank 3 spirit medicines was far from what rank 1 and 2 spirit medicines could compare to. The spirit medicines of a medicinal pill like the Gale Celestial Stone pill, the cost price would likely cost several million divine essence stones. Along the way, in order to research rank 3 spirit medicines, he already spent no less than over 1 billion divine essence stones. Adding in the flight expenditure along the way, he was only left with 2 to 3 billion divine essence stones now. It looked like a very large sum. Actually, it was already consuming without producing. Hence, the money that should be charged, he naturally must charge Ning Xiu. 8 million to buy a medicinal pill sounded very scary. Actually, it was not considered expensive for divine-grade medicinal pills, because one could not buy it at all. The Gale Celestial Stone pill's divine-grade medicinal pill, even 4-star alchemy gods could not refine it.
Ning Xiu said with a resentful look, "Stinky fellow who's oblivious to flirting. Want money, don't have it. Want my life, there's one. Up to you."
As she said this, Ning Xiu directly made a grabbing move toward the medicinal pill. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan was even faster than her, directly putting away the medicinal pill and medicinal embryo. "If no money, I'll keep these 2 medicinal pills. 2 Gale Celestial Stone pills, the price shouldn't be lower than 8 million. Yi Yuan said coolly.
Ning Xiu's expression changed and she said, "You. No way.
This medicinal pill, you can't take it away."
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, even if you give me more, I'll return them to you. I said 8 million, it means 8 million. I won't take a single cent more from you."
Ning Xiu said exasperatedly, "No way. The Gale Celestial Stone pill's spirit medicines, I've collected for a long time. That's for my big brother to use. You can't sell it."
Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's none of my business."
Ning Xiu gritted her teeth and said, "It's you who forced me.
Look out for my sword."
Done talking, Ning Xiu stabbed toward Yi Yuan with a sword. Clank! Yi Yuan stood firm, finger lightly flicking on the flat of the blade, directly shocking the long sword until it slipped out of the hand. Ning Xiu was shocked until her wrist went numb, and she said in surprise, "Are you a monster?"
Alchemy's strength is so formidable, martial arts is actually this strong too.
Ning Xiu was an origin deity. Not saying that she was one of the best among peers, but she was also not what an initial stage origin deity could casually defeat. But Yi Yuan actually just lightly flicked a bit and flicked her sword flying.
Once this guy really made a move, how terrifying would that be?
Regardless of whether it was alchemy or martial arts, Ning Xiu had always been very confident in her talent.
She was not very hard-working in cultivation, but her strength was much stronger than her peers. All the way until today, she ran into Yi Yuan.
This hateful guy shattered her confidence into pieces. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with her and said coolly, "Go on." Ning Xiu gritted her teeth and stomped her feet angrily and said, "Fine, I'll pay up. Here, there's 4 million in here, all for you. Now, I'm penniless and have nowhere to go anymore. You have to take me in. Ouch. Let me go.
Quickly let me go. You. What are you going to do?"
Yi Yuan directly picked Ning Xiu up and walked outside the door. Bang.
Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of being compassionate toward girls, directly throwing Ning Xiu out. "Will grant all requests?"
Heh. Truly shameless boast.
This old man has immersed in alchemy for so many years and still doesn't dare to say this kind of big talk.
No need to go and care about him. In a few days, their signboard will get smashed.
Spreading from mouth to mouth, the news of miracle hand parlors will grant all requests signboards spread out very quickly.
Wu Feng heard about this miracle hand parlor very soon. But regarding the will grant all requests signboard, he scoffed in derision.
In this world, there was actually someone who dared to claim to grant all requests. Master, really don't need to care? I heard somebody saw that the presiding alchemist actually refined a rank 3 divine-grade divine pill, said the manager. Wu Feng snickered when he heard that and said, rank 3 divine-grade divine pill? Something that propagates erroneously, you actually believe it too.
Would someone capable of refining rank 3 divine-grade divine pills be inside a small medicine shop in this South City? But the manager said, Master, I say, could it be that kid who cured Zhu Yongtian?
That miracle hand parlor is the current Thunderclap gang's business.
Wu Feng's expression turned stiff, instantly becoming incomparably ugly. That being said, it was really possible.
Humph.
Isn't he very capable? Then we'll send a big gift over. I want to see how he grants all requests, Wu Feng said with a cold smile. The Sun Moon Gang's headquarters, Luo Yu and He Xiao were also very interested in this newly emerged miracle hand parlor.
I've already inquired. Master Wu Feng already sentenced Zhu Yongtian to death. It seems like he was brought back to life by this newcomer kid from the miracle hand parlor.
Luo Yu's expression was somewhat ugly. This kid that popped out of no idea where actually ruined their good thing.
Zhu Yongtian was Xing Guan's right-hand man. His death was a tremendous loss to the Thunderclap gang. He did not expect that Zhu Yongtian was actually saved by someone in the end. Furthermore, he was even brimming with vitality now, so how could this not anger Luo Yu? He Xiao smiled and said, this kid has such high-sounding sentiments. Don't talk about Master Wu Feng, even those masters in the inner city don't dare to hang such a signboard too. Luo Yu said, hey, he's still young in the end. Saving Zhu Yongtian, he thinks that he's an alchemy divine physician already. This kid went crazy wanting to be famous, right?
He Xiao said, since he wants to become famous, then let's help him.
The two people exchanged a glance, revealing a knowing smile. Ning Xiyu looked at the Yi Yuan currently diagnosing people's pulse, a hint of fascination revealing in her eyes.
Was this guy really around the same age as her?
Why could he be impressive to such a degree? These few days, she followed along by Yi Yuan's side, becoming a little medicine boy who filled prescriptions and refined medicine.
But she actually did not have any complaints at all.
Under her endless pestering, Yi Yuan finally agreed to let her stay.
Once the news of the will grant all requests signboard spread out, the guests who dropped in naturally could not dispensed with. In between this, there were naturally quite a few complicated and rare illnesses, and also quite a few martial artists who were heavily injured and on the verge of death. But arriving in front of Yi Yuan, not a single one could actually stump him.
One could say it was curing the illness when the medicine took effect. The will grant all requests signboard was really not joking around. At least all the way until now, a situation that could stump Yi Yuan had not occurred yet.
Ning Xiyu's own alchemy standard was already very high. The majority of the situation here, she could resolve it.
But there were that few cases she was really helpless to do anything.
However, Yi Yuan had the power to transform something rotten into magical. Until now, no accidents had occurred. Furthermore, each one that came to the miracle hand parlor, Yi Yuan could virtually do it perfectly. Ning Xiyu touched her own heart and asked herself, even those that she could handle, she could not do it as well as Yi Yuan too.
No, should say way worse.
This guy was simply not human. Over a few days, Ning Xiyu was already thoroughly subdued by Yi Yuan. Even though this guy boasted a lot, he really has the capital to boast, Ning Xiyu said to herself. Little Huan looked at Ning Xiyu, feeling that she did not quite recognize her young lady anymore. Was this still that lawless and rampant young lady? These few days, her young lord was well behaved like a little maid in front of Master Yi.
If Master Yi asked her to go east, she absolutely would not dare to go west.
Even the young lady's master did not have this ability to subdue her too. However, Master Yi was really too incredible. Seemed even more incredible than the young lady's master.
Get lost.
All get lost for me. I want to see a doctor. So the others all scrammed to the back. Suddenly, 3 to 5 burly men barged right into Miracle Hand Parlor, driving all of the people outside. Bang!
The burly man in the lead directly slapped a palm on the table, shattering the table to pieces, and said highly spiritedly, "Brat, attend to me first. Yi Yuan currently had his eyes closed, reading someone's pulse. He did not even lift his eyelids and said indifferently, "Your illness can't be cured, leave." That burly man was stunned and said, "Motherfucker, you didn't even open your eyes. How do you know that my illness can't be cured? Don't you claim to grant all requests? Why, it's bluffing people. I will smash your signboard right now. Who asked you to cheat people?" Yi Yuan still said unhurriedly, "Idiocy can't be cured. There's only reincarnating anew. Ha ha ha." Yi Yuan's words immediately tickled everyone. The burly man's face turned red and he bellowed, "All shut up for your father. Who dares to laugh again? Your father will make you never able to laugh out loud." Everyone's face changed, all shutting their mouths sensibly. Everyone all recognized who this burly man was. He was the Silver Feather Gang's sixth head, Chen Biao, a guy who killed people without batting an eyelid. If he said to kill people, it was never joking around with you. "Kid, you dare to fool me? Do you know who I am?" Chen Biao pointed at Yi Yuan, already reaching his nose. Yi Yuan said calmly, "Don't care who you are, go to the back and queue up. Those who cause trouble here, there's no treatment without exception." Chen Biao was just about to fly off the handle when a hulking man barged in from outside. "Chen Biao, you dare to cause trouble in our Thunderclap Gang's territory? Do you believe that I'll exterminate you right now?" This hulking man was none other than precisely Meng Hua. He heard that Chen Biao came to the Miracle Hand Parlor in great haste and he immediately brought people to rush over. Chen Biao's eyes swiveled and he said with a smile, "Your father isn't causing trouble. Your father came to see a doctor today. I have a brother who got a strange illness that can't be cured no matter what. When we heard that this Miracle Hand Parlor will grant all requests, we came to see a doctor." The moment Meng Hua heard, his brows involuntarily knitted together and looked toward the stretcher that Chen Biao brought. A middle-aged man laid on the stretcher, his complexion waxy, both eyes deeply sunken, already on his dying breath. He was clear in his heart. This guy definitely came specially to find trouble. This illness was probably not that easy to treat. "Then what's with this?" Meng Hua pointed at the shattered table and said in a deep voice. Chen Biao said coolly, "Wasn't I worried about my brother's safety and was somewhat anxious?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Want to see a doctor, queue up. Not seeing, get lost." Chen Biao said in a cold voice, "Humph. There are still so many people in front. If my brother were to die, can you shoulder the responsibility?" Yi Yuan said without a care. "If he dies, he dies. What has it got to do with me? My territory, I make the call. Queuing up is my rule here. I'm not going to see you. You can get lost already." Chen Biao's expression changed a few times. Finally, he gave a cold snort and went to the back to queue up obediently. The boss made it clear the important thing was to smash the signboard, not cause trouble. In the words of the chief head, since they dare to put up a will grant all requests signboard, they must be able to withstand exposure to the elements. That guy on the stretcher was the big gift that the boss carefully prepared. When Meng Hua saw Chen Biao retreat, being well-behaved, he had an even more foreboding premonition. Chen Biao's temper was very similar to his, with both being the impatient and hot-tempered type. Normally, he would have long come to blows. There must be something strange for things to be this abnormal. That guy on the stretcher was probably not easy to treat. Meng Hua looked over toward Yi Yuan rather worriedly and discovered that Yi Yuan's expression was normal and did not seem to care at all. Even though he was very confident in Yi Yuan, to an alchemist, to not know something was quite normal. Treating one strange and difficult disease did not mean that he was omnipotent. Yi Yuan being able to cure Zhu Yongtian did not mean he could treat everybody. Regarding Yi Yuan hanging this plaque, Meng Hua still begged to differ in his heart. Not just him, everyone including their boss, they were all rather worried. After all, once this plaque was hung, who they would offend would not be one or two people. Most likely, the entire South City, even the entire Imperial City's alchemists would come to find trouble. "Ning Xiu, go and make a medicinal soup according to this prescription and let him drink it." Yi Yuan casually wrote a prescription and instructed Ning Xiu to go and do things. All right. Ning Xiu got up excitedly and received the prescription from Yi Yuan's hands, and she went to boil the medicine subserviently. When everyone saw this scene,
they could not help being incomparably shocked. This last was a middle-stage origin deity, to actually be ordered about by Master Yi.
Looking at the lass's appearance, she even seemed to be enjoying it.
A few days in, Ning Xiu's standard still obtained Yi Yuan's recognition.
Although a little impetuous, she was indeed a good sapling, having a very high level of comprehension.
Brewing medicine with her middle-rank 3-star alchemy god status was naturally wasting talented people for trivial tasks.
Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently.
At this time, another group of people poured in.
Seeing this group of people, Meng Hua's brows furrowed even tighter.
The arrival was the Sun Moon Gang's 5th head, Ding Song. Behind this group of people, a foolish-looking young man was brought along, saliva drooling. Seeing this simpleton, Meng Hua's heart abruptly sunk. He naturally recognized this simpleton. That was the eldest son of the Chen family within the Sun Moon Gang sphere of influence, Chen Ping. Since birth, Chen Ping was a simpleton all the way until now. The children of deity realm powerhouses would rarely have simpletons appear. But Chen Ping was a simpleton, because the Chen family's family head only had this one son. In order to treat this son's intellectual disability, the divine essence stones he spent were an astronomical figure. The top alchemists in the outer cities, including Master Wu Feng, had all treated Chen Ping before, but they were all helpless. It was said that Chen Ping was born with his divine soul incomplete, and that was why it caused his intellect level to be low.
But inherent divine soul inadequacy, this was an ailment that all alchemists found hard to overcome. How could it be that easy to cure?
Forget about Wu Feng, even if a 4-star alchemy god came, they would be helpless too. Meng Hua's face fell and he said, "Ding Song, you want to come and cause trouble too?" But Ding Song was different from Chen Biao's rashness and said with a smile, "What are you saying? This miracle hand parlor is famous now. I'm bringing Boss Chen over to see a doctor. How can it be said to be causing trouble? But if this will grant all requests signboard of yours is fake, then everyone won't be able to accept it either, right?" This card he played, including Chen Biao's earlier, caused jeerings from everyone. Meng Hua gritted his teeth and said, "Ding Song, you're clearly looking for fault here.
Chen Ping is born with his divine soul incomplete, there's no cure at all. You brought him here, what is it if not harboring ulterior motives?"
The corners of Ding Song's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, "Meng Hua, I don't understand what you said. Will grant all requests, these 4 words, is it said for fun?"
Now, we have a request for Master Yi, shouldn't he definitely agree to it? Or is it that your miracle hand parlor's signboard is deceiving everyone?
Meng Hua could not help choking. He was rendered speechless by what Ding Song said. He currently felt that Yi Yuan was simply shooting himself in the foot here. Hanging such a plaque, wasn't it giving people a reason to act? He had yet to think of a way to answer when another wave of people came in. "Yo, this small medicine shop is so crowded today," the person in front said with a playful smile.
This person, Meng Hua, naturally knew him as well. He was called Huang Haoran and had a very close relationship with Dai Hall. Looking at the person Huang Haoran brought, Meng Hua's expression was somber to the extreme.
This guy definitely came on behalf of Wu Feng. Wu Feng taking action was different from other people making a move. He himself was the pinnacle-most 3-star alchemy god. He was all too familiar with alchemy.
What illness was easy to treat, what ailment was not easy to treat, he was really clear of things. This person that Huang Haoran brought, Meng Hua knew him too. He was Huang Haoran's nephew called Huang Qian. A few years ago, Huang Qian went a mystic realm to search for treasures and narrowly escaped with his life. But ever since then, not only did he lose his cultivation completely, his entire person seemed to have lost his soul as well, becoming a walking corpse. Huang Haoran regarded this nephew very highly. He even brought Huang Qian to find Wu Feng before, but Wu Feng did not find out the reason for his problem.
Later, Wu Feng even invited the other West City and North City's alchemy experts over to take a look. Nobody could find any problem. Hence, this dragged out for quite a number of years. Meng Hua was seething with hatred in his heart. Their Thunderclap gang did not offend Master Wu Feng either. They merely had Yi Yuan save second brother. Was there a need to be like this? Could it be that they had to passively watch second brother die? This Master Wu Feng actually hated them so much out of jealousy. This made Meng Hua very vexed. They had spent quite a number of divine essence stones to show filial respect to Wu Feng these few years.
They did not expect that he suddenly turned hostile at the drop of a hat.
Furthermore, did this bunch of guys make an appointment to come and find trouble together today? Meng Hua very much wanted to chase all these guys away. He used a probing glance to look at Yi Yuan, but he discovered that Yi Yuan was very absorbed and did not care about these people at all.
This is Master Yi? Truly, heroes come from youngsters will grant all requests.
Heh. Impressive. Impressive, Huang Haoran said with an amused look. Anybody could discern the sarcasm in these words. However, this was not over yet.
Heavenly Fragrance Parlor, 5-Flavor Pavilion, etc., the South City's famous major medicine shops all sent people over.
Some were seeking pills, some were treating illnesses. But without a doubt, they were all some extremely difficult, strange, and complicated ailments. These major medicine shops were all under the three great families' command, their strength immense.
Even though their presiding alchemist was not as impressive as Wu Feng, they were not far off too.
These people seemed to have agreed upon it, all gathering in Miracle Hand Parlor. Clearly, this will grant all requests of Yi Yuan's had incurred public wrath.
When Meng Hua saw this scene, he could not help feeling a headache.
Opening the door and doing business, he had no reason to chase people away. What the hell is this Master Yi doing? This
is totally drawing aggro.
How will the Thunderclap gang still make a living in South City in the future? Meng Hua was virtually going crazy. But by the side, Ning Xiu looked at this scene rather amusedly, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he would do. At Day Hall, Wu Feng had been waiting for the news over there all along. Hearing about the Miracle Hand Parlor situation, Wu Feng was delighted. Ho, this old man didn't expect it. This kid incurred public wrath.
I want to see how he cleans up the mess today, Wu Feng said with a grin.
The manager was also very surprised by this situation currently. He did not expect that of the South City's 6 major forces, the 3 great families and 2 major gangs, all made a move against a puny little Miracle Hand Parlor.
But thinking about it, the manager also felt at ease. This punk was too arrogant, insisting on hanging what will grant all requests plaque. Wasn't this looking for a fight?
Master played a vicious move this time. That Huang Qian, even 4-star alchemy gods are helpless. If that boy can be saved, it would be preposterous, the manager said with a smile.
Wu Feng smiled and said, hey, that kid is too arrogant. I'm teaching him how to behave.
This heavenspan world is too big. He has only lived for a few days. The illnesses that he hasn't seen are too many to actually dare boast so shamelessly. The things that Meng Hua knew were just a bit.
Back then when Wu Feng promised Huang Haoran, it was not just because he had a good relationship with Huang Haoran, it was also because his stubborn temper flared up at that time, insisting on overcoming this difficult hurdle. Alchemists were all a little stubborn, Wu Feng was no exception either.
Such a hard-to-come-by symptom, Wu Feng naturally wanted to overcome it. For the sake of Huang Qian, Wu Feng did not even scruple to bring him into the inner city's pill tower, asking his master for help. In the end, he still could not find out anything about the condition. Wu Feng's master was a pill tower's 4-star alchemy god. Even he could not do anything about it. Could this kid then? He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. At this time, inner city's pill tower, a benign-looking old man was currently lecturing a young man. Already found out about your younger sister's news. She's currently at the South City's Cinnamon Street. You go and bring her back, the old man said. The young man had a look of embarrassment and said with a bow, Master Xianyu, my sister is too mischievous and has troubled Master. Xianyu smiled and said, Your sister is all right in everything. She's just a little too condescending. Her alchemy talent is indeed incomparable. But this path isn't what talent alone can determine. Other people's talent is inferior to hers, but others are more hardworking than her. The young man sweat profusely and said, Master lectured justly, capturing her back this time. I'll definitely discipline her well. Xianyu smiled and said, You don't have to be like this. That lass's personality, you know it. The more stubborn you're with her, the more stubborn she is to you. You don't need to forcefully bring her back as well. Let her suffer a bit of hardship outside. It might be a good thing for her.
The Pill Towers competition is about to start. You just bring her back before the competition and that will do.
The young man bowed and said, yes. Inside the miracle hand parlor, Yi Yuan's speed of diagnosing and treating was very fast. Chun Biao, Ding Song, and the rest had already waited for a very long time. But the expressions on their faces were somewhat different from when they just came.
Those people queued in front of them could be said to have their symptoms vanish as the medicine took effect. And the people who requested pills, what they got were actually all divine-grade medicinal pills. Divine-grade. Even though what Yi Yuan refined today were all not some too difficult to refine medicinal pills, divine-grade medicinal pills, this in itself already indicated many problems. This guy really had the ability. But very soon, Chun Biao and Ding Song felt at ease.
To be able to bring Zhu Yongtian back to life, Yi Yuan's strength was definitely extraordinary. They were very confident in their coming to find trouble today. What the three great families and two major gangs sent here today were all famous complicated and strange ailments of the South City. The numerous big-shot alchemy gods of South City were unable to resolve them. Finally, it was Chun Biao's turn.
Carry him over, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chun Biao did a hand gesture and ordered people to carry in front of Yi Yuan.
Kid, if my brother has his diagnosis and treatment delayed, I will smash this shop of yours. Chun Biao threatened him.
The moment Menghua heard, he flared up and said with a cold smile, you just try making a move. Do you really take my thunderclap gang to have no one? But Chun Biao said indifferently, since I brought the person in, then his life is your responsibility. If he dies, it means that your will grant all requests signboard is a sham.
Why can't I smash it?
Menghua could not help choking when he heard that and said in a cold voice, Master Yi hasn't treated him yet, of course it doesn't count. Chun Biao, if you dare to make trouble, do you believe that you can't walk out of Cinnamon Street today, or not?
Chun Biao directly took out a divine artifact and said with a cold smile, your father doesn't believe it. What can you do to me?
The others also all watched the two people fight gloatingly, smiles all over their faces. Those present currently all hoped for the miracle hand parlor to close up shop. They naturally stood on Chun Biao's side. Furthermore, the three great families and two major gangs moving out collectively also drew quite a number of people to surround and watch.
Normally, these people would have long flown off the handle and drove everyone away.
But today, they wanted to see the appearance of the miracle hand parlor getting disgraced.
Fifth head. This is your mistake. Since he came in, then you guys naturally have to take responsibility. Yeah, saying it like this isn't fair. No matter which medicinal shop you go to, when the person enters the door, curing or killing is all a matter of the alchemist's level. This person looks like he already can't make it, you guys still wanted him to wait in line. Isn't this harming people? The onlookers also clamored to get a word in, saying until Menghua was livid with rage. All right, carry away. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned. A hint of a smug smile revealed on the faces Ding Song, Huang Haoran, and the rest. Resolved it so quickly?
This guy was an utter fraud. Ha ha.
Brothers, smash for me.
Smash it hard.
Just this level still will grant all requests.
After staring blankly, Chun Biao let out a loud laugh and immediately instructed his subordinates to make a scene.
You dare. Right then, a pretty figure stepped forward bravely, standing in front of Chun Biao.
Where did this girlie come from?
Don't want to live anymore? You guys failed to save him and still don't let us smash the shop. Chun Biao glared fiercely and roared at Ning Xiu.
But Ning Xiu was completely fearless and said with a disdainful smile, open your dog eyes and take a look. He's already brought back to life. What qualifications do you have to smash the shop?
Everyone froze once more. Chun Biao said with a big laugh. Brought back to life? He's still lying. Lying? You're fine. When Chun Biao was laughing hard, that middle-aged man on the stretcher slowly opened his eyes and actually got up on his own.
When everyone saw this scene, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. The waxen complexion on the middle-aged man's face disappeared. His face was still a little haggard, but his whole person looked like he was no longer in jeopardy.
What's going on here? Fuck me, this is also too magical. In but a few sentences time, he cured the person. This Master Yi really isn't boasted out. His means are simply fantastical. The looks of amazement on everyone's faces could not be concealed no matter what. Astonishment was written all over Chun Biao's face. Only now did he understand that Yi Yuan's meaning was that the person was cured and could be carried away, and not can't be cured and to be carried away. This was too freaking bullshit. An illness that was not cured after wandering more than half of the South City's medicine shops, but coming here and in the time it took to say a few sentences, it was then cured? 6 million divine essence stones. Pay up? Yi Yuan said indifferently. He could not be bothered with Chun Biao's astonishment. The moment these words came out, Chun Biao's eyes became wide saucers. S6 million? You just casually fiddled a bit and it's 6 million? You're robbing money, Chun Biao said in shock. Yi Yuan used a look like looking at a fool to look at him and said coolly, casually fiddled a bit? Then why don't I put this thing back for him? You see if you have the ability to get it out. While talking, Yi Yuan held his palm out. A transparent little bug appeared on his palm. Yi Yuan put a restriction on this little bug, making it unable to escape. That little bug was colliding randomly everywhere inside the restriction. Everyone all drew a cold breath when they saw. Ning Xiu said with a cold smile, "This bug is called myriad corpse tendon-biting worm, hidden inside some ancient powerhouses' ancient tombs. It loves to devour martial artists' meridians the most. Furthermore, once it enters the meridians, it's like a bone-infesting maggot, very hard to force it out. In the entire outer city, apart from Master Yi, nobody can save him. 6 million to buy a life and you still find it expensive." Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu, being rather surprised, not expecting that this lass was actually so knowledgeable. He had just listened to Dustless's introduction before he knew that this thing was called the myriad corpse tendon-biting worm too. Actually, Ning Xiu was even more surprised than Yi Yuan. While she knew about this myriad corpse tendon-biting worm, she also knew that it was extremely troublesome. Even if her master can, he might not have the confidence to force this thing out. She did not expect that Yi Yuan just pressed a few times on that person's body and he forced this thing out. This level of skill was simply inconceivable. Chun Biao's expression changed repeatedly and said in a solemn voice, "I'm resigned to my bad luck. Wu Zhao, this is your life. So you pay up yourself." Wu Zhao said with a bitter face, I don't have that many divine essence stones. Chun Biao said with a cold smile, "Then it's none of my business. Let's go." Chun Biao gave a big wave of his hand and was about to bring people away. But Yi Yuan said coldly, "You brought him to see the doctor, so it's naturally you who pays." Chun Biao laughed coldly and said, "Your father just isn't going to pay. What can you do to me?" Swoosh! Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a punch out. It was just that this punch was like a turtle in Chun Biao's view. Just an initial stage origin deity, he also dared to use force against him. He also mustered up a punch and smashed towards Yi Yuan. This punch of his was powerful and heavy. Even if it could not kill Yi Yuan, it was also more than enough for him to chew on. Ding Song and the rest also looked at Yi Yuan gloatingly, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability a little. But a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Meng Hua's mouth. He had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before and was aware of the strangeness of Yi Yuan's movement technique. Bang! Just as the two fists were about to intersect, Yi Yuan's fist disappeared bizarrely and directly appeared in front of Chun Biao's face, blasting him, his figure flying out. This punch directly beat Chun Biao's face until it was a blurry mess of flesh and blood, and he did not come back to his senses for a while. Meng Hua, detain this guy. Let their chief head bring divine essence stones to redeem him, Yi Yuan said coolly. Meng Hua had an excited look and immediately stepped forward and sealed Chun Biao's divine sea, wanting to detain him. Everyone looked at this scene with immense astonishment, all wondering whether or not their eyesight was failing. An initial stage origin deity stunned a late stage origin deity with one punch. This Master Yi was someone who did not reveal his true self. By the time Chun Biao reacted, he was already restrained by Meng Hua. He finally felt a trace of panic. I have money. I'll pay the money. Pay the money. Chun Biao's heart was dripping blood. Originally, he thought that it was an almost guaranteed successful mission. He did not expect that now it actually became like this. What did that kid do just now? Why did his fist suddenly disappear? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said coolly, "Those without money can get lost. I'm not running a charity hall here. Ding Song did not take it seriously and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Isn't it just 6 million divine essence stones? Our boss Chen has plenty of money." Huang Haoren also said, "Just 6 million. It's not considered expensive." Yi Yuan shot a glance at them and said, "This innate, incomplete divine essence, 20 million. This one is day halls, right? 50 million. Also, that side, they are 10 million and 13 million respectively. Those who want to see a doctor, prepare the divine essence stones. If you don't have money, please leave." Hiss. The people surrounding and watching felt a chill when they heard. This was simply charging preposterously. Seeing a doctor needed 50 million? 50 million was simply an astronomical figure to an origin deity powerhouse.
When Boss Qian heard the price of 20 million, he also grimaced in pain. This was virtually all of his assets. But he resolved his heart and said, "As long as Master Yi can save my son, 20 million it is then." The Heavenly Fragrance Parlor and 5-Flavor Pavilion waited over and also agreed. It was just that the price of 50 million intimidated Huang Haoren. Even if he sold himself, he could not take out so much money too. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said directly to Boss Qian, "You go and raise the money first. I have to bring your son in." Boss Qian was just about to agree, but he heard Ding Song say, "Hang on.
20 million isn't a small sum. What if Boss Qian raises the money, but you can't cure Qian Ping's illness? What then?"
Yi Yuan gave him a cold glance and said coolly, "Are you questioning me?" Ding Song involuntarily choked up. Questioning an alchemist, this was a big taboo. Since they came to see a doctor, they naturally had to trust the other party. But when Boss Qian saw the situation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Yi, don't hesitate to treat. I'll go and raise the money right now."
Finished talking, Boss Qian directly turned around and went out. After Yi Yuan brought Qian Ping into the inner hall, there were immediately animated discussions in the lobby. "Holy shit.
This consultation
Is also too expensive, right?
This is bankrupting a family's fortune. What the hell do you understand?
Master Yi is taking them down a notch here. These people are clearly here to make a scene. His fees are naturally high."
Not quite so.
What these few factions brought are all the South City's famous complicated and strange illnesses. If it were that easy to treat, it would have long been treated. After roughly 4 hours, Yi Yuan brought Qian Ping out of the inner hall. At the back, Ning Siyu's gaze was full of shock. Clearly, everything that happened in the inner hall utterly astounded her.
Father. Qian Ping used a shaky tone and called out at Boss Qian.
Boss Qian's entire body trembled, tears instantly bursting out of his eyes.
His son was really cured.
At this moment, Qian Ping's eyes were radiant, totally different from that foolish look previously. Ping-er. You're really fine already." Boss Qian still did not quite dare to believe it until now. Qian Ping nodded and said, "Master Yi is truly godlike. He has already compensated for my divine soul. This child is now
no different from a normal person."
Good. Really great." Tears poured down Boss Qian's old face. His long-cherished wish finally fulfilled at this moment. Qian Ping's divine soul was incomplete, but his memories these few years were still present. The father and son, two people, hugged each other and cried, making everyone shed a few silent tears. They all knew how much effort and price Boss Qian expended for the sake of today.
"Father, from this day forth, this child will definitely carry out filial piety to the two of you. Ping definitely won't disappoint you," Qian Ping said and wept bitterly.
"Quick, Ping-er. Quickly kowtow toward Master Yi. Master Yi gave the grace of rebirth to our Qian family," Boss Qian said to his son. The divine essence stones that he spent over so many years were more than 20 million. Even though 20 million was a lot, to be able to save his son, everything was worth it. Hence, not only did Boss Qian not complain about it being expensive, he was instead overflowing with gratitude toward Yi Yuan. "Yes, father."
Qian Ping voiced his assent and was just about to bow his head, but then he heard Ding Song snorted coldly. Ding Song said, "He received money and saved people, it's his duty. What's there to be grateful about?"
"Since you're cured, you father and son can go back." Boss Qian's expression changed. Aware that Ding Song got angry, so he could only bring Qian Ping back. Even though the Qian family was a well-known tycoon, they relied on the Sun Moon Gang to survive. How could they dare to offend Ding Song? Ding Song did not have the intention of leaving. He and Qin Biao, whose face was covered in blood, both stayed behind. They did not believe that Yi Yuan could really resolve all of these problems. They also understood that the hardest one here was still Huang Qian. This point, some inkling could be seen from Yi Yuan's asking price. Huang Haoran already went to find Wu Feng. It was just that he did not know whether Wu Feng would give this sum of money or not. A sky-high price of 50 million was not what anybody could take out. However, this sum of money was definitely no problem for Wu Feng. It just depended on whether he was willing or not. At this time, the other two families' divine essence stones were also brought here. Same as Qian Ping, their patients were brought into the inner hall. The Miracle Hand Parlor's shopkeeper collected money today until his hands were cramping. He had lived for most of his life and had never seen before so much money. In less than a day's time, they already earned 50 million divine essence stones. There was still a huge sum of 50 million that might still be on the way right now. 100 million. Since the Miracle Hand Parlor opened shop, the total divine essence stones gained was less than even a fraction of today's sales. The shopkeeper had lived for so long, and it was his first time feeling that earning money was so easy. At this time, Huang Haoran rushed over hurriedly. A hint of surprise flashed across the faces of Ding Song and the rest. Looks like Master Wu Feng really paid the sum of money. TSK, 50 million. What a huge deal. It seemed like Master Wu Feng was also very confident in this problem that he had schemed. This also made everyone have an additional trace of confidence in their hearts. From the start until now, Yi Yuan already beat their confidence until there was not a patch of skin left whole. Nobody could have expected that this Master Yi was actually so incredible. Really will grant all requests. Even the idiocy of Boss Qian's son was cured. After 2 hours, those two people brought inside by Yi Yuan also came out. All cured. Master Yi is really incredible. Whatever strange and difficult illness, he can cure them. This will grant all requests. Signboard really lives up to its reputation. No matter what the final result is, Master Yi's strength is already indisputable. Probably even Master Wu Feng can't match up to him as well. But I feel that this Huang Qian, he probably can't cure him. For Master Wu Feng to dare make this heavy bet, there must be something that we don't know. Perhaps he has already found a 4-star alchemy god to take a look at it before. It's also not impossible. After all, Master Wu Feng came out of the Pill Tower. No matter what, the Miracle Hand Parlor's reputation was thoroughly established today. Even though this will grant all requests was very offensive to the eyes, without a doubt, Master Yi had the capital to be arrogant. Everyone all understood in their hearts after today Master Wu Feng's title of #1 alchemist of South City would likely change owners. 5 major forces joined hands to come and find trouble today, but they did not expect that it established Master Yi Yuan's fame. Huang Haoran was conflicted in his heart. He was aware of Wu Feng's goal, but Huang Qian was the nephew that he valued the most. When he heard that Yi Yuan had even cured Qian Ping, he involuntarily gave rise to a trace of hope in his heart. Yi Yuan glanced at Huang Haoran nonchalantly and said, "Brought the divine essence stones?" Huang Haoran said, "Brought it. As long as you can cure Huang Qian, 50 million will be presented in full." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Bring him over then." Huang Haoran led the zombie-like Huang Qian and came before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan started diagnosing his pulse. Traces of divine essence probed into Huang Qian's body. Very soon, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. When Ding Song, Chun Biao, and the rest saw this scene, their brows could not help raising. Finally, "Stump this brat." Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, as if running into some big problem. Time slowly trickled by. In a twinkle, for hours passed. Yi Yuan never opened his eyes. Ding Song and the rest finally could not hold back anymore. "Hey, can you do it or not? Stop pretending over there. You've already diagnosed the pulse for 4 hours." Ding Song suddenly shouted. "Are you trying to drive all of us away by dawdling? Heh. This shop of yours, I will smash it today." Chun Biao also said, "Kid, stop feigning. I've never seen before that diagnosing a pulse can take 4 hours. Brothers, attack for me. Smash! The group of people was long impatient from waiting. With Ding Song taking the lead, they immediately exploded.
5 major forces, a total of no less than 30 people came today, all watching here. When they made a move all at once, Menghua alone could not stop it.
I see who dares to move.
At this time, Ning Xiu's long sword flashed, glaring at Ding Song and the rest.
Regarding Yi Yuan's lack of activities, she was also burning with anxiety.
But she believed that Yi Yuan definitely was not buying time but really diagnosing the pulse. One could only say that this person's condition was indeed very complicated. As Master Ye's little medicine boy, she could not watch this group of people smash the store. In the crowd, a young man looked at Ning Xiu with some surprise. His own younger sister's performance, he took it all into his sights today.
At first, he even somewhat doubted if he found the wrong person or not.
Ning Xiu actually did not have any complaints at all being ordered about by Yi Yuan. Normally, when she learned alchemy at her master there would be a whole string of complaints about doing a bit more work.
But now, she actually even made a move for the sake of this young man. Oh ho! What a pretty little lass. You won't have a good end following this liar. Why not?
Follow your Grandpa Biao. Serve Grandpa Biao comfortably and you'll have endless glory and wealth.
Haha! Chun Biao laughed loudly and said, a middle-stage origin deity little girl. He did not take her seriously at all. Not everyone was Yi Yuan, able to blast him flying with one punch. Slap! No idea where a slap came from. Chun Biao flew right out of the door, flying onto the street.
Goodness, Sixth Head
is dead. Outside, someone suddenly exclaimed.
Everyone hurriedly went to the street and took a look, discovering that Chun Biao had already breathed his last.
He was actually slapped to death by someone with one slap. Everyone exchanged glances, completely not knowing what had happened.
Chun Biao was a late-stage origin deity powerhouse. He was actually slapped to death with one slap?
Furthermore, who in the world took action? But right at this time, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Ning Xiu suddenly detected the abnormality behind her and could not help turning to look, and said with pleasant surprise, Master Yi, is there a chance? You all wait here. I'll go refine medicinal pills. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly.
Everyone's face turned somber and could not help looking at Yi Yuan with surprise. Could it be that this kid really had a way to cure Huang Qian?
No way, he must be pretending to be calm.
But now, seeing Chun Biao get smacked to death with one slap, nobody dared to move anymore. Yi Yuan gave Ning Fangrong a very meaningful glance, turned around, and went into the inner hall.
Ning Fangrong was shocked inwardly. Could it be that this kid saw through that it was him who took action?
He shouldn't be able to, right?
No one present could perceive it, yet this kid could discern it.
However, this kid is really very impressive. That punch from before should be of spatial laws, right?
Truly remarkable, disregarding that his alchemy talent is heaven-defying. His martial arts talent is also this terrifying. Truly a freak.
Ning Xiu also wanted to follow Yi Yuan in but was rejected by Yi Yuan with words.
The refinement this time, Yi Yuan had to use the profound yellow cauldron and naturally could not let Ning Xiu watch by the side. TCH, don't look then, what's the big deal? Ning Xiu stomped her feet angrily.
Sun Moon Gang's headquarters, a middle-aged man slowly walked out of the hidden chamber. Seeing this middle-aged man, He Zhao's face revealed a look of wild elation.
Congratulations to Big Brother for breaking through the shackles, becoming a divine lord powerhouse, He Zhao said with joy all over his face.
This middle-aged man was precisely the Sun Moon Gang's chief head, Xiao Ryu. He went into a 10-year terminal seclusion and finally broke free of the shackles today, breaking through the calm, becoming a divine lord realm existence admired by tens of thousands of people.
This was a tremendous leap. It could be said to be soaring to the heavens in one bound.
Origin deity realm was no different from ants to divine lord realm. Xiao Ryu was in high and vigorous spirits, his entire persons bearing worlds apart from before.
Hoo-hoo, second brother. It's been hard on you these few years, Xiao Ryu said with a faint smile.
Standing in front of Xiao Ryu, He Zhao felt tremendous pressure. He knew that this big brother of his was no longer that big brother in the past.
What's Big Brother saying? Isn't this what I should do? He Zhao hurriedly said.
Xiao Ryu chuckled and said with boundless enthusiasm, "Second brother, I know that it wasn't easy on you these few years, but starting from today, this South City will be monopolized by our Sun Moon gang alone. At least, we have to stand as equals with the three great families. In the future, the Sun Moon gang is yours." Xiao was wildly elated in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on his face and hurriedly said, "Big brother is too serious. You'll always be the Sun Moon gang's boss. I'm only helping big brother manage it a bit." Xiao Ryu glanced at Xiao, very satisfied with his attitude, and said with a laugh, "Haha, you and I are brothers for how many years already? Do we still need to distinguish between you and me?" While the two people were talking, Luo Yu came to visit. Xiao Ryu smiled and said, "Go, gobble up the Silver Feather gang first." Xiao smiled slightly, nodded his head, and followed after. When Luo Yu saw Xiao Ryu, his shock could not be any greater. He did not think that Xiao Ryu really broke through. These half-step divine lords, would have someone go into close seclusion to break through at every turn. But less than a fraction were really able to break through. Although the hope of Xiao Ryu breaking through was high, it was also just merely hopeful. Breaking through to Divine Lord Realm was too difficult. Luo Yu did not expect that Xiao Ryu really broke through to Divine Lord Realm in one go. Henceforth, the heavens of the South City had changed. Head Luo seems to be very surprised. Xiao Ryu looked at Luo Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile. Luo Yu's expression was very ugly and he said awkwardly, "I indeed very surprised. I didn't expect that we fought for so many years. But now, it's such a result." Luo Yu had a bitter taste in his mouth. This result was really very harsh to the taste. Xiao Ryu smiled and said, "Fought for so many years. There should be a result too. Chief Head Luo, I wonder how you choose now." Luo Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Do I still have a choice? If I don't agree, I probably can't get out of this door today, right?" Xiao Ryu laughed loudly and said, "He who understands the times is a wise man." Head Luo has always been a resourceful person among the three of us. Presumably, you won't do foolish things. Xiao suddenly said, "Brother Luo coming to my Sun Moon gang, could it be that the Miracle Hand Parlor's matter has a conclusion?" Xiao had always been waiting for Xiao Ryu to exit seclusion. Regarding the Miracle Hand Parlor's matters, he was really not very clear. Luo Yu coming over at this time, it was most likely because of the Miracle Hand Parlor's matter. Miracle Hand Parlor? Isn't that a small medicine shop run by the dragon-slaying gang? Xiao Ryu said with a frown. Xiao nodded and said, "Big brother isn't aware. The recent period of time, a considerable change happened to the South City, and these changes all unfolded around this tiny little Miracle Hand Parlor." Xiao briefly recounted the matter of the dragon-slaying gang changing names, and the matter of the Miracle Hand Parlor shooting to fame recently. Xiao Ryu clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard this. He laughed and then said, "A mere initial stage origin deity can actually stir up a storm in the South City. Really not bad. Our South City's three gangs are really missing a powerful alchemist." Luo Yu's expression changed and he said with an ugly expression, "Brother Xiao, this kid just killed my sixth brother." Xiao Ryu said coolly, "You came to find Xiao because you wanted to join hands with him to exterminate the dragon-slaying gang together?" Luo Yu's expression changed several times and he said with a nod, "Xingguan's character? Brother Xiao is aware too. He definitely won't agree to merge into the Sun Moon gang. Why not directly exterminate them?" Humph! Xiao Ryu gave a cold snort. The power of the world suddenly erupted, immediately sending Luo Yu flying out. "Poo work." Luo Yu immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood mist, suffering serious injuries. The might of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses was dreadfully appalling. "What I want to do, it still isn't your turn to come and teach. Hearing you guys say it, I'm still very interested in that kid. If he really doesn't know how to appreciate favors, just eradicate him," Xiao Ryu said in a cold voice. Luo Yu was incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the power of a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This was the strength that he desired. He was not reconciled. But the situation was stronger than the person. In front of Xiao Ryu's absolute strength, he could only yield. It was this Luo who was impetuous. "Everything is up to Brother Xiao.
With extreme humiliation, Luo Yu bowed. Everyone looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands, marveling endlessly. The fragrance emitting off that medicinal pill made them immensely intoxicated.
This medicinal pill, they did not recognize it, but it was undoubtedly divine grade.
Ning Xiu did not recognize it either. But the undulation coming from the medicinal pill made her very certain that this medicinal pill was definitely very hard to refine.
Even harder to refine than the Gale Celestial Stone pill.
No, wait, the Gale Celestial Stone pill was not on the same level as this medicinal pill at all. When Yi Yuan refined the Gale Celestial Stone pill, his breathing was steady. A situation where his divine essence was inadequate did not happen at all. But now, Yi Yuan's entire person had chaotic breathing, his footsteps woozy. Clearly, it was the manifestation of excessive consumption of divine essence. This medicinal pill was absolutely not simple. Ning Xiu, feed him the medicinal pill and help him refine the power of the medicinal pill with divine essence, Yi Yuan said. Oh! Ning Xiu received the medicinal pill and fed it to Huang Qian. Her palm urging, she started to help him refine the medicinal pill with divine essence. Very soon, a scene that made everyone exclaim in amazement occurred.
Huang Qian's entire body started trembling violently, golden blood seeping out from head to toe. His entire person became a blood person, looking incomparably savage, shaking people to the core. This appearance looked too miserable.
However, rays of golden light emitted from Huang Qian's whole body. He actually appeared extremely sacred. This to and fro gave people an intense contrast, making everyone all somewhat uncertain what it meant. They were all very curious what kind of medicinal pill Yi Yuan gave Huang Qian to eat.
Ning Xiu, you can back away now. He's about to go crazy. And you suppress him. Don't let him hurt people, Yi Yuan said to Huang Haoran.
At this time, the expression on Huang Qian's face was contorted. His entire person already on the verge of rampaging. Huang Qian was an origin deity realm powerhouse too, his strength not weak.
Once he rampaged, destructive power was still very great.
When Huang Haoran saw his nephew's anguished expression, he had a look of worry.
Master Yi, is he all right? Huang Haoran asked worriedly.
At this very moment, he already completely tossed Wu Feng's mission to the back of his mind. Yi Yuan said calmly, he got inflicted by an ancient strange poison called purple quill marrow extermination. The divine marrow in his entire body is already completely necrotic. His divine blood is also virtually crippled.
Drag for another 3 to 5 months and his divine sense will be directly wiped out. The heavenly blood marrow changing pill can forcefully change his meridians and wash his marrow, replacing all of the divine blood in his whole body. Ning Xiu suddenly thought of something, opened her mouth wide, and cried out in shock, purple quill marrow extermination.
What he got inflicted with was actually the purple quill marrow extermination.
I've always thought that this poison was just a legend. I didn't think that it actually really exists.
Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, you know the purple quill marrow extermination? Ning Xiu's eyes revealed a look of shock and she said, I saw before sporadic records in a classic, saying that this poison is different from ordinary poison. The toxicity penetrates deep into the bone marrow and is capable of letting the divine blood all turn necrotic. There's no cure at all.
In the ancient era, many 4-star, 5-star, even higher realm alchemy gods have all attempted to overcome this poison, but nobody could do it at all. You
can really save him? This Ning Xiu was really surprising, to have actually even heard of this poison before.
But Ning Xiu's words made everyone incredibly shocked.
Although divine rank poison had no comparison with mortal poison, the principle was the same, both aiming to destroy the martial artist's physiological functions.
Even if martial artists broke through to deity realm, their physiological functions were also roughly the same as mortals.
Divine marrow created divine blood feedback to divine marrow.
The recovery ability of deity realm powerhouses was extremely strong. Even if half of the body was destroyed, they could still recover.
But this required divine blood to rebuild the divine marrow.
However, if a kind of poison could penetrate deep into the marrow and kill all of the divine blood's functions, then it would be powerless to save the situation.
Because if these divine blood already lost its activity, there was no way to regenerate at all. This poison was extremely difficult to create. But once inflicted, it was also exceedingly difficult to remove.
One could say that there was no cure.
Purple quill marrow extermination was this kind of poison.
Yi Yuan only confirmed this poison through Dustless. But Dustless was also at a loss on what to do against this poison.
Hearing Ning Xiu's words, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Only then did they know the prowess that Huang Qian got inflicted with. A poison that could destroy the bone marrow was absolutely incomparably terrifying. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If my conjectures are right, Huang Qian should have been poisoned in some ancient ruins. At that time, he might not have taken it seriously. But after coming back, the moment the poison erupted, it became like this." Huang Haoran's entire body trembled and he said with a nod, "Master Yi has the ability to divine the unknown. Huang Qian only became like this precisely after an expedition. But nobody could find the cause of his illness. I didn't expect that he was actually inflicted with such a terrifying poison. Master, is this heavenly blood marrow-changing pill really useful?" Yuan said coolly, "Relax.
If it's useless, you can take away the 50 million. Actually, the spirit medicines that this medicinal pill requires, the value is already no less than 20 million. I only have this one portion on me. Charging you 50 million isn't considered expensive." Hiss. Everyone all drew a cold breath. A rank 3 divine pill, just the cost was no less than 20 million. It could be seen how precious this medicinal pill was. Heavenly blood marrow changing pill, it sounds like it's going to replace all of Huang Qian's divine marrow. Can this kind of thing
really be done?
Not just changing the divine marrow, it also needs to change the blood.
This kind of means is simply inconceivable.
Never heard of this medicinal pill before, but looking at Huang Qian's appearance, it seems very agonizing. It wouldn't be that the divine marrow fails to be changed and the person dies first, right?
Changing marrow, this sort of thing, was simply unheard of.
This domain was already an incomprehensible existence to ordinary martial artists.
Arg! Huang Qian suddenly let out a miserable scream, his entire person turning into an afterimage, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan seemed to have long predicted it. Pointing through the air, he directly tapped Huang Qian, flying.
"Restrain him, don't let him move. Take note, don't touch his blood."
"There's poison," Yi Yuan said solemnly. Huang Haoran's expression changed, the aura on his body suddenly erupting, immediately firing out several beams of light, binding Huang Qian up.
Yi Yuan's palm flipped, a pale white flame immediately flew out.
Boom! Huang Qian's entire person turned into a fire person. Huang Haoran got a huge shock and roared, "Master Yi, what are you doing?"
Ning Xiu's gaze flickered and she said in a cold voice, "Shut up.
Restrain him properly.
His blood is highly toxic. If it isn't purged cleanly, nobody will be spared here."
Everyone's faces changed, only realizing how terrifying this poison was. One could say, death upon touch. Yi Yuan did not answer, controlling the flame non-stop, purging all of the poisonous blood forced out of Huang Qian's body. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's palm pulled back. The cleansing sandal sacred flame on Huang Qian's body receded like the tide. Huang Haoran's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan in incredible shock.
On Huang Qian's body, there was actually not a trace of scorch mark at all.
What terrifying fire-controlling arts.
Even though it's a rank 2 divine fire, the temperature pushes straight to rank 3 divine fire. It actually
didn't even leave behind a trace of burn mark. This really broadened my horizons today. Master Ye's means are simply fantastical.
No wonder he dares to hang the will grant all requests signboard. I feel that the signboard isn't exaggerated at all now.
However, is he saved or not?
Why do I feel that Huang Qian is no longer alive?
Huang Qian had already thoroughly ceased breathing, lying on the ground and not moving at all. But he was burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame for an hour and actually did not even leave behind any burn marks. This made everyone extremely amazed. But currently, the aura on Huang Qian's body was feeble to the extreme. Huang Haoran also did not know whether Huang Qian was saved or not.
But right then, powerful spiritual energy gathered from all directions with Huang Qian at the center.
Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief.
This was him going to break through?
When the spiritual energy completely dissipated, the aura on Huang Qian's body already became stronger.
Although he was still unconscious, everyone knew that he was already saved. He can also break through while asleep. Why doesn't this kind of good thing happen to me?
Screw off. This is thanks to Master Ye's medicinal pill.
This is cleansing the marrow, letting that boy cast off his old self and be reborn anew.
This medicinal pill is really too heaven-defying. Not only can it cure poison, but it can also actually help him break through. These 50 million divine essence stones are definitely worth the money. Right at this time, Huang Qian slowly opened his eyes. Second uncle? What's wrong with me? Huang Qian said with a dazed look.
Huang Haoran had a broad smile on his face and said, "Qianer, you quickly check if there is still anything off with your body." Huang Qian was uncertain what it meant, but still complied with his words and checked and said with a frown, It's not right." Huang Haoran's expression changed and he said anxiously, What's wrong?" With Huang Qian saying so, the rest also became nervous. Especially Ding Song and the rest. Each and every one of them were inexplicably delighted, perking their ears up. I feel that I seem to have been remolded anew.
The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is much faster than in the past. My cultivation talent seems to have improved considerably from before. What in the world happened, second uncle? Huang Qian suddenly said with an excited look. Everyone was speechless. This was called not right? Clap. Huang Haoran directly gave Huang Qian a slap and said crossly, "You little punk, you're trying to scare your second uncle?
I asked you to check if something is wrong with your body. This is called something wrong."
Although Huang Qian's current strength was already almost catching up to Huang Haoran, in front of Huang Haoran, he did not seem to have the awareness of a powerhouse.
Huang Qian smiled bitterly and said, "It is something wrong. Why would my cultivation talent improve so much out of the blue?" Huang Haoran was dumbstruck for a while and discovered that what Huang Qian said seemed to be very logical. He had just woken up and suddenly discovered that his talent improved a lot. Wasn't this something wrong? Huang Haoran was incredibly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the heavenly blood marrow changing pill was actually so heaven-defying. This kind of transformation was simply being reborn anew. One had to know, cultivation talent, this thing was the hardest to change. A medicinal pill, not only could it purge an incurable poison, it could even improve cultivation talent. Spending these 50 million divine essence stones, it was definitely worthwhile. Except, Master Wu Feng that side, it was hard for Huang Haoran to deal with him. Huang Haoran was full of bitterness in his heart but also knew that this kind of thing ultimately could not be avoided.
The surrounding onlookers looked at Huang Qian with envious faces. This guy's luck was simply off the charts, to actually be able to meet Master Yi, this kind of alchemy divine physician. This was the fortune cultivated for several lifetimes. As for Ding Song and the rest, their faces became ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan treating Huang Qian was equivalent to officially announcing that their action of looking for trouble today failed.
They finally witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. This guy was simply a freak, sweeping across the entire South City with his strength alone. Today, Yi Yuan was equivalent to sweeping away the faces of all the alchemists in the South City. Didn't you guys come to find trouble?
What now? Now, they thoroughly blew up the reputation of the Miracle Hand Parlor.
They could predict that before tomorrow morning, the news of Yi Yuan single-handedly challenging the 5 major factions would spread throughout the entire South City, even the entire Outer City. Miracle Hand Parlor would definitely become the hottest medicine shop in the South City.
Little punk, why haven't you gone to thank Master Yi yet? If not for Master Yi snatching you from the jaws of death, you'd have entered the gates of hell in a few days. You got poisoned by an ancient strange poison. Even 4-star alchemy gods are powerless to do anything. It was Master Yi who cured you. Huang Haoran scolded.
Although he was scolding, the joy on Huang Haoran's face could not be concealed no matter what.
Buzz. Huang Haoran's words ignited everyone. Master Wu Feng indeed got a 4-star alchemy god to come and look before. Turns out that this is where Master Wu Feng's confidence lies. It's just that he probably never thought that a poison even a 4-star alchemy god could do nothing about was actually cured by Master Yi.
More than that,
Huang Qian, this kid simply hit the jackpot. Putting aside curing the poison, he even saved many years of bitter cultivation. Now, even his cultivation talent has been enhanced. I feel that 50 million divine essence stones were simply too cheap. Master Yi charged a conscience price. A commotion broke out inside the miracle hand parlor all at once. Only then did they know that Huang Qian had indeed gotten a 4-star alchemy god to take a look before. That was a 4-star alchemy god.
Same as martial arts realm, the disparity between 4-star alchemy gods and 3-star alchemy gods was also immense. However, Yi Yuan completed the task that even a 4-star alchemy god could not complete. How could this not astonish them?
Ning Xiu's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body from the very beginning. Others did not know how terrifying this purple cool marrow extermination poison was. But she knew. This poison was a difficult problem throughout the ages. No one had ever resolved it before.
But Yi Yuan did it.
Just which step did this guy walk until on the path of alchemy? Master Yi.
Huang Qian looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. This ridiculously young kid was the person who cured him? But he naturally did not have any doubts about Huang Haoren's words, immediately bowing down to salute and said, Huang Qian gives his thanks to Master Ye's life-saving grace.
Clap, clap,
clap. At this time, clear applause sounded out. A powerful aura suddenly appeared in the miracle hand parlor, crushing everyone until they could not catch their breath. Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse? Somebody exclaimed.
Such a powerful aura. It could only be a Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse. Xiao Ryu divided the crowd and slowly walked into the lobby. An aura that showed disdain on all under the heavens was displayed in its entirety. Xiao Ryu.
You broke through to Divine Lord Realm? When Menghua saw that familiar figure, his complexion was white as a sheet, his eyes full of disbelief.
It had always been said that Xiao Ryu was in a close seclusion to break through to the Divine Lord Realm, but few would believe that he could really break through to the Divine Lord Realm. But now he really broke through. This was simply devastating news to the Thunderclap gang.
Humph!
Xiao Ryu snorted coldly, directly sending Menghua flying. Is this Divine Lord's name what you can call directly? Xiao Ryu said in a cold voice.
This blow of Xiao Ryu's was much stronger than Luo Yu's, immediately dealing heavy injuries to Menghua. He turned to look at Yi Yuan and said with a light smile, Master Yi is truly impressive.
A poison that even a 4-star alchemy god can't resolve, you actually resolved it. Your esteemed self's alchemy Dao attainments are simply transcendent. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and said in a solemn voice, You injured my people in my medicine shop?
Xiao Ryu was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, A mere ant, if injured, then he's injured, what's the big deal?
From Xiao Ryu's tone, Yi Yuan could infer his objective of coming. But this guy was truly a little too rampant. He would not think that he was invincible because he broke through to the Divine Lord Realm, right? You also just transformed from an ant being cocky for what? Moreover, you're merely a slightly larger ant right now, Yi Yuan said disgruntledly.
Xiao Ryu's face darkened. The people surrounding and watching all sucked in a cold breath. This Master Yi was really too awesome to actually dare talk this way to a Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse.
Punk, you're very proud. But you indeed have the capital to be prideful. I'll give you a chance, join our Sun Moon gang. In the future, this land of the South City, you can roam as you please. Absolutely no one will dare to find trouble with you like today, Xiao Ryu said and forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are you soliciting me here? Xiao Ryu said coolly. This Divine Lord successfully breaking through today. It's a sign that the other two gangs are doomed. You have no future following Xing Guan. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, I think that you're misunderstanding something. You're still not qualified enough to solicit me.
The people surrounding and watching did not even dare to breathe loudly. But their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of admiration. This provocation was too ruthless. Xiao Ryu's face fell and he said, Are you refusing a toast, only to drink a forfeit?
But Ning Xiu suddenly spoke up at this time and said, Master Ye's alchemy standard is also more than enough to enter the pill tower. Just the likes of you, a measly little first-layered heaven divine lord. What qualifications do you have to solicit him? Xiao Ryu was so angry. He went through untold hardships and finally broke through to Divine Lord Realm. Originally, he thought that anyone would have to make a detour around him when they saw him.
He did not expect that two hotheads jumped out today and did not take him seriously at all.
Was Divine Lord Realm so worthless? Ha ha ha. A measly little first-layered heaven Divine Lord. Little girl. What high-sounding sentiments. Entering the Pill Tower? He got to have the life to enter it too. Since you guys don't know how to appreciate favors, then this Divine Lord will destroy your miracle hand parlor today. See what you guys have to be unbridled. Xiao Ryu laughed from extreme fury, hating these two fellows who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth to the extreme.
A surge of world power rippled out akin to a huge flood wave, directly sending all the people around him flying.
A guy who hasn't seen the world before, breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm, and you're flaunting your prowess. You're this bit of strength got to tuck your tail between your legs and behave when placed in the inner city. If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of this young lady, do you believe that someone will come and annihilate you straight away? Facing Xiao Ryu's powerful pressure, Ning Xiu's complexion was somewhat pale, but her words were still full of contempt. Clearly, she did not take Xiao Ryu, this Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, seriously at all.
Xiao Ryu's heart thumped, thinking to himself, could it be that this lass comes from the inner city and her status is extraordinary? But he denied this very quickly.
The inner city's darling daughters, each and every one of them was incomparably arrogant. How could they possibly come to such a small medicine shop to be a little medicine attendant? This lass must be making an empty show of strength.
Heh, using the inner city to scare this Divine Lord, do you take me to be scared from young? This Divine Lord will exterminate you, lass, today. I want to see whether or not someone will really come and annihilate me. Xiao Ryu snorted coldly, a palm struck toward Ning Xiu with overwhelming momentum.
Boom!
Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Xiao Ryu's figure flew out backward, directly blasted onto the streets. Xiao Ryu's internal organs were in shock, his entire person struck silly.
He stood up rather shakingly, and he looked at a young person in front of him with immense shock.
How could there be a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse here?
Who did you say?
You were going to exterminate just now. Ning Fangrong's eyes were like torches, looking down on Xiao Ryu, his eyes full of killing intent.
Ning Xiu was first stunned, then immediately revealed a look of wild elation. Rushing forward to pull Ning Fangrong's arm, she said, "Big brother, why did you come?"
Ning Fangrong gave her a doting glance and said, "If I don't come, weren't you going to get bullied by people?"
Hee hee. It's still big brother who's the best, Ning Xiu said in a spoiled manner. Ning Fangrong rubbed Ning Xiu's head dotingly but turned his head around. His expression was cold as he said to Xiao Ryu, "I'm asking you, who are you going to exterminate?" Huh? Xiao Ryu's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse suddenly popped out in the crowd. One should not look at how the other party was young. His strength was much greater than his. This person was totally not what he, a rookie who just broke through, could compete with. He had just uttered the big talk. Who knew that someone really jumped out to annihilate him straight away? Who could understand this kind of bitterness?
Where was the so-called invincible in the South City?
The so-called sweeping across the South City and unifying the three gangs? Such a young Divine Lord powerhouse, his status was clearly extraordinary. He definitely came out of the inner city. Moreover, it was definitely a major faction in the inner city. That little girl's status was really extraordinary.
But such a little girl, why would she be ordered around like a maidservant in such a small medicine shop?
Are you mentally ill? Xiao Ryu's face squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, "This one had eyes but couldn't see. I wonder which inner city family's young master is this little brother from?" Ning Fangrong said calmly, "You're still not fit to address me as your brother. The Imperial City has a rule that Divine Lord Realm martial artists are not to interfere with the outer city's matters. Are you slighting the City Lord manner right now?" Xiao Ryu was crying bitterly in his heart. He had just broken through to the Divine Lord Realm and had not reported to the inner city yet. Originally, he wanted to slice through a knot with a sharp knife, directly unifying the three gangs before talking. This kind of thing, the inner city would also open one eye and close one eye, tacitly allowing it. After all, these people in the outer city were no different from ants in the eyes of the inner city.
To Xiao Ryu, when he entered the inner city, he also needed the support of cultivation resources. Clearly, after consolidating the three gangs, the new Sun-Moon gang could provide him cultivation resources unceasingly.
Except, the ideal was very well endowed, but the reality was bony.
Who knew that he was so unlucky, running into someone who came out of the inner city when he just broke through? I Xiao Ryu stammered and could not even complete his sentences.
When he Xiao and Luo Yu saw the scene, their faces revealed incomparably gloomy looks.
Originally thought that they had a major backer now. In the end, the major backer had just risen and was smacked to death by someone with a slap.
This inconspicuous little medicine shop, its background was really deep to the extreme.
This lass actually called this Divine Lord Realm powerhouse's big brother, then her status was definitely extraordinary.
However, it was such a lass who willingly became a maidservant who was ordered about inside this little medicine shop. Then Master Ye's background. Could it be that Master Yi was a Pill Tower's newly emerged genius alchemist? Coming to the outer city to hang a will grant all requests signboard was in order to train? The more everyone thought, the more reliable it felt. It seemed like only this explanation was the most logical.
In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's image became incomparably tall.
Although Ning Fangrong was the same as Xiao Ryu, both being first-layered Heaven Divine Lord martial artists. The noble air emitting off his body was what Xiao Ryu did not possess.
It was only to see him say coolly, "You go to the inner city's entrance and wait for me. Later, I'll bring you together into the martial tower and receive punishment."
Xiao Ryu's expression changed, and he said in a panic, "Your Excellency, I..." Ning Fangrong's brows furrowed and he said unhappily,
"What? You have a problem?
To dare clamor about killing my Ning family's people. I have to admit that you're very brave."
Xiao Ryu's entire body trembled, his legs turning soft, and he knelt down with a thud, crying out involuntarily, "You're a member of the Ning family." The Ning family was a leviathan in the inner city. One should not look at how he broke through to the Divine Lord realm currently. If the Ning family wanted to kill him, it was merely as simple as crushing an ant. Divine Lord realm?
What the Ning family lacked the least was Divine Lord realm. Didn't they all see that this young man in front was already a Divine Lord realm powerhouse? Ning family. Could it be one of the inner city's two great powerful families? The Ning family? What Ning family could there be still? Xiao Ryu is really unlucky. He just broke through to Divine Lord realm and actually provoked the Ning family. TSK, this situation turnaround is really too fast. Originally thought that the Sun-Moon gang will be on the rise now. Hehe. The majority of the people were watching the show. Xiao Ryu was wildly tyrannical and highly oppressive. They could not bear the sight of it as well.
Now, seeing Xiao Ryu got deflated, each and every one of them also started gloating over his misfortune.
Seeing Xiao Ryu's dead dog appearance, a hint of disdain flashed past in Ning Fangrong's eyes. If Xiao Ryu had a little backbone, he might regard him higher. However, he did not even have the thought of resisting. This kind of person was destined to not accomplish great things. However, this had nothing to do with him. Xiao Ryu actually dared to have killing intent towards his little sister. Then he would have to suffer the Ning family's wrath. If it were an ordinary person, then forget it. Yet, Xiao Ryu was even a Divine Lord powerhouse. Why, Your Excellency? The ignorant isn't to be blamed. I really didn't know your identities. If I knew, give me 10 galls and I also wouldn't dare deal a heavy blow toward this young lady. Xiao Ryu already completely broke down. That overweeningly arrogant appearance earlier was all gone now. Just like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Ning Fangrong said coolly, "These words you go and explain to the Martial Tower's elders. Give you 3 breaths of time. Immediately disappear from my sight." 1, 2. Just as Ning Fangrong shouted until 2, Xiao Ryu already suddenly disappeared from where he originally was. When Xiao Ryu showed up, everyone thought that the South City's heaven changed. Who knew that in a blink? It became like this. The moment Xiao Ryu left, Ning Fongrong turned to look at Yi Yuan and said with a frown, "You're called Yi Yuan, right?
You actually dare to order my sister around like a maid. Do you know her identity?" Everyone was stunned. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that Master Yi did not come out of the martial tower?
Ning Fongrong's appearance seemed to be going to denounce him publicly for his crimes. Yi Yuan said coolly, "No matter who she is, if she wants to learn alchemy from me, they have to start from a medicine attendant." Ning Fongrong laughed in spite of himself and said, "Little sister learning alchemy from you?
You're a 3-star alchemy god, she's a 3-star alchemy god too. Furthermore, her master is a 4-star alchemy god. What right do you have to teach her?" Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, shot Ning Fongrong a glance, and said coolly, "Is 4-star alchemy god very impressive?"
Ning Fongrong's eyes narrowed slightly and his tone turned cold as he said, "Young man, don't be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Curing a poison doesn't mean that you can put on airs and look down on others." The method that Yi Yuan cured the poison had indeed amazed Ning Fongrong. But this was just a single facet. The might of a 4-star alchemy god was far from what 3-star alchemy gods could imagine. When Ning Xiu saw the smell of gunpowder gradually thicken, she hurriedly blocked in front of Ning Fongrong and said, "Big brother, you're not allowed to find trouble with Master Yi. It was me who pestered him endlessly and insisted on him taking me in as a little medicine boy." Ning Fongrong looked at his little sister with surprise. Looking at this appearance, if he really made a move, she would even help outsiders to fight it out with him. Recalling Ning Xiu's meek look from before, Ning Fongrong was incredibly shocked in his heart. This little sister of his feared nothing and no one. Even Master Xian Yu could not do anything about her too. Now, she was actually so docile and obedient towards this young man.
What kind of magical power did this young man have?
Or was it that his little sister took fancy on him?
With his little sister around, it looked like he could not touch this brat today. All right, looking on the account of your face, I won't make things difficult for him today. Follow me back, Ning Fongrong said.
Ning Xiu shook her head like a rattling drum and said, "You go back. I want to learn pill refinement at Master Yi here." Ning Fongrong's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Nonsense. Your master is Master Xian Yu. Learning alchemy from an unknown boy, where is my Ning family's face going to be put?" But Ning Xiu said, "I don't care. Either way, I'm not going back."
"You." Ning Fongrong choked and said angrily, "Going back or not isn't up to you."
But Ning Xiu glared fiercely and said, "You dare.
If you were to forcefully bring me away, I'll tell father and mother all of your dirty laundry."
Ning Fongrong was driven utterly crazy. The moment this last unruliness flared up, it really gave people a headache. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Leave."
The moment these words came out, Ning Xiu and Ning Fongrong were both stunned.
Ning Xiu was just about to say something when Yi Yuan continued, "I took you in because I was afraid that you had nowhere to go. Since your family member had come to find you, you go back with him then."
"I don't want to go back." Ning Xiu simply refused.
"Amen?" Yi Yuan frowned, seemingly the tempo of going to fly off the handle.
Ning Xiu got a shock and pursed her mouth and said unhappily, "Go back then go back, be fierce for what? But you have to promise me, the next time I come you're not allowed to turn me down."
Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You can come, but you must obtain the permission of your teacher. Even though you and I aren't master and disciple in name, there is the reality of master and disciple. Me teaching you alchemy goes against the moral principle." Hearing this, Ning Xiu's initial displeasure turned to joy and said, "This is what you said."
Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have tacitly agreed to it.
Ning Fongrong stared at this scene tongue-tied and his eyes wide, his head not quite wrapping itself around it. Xiu this lass was actually so submissive toward this boy. He said a sentence and was rebutted up to the sky. But Yi Yuan said a sentence and she did not even dare to talk back. Could it really be
one object subduing another?
How could he know that Ning Xiu was afraid that Yi Yuan would get really angry and never teach her alchemy henceforth? Ning Xiu just recently knew what was called heavens beyond heavens, and there was always someone better after following by Yi Yuan's side these few days.
Her pride was beaten by Yi Yuan until there was not a patch of skin left whole.
Yi Yuan already used his alchemy strength to thoroughly convince Ning Xiu. At the same time, she discovered the boundless charm of alchemy on Yi Yuan. Hence, she was very afraid that Yi Yuan would not teach her alchemy.
Big brother, little Huan, let's go.
Master Yi, you mustn't act shamelessly.
I'll come over and find you in a few days, Ning Xiu said with a smile.
Ning Fangrong gave Yi Yuan a very profound glance, turned around, and left. Exiting Cinnamon Street, Ning Xiu suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Ning Fangrong and said, Big brother, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. If you dare to have designs on Master Yi, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Ning Fangrong and stunned and laughed in spite of himself and said, You lass, what the hell kind of bewitching potion did that boy feed you? You're actually so protective of him. Ning Xiu smiled and said, You won't understand. Master Ye's realm is completely not what you can imagine.
Even Master, his elderly self, might not be able to compare to Master Yi too.
Outside of the pill tower, a young man came up to greet. Seeing the arrival of that person, Ning Xiu went up to greet him with a smile. He, second senior brother, were you punished by Master again? This person was Ning Xiu's second senior brother, Ding Sun, an initial stage 4-star alchemy god existence.
Ding Sun was stunned and said, How do you know?
Ning Xiu beamed widely and said, Divine essence unsteady. One look and its excessive use of divine fire. Master punished you to practice fire control 100 times again. Right? Ding Sun pouted and said, Little junior sister, you still have time to worry about me?
Better worry about yourself.
You went overboard this time. Ning Xiu smiled mischievously and said, Second senior brother, why don't we make a bet? Ding Sun said suspiciously, You lass, what lousy idea did you think of again? Ning Xiu smiled and said, I say that not only will Master not punish me, but he'll also even praise me greatly.
Ding Sun laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, You lass, did you get delirious after going out for a few days?
You actually ran away from home this time. Master will at least punish you with a close seclusion for 3 years. You actually said that Master Hill praise you.
Ning Xiu said with a mischievous look, Just say whether you dare to bet or not. Ding Sun could not help laughing as he said, What item of senior brothers did you take fancy on again? But this time you can't possibly win. Ning Xiu grinned and said, If second senior brother you lose, then give me your Blue Voyage Insight Divine Fire.
Ding Sun's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, Mischievous girl, your Cerulean Divine Flame is much stronger than the Blue Voyage Insight Divine Fire. What are you having designs on it for? Ning Xiu said, Don't need you to worry about that. You just say whether you dare to bet or not. If I lose, the heavenly sieve secret art that Master bestowed on me the last time will be given to you.
Ding Sun's eyes lit up and he said, For real.
Even more real than real gold, Ning Xiu said with a smile. Ding Sun nodded and said, Okay, second senior brother will bet with you.
I don't believe that you can really escape Master's punishment this time.
Ning Fangrong did not make a sound the entire time, looking at his little sister rather surprisedly.
He was the same as Ding Sun, uncertain where this last confidence came from.
Inside Ning Fangrong's mind, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly flashed across. Could it be related to that brat? Ning Fangrong denied this notion very quickly. How could this be possible?
Inside the lobby, Master Xianyu currently had his eyes shut to rest.
Hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Girl, you still know to come back, huh?
Master Xianyu's voice was very awe-inspiring, sounding very angry, but there was a trace of excessive doting that inadvertently flowed out too.
As the saying went, Love hard, whip hard. Master Xianyu was very satisfied with Ning Xiu, this final disciple, but also had a big headache. This girl's talent was astonishing, but she just did not work hard.
Alchemy, this path, such superficialness was very hard to have accomplishments. Therefore, this time, he planned on punishing this lass properly, let her get her mind together.
Ning Xiu giggled and dashed to Master Xianyu's side with a lunge, pulled his arm up, and said coquettishly, Master, I didn't go out this time to be naughty. It's going out to learn new skills. Master Xianyu was just a sucker for this. But this time, he decided to not fall for it. He must punish this girl. Only to see him billow his beard and said with a cold snort, "Learn new skills? I think that you became capable."
Don't need to say anything, immediately go to the heaven character number 3 room for closed seclusion right now. You're not allowed to take a step out within 3 years.
Hearing this, the corners of Ding Sun's mouth raised.
This girl clearly underestimated Master's fury this time.
That heavenly civ secret arts rubbing, he had coveted it for a long time already.
This time he finally got it.
But Ning Xiu was not afraid at all. Swaying Master Xianyu's arm, she said, "Master, I really went out to learn new skills this time. If you don't believe me, I'll refine a medicinal pill for you to see right now."
Xianyu glanced at her and said with a cold smile, "Heh, lass, even if you pull any tricks, you can't escape the punishment of confinement too."
The smile on Ding Sun's face became even thicker. Ning Fongrong also beamed widely. Master Xianyu was finally angered by this girl. "Goodness, Master. I really went out to learn new skills this time. There's a very powerful fellow inside that miracle hand parlor in the outer city. I went this time to interact with him. Master, if you don't believe, Xiu will refine a medicinal pill for you to see. If you still want to punish me after seeing it, Xiu will accept the punishment obediently," Ning Xiu said. Xianyu did not believe Ning Xiu's words at all. That little medicine shop, he already investigated it before. It was an unremarkable little medicine shop, almost closing down. What expert could there be still? This girl was clearly playing tricks. But he still said, "All right, you try refining a medicinal pill. I want to see what you learned these few days." "You have got to be kidding."
Merely a few days' time, how much improvement could her alchemy skills have?
Even though Ning Xiu, this girl's talent, was exceedingly high, a short few days' time, it was also not possible to make much progress. Before long, Ning Xiu brought a pile of spirit medicines to the pill refining room. Xianyu's gaze swept and could not help saying rather surprisedly, "You're going to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill?
But you never succeeded once before." Ning Xiu smiled smugly and said, "It's because I never succeeded once before that it can demonstrate my improvement."
Xianyu pursed his mouth and declined to comment. He did not believe that after a few days' time, Ning Xiu would be able to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. But after Ning Xiu started refining the pill, Xianyu discovered something off.
He discovered that a kind of change happened to Ning Xiu.
This kind of change was focus.
Ning Xiu's disposition was being too hyper. When refining pills, it was very hard to calm down. But this time, Ning Xiu was unprecedentedly focused. Every movement, Ning Xiu completed it very on point, working with the greatest care.
However, with the passage of time, the shock on Xianyu three people's faces became thicker and thicker.
In the past, when Ning Xiu refined pills, it was very easy to lose control in the second half and have various situations occur.
But this time, she gradually entered an optimal state, her condition getting better and better. Finally, Ning Xiu lightly cried, "Condense!" The medicinal pill formed.
When the last step was completed, Ning Xiu actually had a feeling of being beside herself with joy.
This kind of feeling had never happened before in her alchemy career. She really did it, being imperceptibly influenced in the miracle hand parlor these few days. She obtained tremendous improvement, especially when Yi Yuan cast the Chaos Heavenly Star art at that time. It brought her into a mysterious realm, letting her obtain tremendous harvests. Seeing Master and Second Senior Brother's incomparably shocked looks, Ning Xiu had a smug look. "Master, Second Senior Brother, open the furnace and take a look then."
"I'm very much looking forward to it too," Ning Xiu smiled and said.
Xianyu's palm shook. A medicinal pill flew out of the medicine cauldron. The four people looked at that medicinal pill in the jade box, faces all revealing extremely shocked looks. Even Ning Xiu herself also felt that it was unbelievable.
She had long expected that she made progress and should be able to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. But she completely did not think that she could actually perform so well.
High-grade Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Regarding this result, Ning Xiu was simply satisfied to the extreme. Although in front of Yi Yuan, a high-grade Meridian Heaven Heart pill could be refined until not even dregs remained. She was still very satisfied with her result. But in Xianyu's and Ding Sun's eyes, It was completely different.
They all knew that before running away, Ningxiu still repeatedly failed to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill.
Her running away was not unrelated to this.
But how many days had it been?
She actually directly refined out a high grade. Could it be that this lass really went out to learn new skills?
Seeing her master's shocked expression, Ningxiu was rather pleased with herself. Master, you look, isn't my improvement very big?
I didn't bluff you, right? Ningxiu smiled brilliantly and said.
After the astonishment, Xianyu said in surprise, Girl, tell master, what on earth did you do?
Why is your improvement actually so great in a short few days' time? Ningxiu said smugly. Because of Master Yi.
You don't know, Master Yi is really too cool when refining pills.
I've never witnessed before. A person refining pills could actually refine until others become intoxicated. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Ningxiu started spewing forth unceasingly, not stinting with words of praises in the slightest. Hang on. This Master Yi that you mentioned, who is he? Xianyu interrupted Ningxiu's ecstasy and asked. Ning Fangrong clasped his hands and said, Master, it's like this.
Ning Fangrong briefly recounted the matter of the South City's miracle hand parlor, Yi Yuan challenging 5 great forces alone, surprising Xianyu repeatedly. Especially when mentioning that Yi Yuan refined the heavenly blood marrow changing pill and helped Huang Qian be reborn anew, Xianyu was inexplicably shocked in his heart. The purple quill marrow extermination, he naturally knew it. This poison was incurable, but it was actually treated by a junior.
I didn't expect that the South City actually produced such a figure. Xianyu sighed emotionally.
Ningxiu looked at Xianyu's expression and said with a smile, Master, did you have the thought of accepting a disciple stirred?
Xianyu did not hide it either, saying with a smile, It's you, lass, who's astute.
That's right, such a genius. If he were taken away by others, that would be too much of a pity. Although it sounded very impressive, Xianyu did not see it with his own eyes after all. With his status as high-rank 4-star alchemy god, taking in a 3-star alchemy god, wasn't it more than enough still?
Ningxiu giggled and said, Master, rest assured, nobody can take him in. Amen?
How so? Xianyu said in puzzlement. Master, you look.
Ningxiu took out those 2 Gale celestial stone pills. Xianyu's gaze turned sharp and he exclaimed, Divine grade Gale celestial stone pill. This was refined by him. Ningxiu nodded her head, pointed at the Gale celestial stone pill and said, This is his first time refining. This one was his second time refining. Xianyu took those 2 medicinal pills from Ningxiu's hand, his expression becoming incomparably solemn.
Nothing could reflect the alchemist's level more than medicinal pills. He discerned these 2 medicinal pills' extraordinariness with a glance.
Carefully looking it over, Xianyu suddenly said, First time refining.
Could it be that
this young man already reached the legendary Dao realm?
No, this is impossible.
I've never heard before that a 3-star alchemy god can reach the Dao realm. Ningxiu and Ding Sun both had puzzled looks and said, Master, what's the Dao realm? Xianyu said solemnly, The level of alchemists has always been divided based on the rank of the divine pills they could refine. But apart from this, there's still a mysterious and profound realm. That's the Dao realm.
The path of making sense is extensive and profound. Nobody dares to say that they can refine all medicinal pills. Even 4-star alchemy gods also have rank 3 divine pills that they can't refine, let alone talk about rank 4 divine pills. But once one reaches the Dao realm, then their understanding of alchemy Dao will be exceedingly profound and can unleash the properties within spirit medicines to the greatest extent. This kind of person, no matter what medicinal pills he refined, it would be accomplished with high proficiency.
Recalling Yi Yuan's pill refinement, Ningxiu could not help but be in strong agreement and said, According to what Master said, he's really like this.
It seems like ordinary medicinal pills. As long as he takes action, it will be divine grade. Only when refining the Gale celestial stone pill was there a tiny bit of flaw, refining a heaven grade.
The corners of Xianyu's mouth twitched slightly. He still wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple earlier. But now, he completely dispelled this notion.
Taking in an alchemist who was probably in the Dao realm as a disciple?
One shouldn't look at how he was a 4-star alchemy god. He really did not have the qualifications. Putting aside that he was just a 5-star alchemy god, even 5-star alchemy gods similarly did not have the qualifications.
Because such an existence, as long as there was no accident once they stepped into Divine Lord realm, as long as they became familiar with the properties of 4-star spirit medicines, then he was the strongest 4-star alchemy god. This kind of people's understanding of alchemy was completely not what he could imagine. This guy was totally a great god.
So incredible?
A 3-star alchemy god can actually be formidable to such a degree. Ding Sun completely could not comprehend this kind of existence. In his view, 1-star was one world. 4-star alchemy gods were stronger than 3-star alchemy gods.
He had never heard before that a 3-star alchemy god could actually be powerful to the point where even his master was afraid of. Xianxia also took a hit and said with a sigh, "According to what I know, only alchemists that reach the heavenly emperor realm and infinitely approaches the great Tao can have a possibility of comprehending alchemy Tao. Reaching the Tao realm.
3-star Tao realm. It's unheard of. If his future road is walked solidly, perhaps
he can reach the realm of the medicine ancestor." Hiss! The 3 people present all sucked in a cold breath. Xianxia's speculation was a little too frightening. Medicine ancestor was an existence that they simply could not imagine, virtually rivaling Tao ancestors. This young man who popped out of God knows where could actually reach that kind of realm. Just thinking about it felt inconceivable. No can do.
This boy, I must meet him.
Later you go and find this Yi Yuan, just say that Master wants to interact with him, Xianxia said suddenly.
Ningxiu had never seen before her master like this. Even when facing the Lord of the Pill Tower, he was calm and collected too.
"Yes, Master," Ningxiu answered.
Also, the Pill Tower's competition will be starting soon. This period of time, you go over to his side more. You must build a good relationship with him. This has tremendous benefits to you, Xianxia said.
Ningxiu hugged Xianxia and said gleefully, "Hee. Master is so good. You're the most open-minded. Second senior brother. Hand over your divine fire." Ningxiu looked at Ding Sun and said with a smug look. Ding Sun smiled bitterly. He indeed still lost. But he did not renege either, forcing the Blue Voyage Insight divine fire out of his body and giving it to Ningxiu.
This divine fire was already not very useful to him.
He suddenly thought of something and said with uncertainty, "You wanted this Blue Voyage Insight divine fire.
Is it too?
Give it to that Master Yi."
Ningxiu smiled and said, "Hee, second senior brother is indeed clever. That guy is already a 3-star alchemy god and actually still uses rank 2 divine fire."
How unsightly.
Ding Sun's eyeballs nearly popped out. That guy called Yi Yuan was truly too freakish, right? He used a rank 2 divine fire to refine a divine grade Gale celestial stone pill?
Wu Feng sat in the hall, his smile seemingly radiant. Huang Haoran and Hao Qian sat on the right-hand side, appearing very flustered. Although Huang Qian was saved, this 50 million went down the drain for Wu Feng.
Most importantly, it was a major loss of face. Huang Haoran understood Wu Feng very well. He cared about face too much. Normally, it was still fine. But if someone threatened his title as the South City's #1 alchemist, he definitely would not show leniency.
But this time, Yi Yuan's power face-smacking thoroughly made a name for himself. But Huang Haoran did not expect that Wu Feng's mood today seemed to be pretty good still. "Oh, Haoran, do you think that I'd blame you because of this matter?" Wu Feng said with a ghost of a smile.
Huang Haoran blushed with shame and said, "Master, I..."
"Hoo. You followed me for so many years. Could I still not know your feelings for Huang Qian? Otherwise, do you think that I'd invite Master to take action and come and diagnose him?" Wu Feng said with a smile. Huang Haoran hurriedly said, "Haoran received Master's kindness and will never be able to repay it. Haoran's life is Master's." Wu Feng nodded and said, "For Huang Qian to be able to recover, I'm happy for him as well. You don't need to think too much. This matter isn't your fault." Huang Haoran said, "Master, this 50 million divine essence stones, I'll definitely think of a way to return to you." Wu Feng laughed loudly and said, Why are you so stubborn?"
Huang Haoran bowed and said, "Master, if I don't return you these divine essence stones, Haoran will have trouble sleeping and eating."
Wu Feng smiled as he walked over, patted Huang Haoran's shoulder, and said, "Really can't do anything about you. Forget it, if you want to return a favor, it's also not impossible."
Hearing this, Huang Haoran's mind eased up, but heard Wu Feng's tone gradually turn cold as he said then,
"Use your life to pay it back." Huang Haoran's entire body trembled, suddenly raising his head and looking at Wu Feng.
Suddenly, he felt his chest tighten, all the blood in his body becoming stagnant. His divine essence gradually solidified and his consciousness also began to blur. "Master Yu," Huang Haoran looked at Wu Feng in disbelief. He knew that he was poisoned.
"There was poison inside the tea just now."
Wu Feng's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Humph.
"Nice job. This old man became the entire South City's laughingstock now. Either way, this life of yours was saved by this old man too. Returning to this old man now, you have no objections, right?" Huang Qian's heart suddenly twinged and he shouted, "Second uncle, you can't die. Wu Feng, you motherfucker. My second uncle is so loyal to you,
You actually want to poison him to death." Huang Qian swayed, already somewhat unsteady on his feet.
He drank the tea just now too and was clearly poisoned as well. The toxicity was very strong. Huang Haoran's eyes had already started to turn dim. He used all of his strength to push Huang Qian out and said, "Ji go. Find."
"And Master Yi."
Wu Feng sneered and said, "You look, your heart is already at Master Yi there. Still loyal to me? But too bad." Huang Qian drank that cup of tea too. "He's the same as you, both unable to escape death."
Huang Qian's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, hot tears pouring out of his eyes and his teeth gritting until it rattled.
The divine essence within his body suddenly revolved, his entire person rushing at Wu Feng like an arrow that left the bow.
Wu Feng was caught off guard, not expecting that Huang Qian could actually still revolve divine essence. However, Wu Feng's strength was too powerful in the end. It was far from what Huang Qian could compare to.
Boom!
In a haste, the two people exchanged a palm. Huang Qian immediately wildly sprayed fresh blood in the air, flying out backward,
while Wu Feng was also shaking until his vital energy and blood was tumbling, and was actually powerless to chase after for a moment. Huang Qian's eyes were full of tears as he wailed, "Second uncle, I seem to be fine and can last until Master Yi there."
"You rest assured, I'll definitely avenge you."
Huang Qian discovered that even though he was dizzy, his entire person was only somewhat unwell. His symptoms did not seem as severe as Huang Haoran's.
Hearing this, a hint of relief showed in Huang Haoran's eyes, his face revealing a trace of a faint smile.
He got it. It must be Master Ye's heavenly blood marrow changing pill, making Huang Qian be reborn anew. His resistance to poison also increased greatly, that was why. "Master, you
miscalculated." Finished saying this sentence, Huang Haoran's closed his eyes forever.
"Second uncle." Huang Qian's eyes welled up with tears, shouting until his throat turned hoarse. "Master Yi, you see what I brought you." Ning Xiu held her palm out. A faint blue flame appeared in her palm. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu, rather surprisedly. He said, "You specially got this for me?" Ning Xiu smiled slyly and said, accurately saying, "We won it together." She briefly recounted the matter of winning against second senior brother, making Yi Yuan smile. "You had a good intention. This divine fire, I'll accept it. Cancel out the divine essence stones you owe me." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The faint blue flame came to his hand obediently. Ning Xiu's pupils constricted. This guy's fire-controlling art had simply reached the acme of perfection.
A foreign divine fire was actually so docile when reaching his hands.
But she felt something off very soon and said, "Hey, a divine fire is just worth 4 million divine essence stones? You're robbing me."
Yi Yuan glanced at her and smiled, but his palm moved. The blue voyage inside divine fire was directly stripped by Yi Yuan, leaving behind just a tiny little tongue of flame.
One should not underestimate this tongue of flame. This was where the essence of the divine fire lay. Then Yi Yuan's palm flipped. The cleansing sandal sacred flame suddenly rose. His palm merged together again. The cleansing sandal sacred flame directly swallowed that little cluster of fire up. Ning Xiu opened her eyes wide and said indignantly, Wai Wei actually used your rank 2 divine fire to devour a rank 3 divine fire? You're wasting God's good gift. She finally managed to get Yi Yuan this rank 3 divine fire, who knew that Yi Yuan actually directly destroyed it. Ning Xiu was so angry. Even if you wanted to raise a fire, it should also be using rank 2 to raise rank 3, right? This guy actually did exactly the opposite. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can that divine fire of yours compare with my cleansing sandal sacred flame? In terms of pill refinement, I really can't find any more suitable than it. Furthermore, it followed me for close to 100 years and accompanied me through life and death countless times. I can't bear to swap it out too. Devouring the fire essence, it should be able to evolve to rank 3. Ning Xiu was a little surprised. Why were these words said in such an elderly person's tone? This guy was merely 100-odd-year-old. So why did he behave like he was several tens of thousands of years old, being an old man? Fine then, whatever makes you happy. Ning Xiu shrugged her shoulders and said, "Just a rank 3 divine fire, it was nothing to Ning Xiu." Right at this time, 3 figures entered the miracle hand parlor. An old man with a sage-like appearance, a fatty who was like a round ball, and there was also a very beautiful girl. "Shopkeeper, I heard that this place will grant all requests, is this true?" The old man with a sage-like appearance asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper said with a proud look, "That's of course. You go and inquire about it, this land of South City, who doesn't know our miracle hand parlor's master Ye's name." The moment these words came out, the 3 people's faces changed. "What did you say? Your presiding alchemist here is also called Yi Yuan?" The old man exclaimed. "Ha ha, you guys finally came." When Yi Yuan saw little fatty, he immediately gave him a bear hug. Not seeing him for a long time, Yi Yuan was extremely excited. Ning Xiu clicked her tongue in wonder, looking by the side. In her eyes, Yi Yuan had always had the demeanor of a master. She did not expect that he actually still had such a side. Xie Jingyi was agitated until his face was somewhat flushed, and he said, "Good brother, I missed you to death." "Be big brother Yi." Liang Wanru was a little shy but very happy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Young sister Wanru, your improvement isn't small." "Ha ha." Liang Wanru smiled and said, "Isn't it still all thanks to the medicinal pills big brother Yi left for me? Otherwise, with Wanru's talent, how can I break through so fast?" At this time, Liang Wanru already broke through to the heaven glimpse deity realm. Could be said astonishingly fast already. Yi Yuan had long explained to Liang Wanru that they should address each other as siblings. Even though the sincere feelings in Liang Wanru's heart had yet to fade, she could only accept this fact. By the side, Xiao Feng marveled endlessly and said with a bitter smile, "This old man really didn't expect that it was you, this punk, who opened this miracle hand parlor. Thinking back now, apart from you, who else dares to claim to grant all requests?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said it was an action that couldn't be helped too. "The conditions for entering the inner city are too harsh. As a last resort, I can only make the commotion a little bigger and draw you guys over." Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Your commotion isn't small. Right now, in the inner city, many major forces all know that the outer city has a will grant all requests already." Ning Xiu's eyes swiveled around. Only then she understood that it turned out Yi Yuan hanging this signboard was actually in order to draw these 3 people over. The first time she saw Yi Yuan, she felt that this guy was unbelievably arrogant. But getting to know him, she discovered that Yi Yuan was not that kind of arrogant people, and she could not help being somewhat curious why Yi Yuan would hang such a show-off signboard. She did not expect that it was actually to draw his friends out of the inner city. Ning Xiu could not help being somewhat speechless. Only Yi Yuan, this kind of big shot, could use this kind of whimsical method to attain his objective, right? If it were somebody else, clearly inside a city, but the inner city and outer city could stop them for all their lives. When Yi Yuan challenged 5 major factions alone, it was really cool to the max. The Yi Yuan at that time gave her a feeling. That was invincibility. Alchemy Dao was invincible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is also something that can't be helped. You guys know, I'm actually very low profile." Hearing this, the 3 people could not help rolling their eyes. Xiao Feng billowed his beard and glared as he said, "You punk! You nearly turned Wu Meng capital city upside down. You actually still dare to say that you're low profile. Haha. That was an accident. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Xiao Feng was just making a joke and did not continue to make fun of Yi Yuan regarding this matter. He knew that Wu Meng capital city's incident was not Yi Yuan's fault. Yi Yuan's high profile was completely forced out. But your nerves are really great, to actually dare secretly return to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Xianxia still has some power in the Martial Tower, you got to be careful. Once the matter of you returning is known by him, he'll definitely think of ways to deal with you, Xiao Feng said. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, his dog life. I'll claim it sooner or later, even though I can't deal with him right now. For him to want to kill me again, he can't do it. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. It looked like Yi Yuan had quite a few fortuitous encounters again drifting around outside these few years. Only then did Xiao Feng discover that Yi Yuan's realm already broke through to the origin deity realm. This cultivation speed was a little too fast, right? When he left back then, he was just at the initial stage Heaven Glimpse realm. In merely 10 years from start to end, he actually directly broke through a major realm. Hoo-hoo, you punk can't be gauged with common sense. All right, since we found you, go to the inner city together with us then. Xiao Feng laughed and said. With the myriad treasure tower's strength, letting Yi Yuan enter the inner city was naturally a cinch. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no hurry, the reason I urgently used this kind of method to meet you guys is actually that there's still something more important. Xiao Feng said puzzledly, what is it? Yi Yuan took out a jade box and passed it to Xiejingyi, saying, Fatty, this is my promise to you. Today, I can fulfill it. Xiejingyi's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, could this be? He suddenly recalled that back then, when he had just woken up, Yi Yuan told him that he would definitely find a way to help him restore his divine sea. At that time, Yi Yuan did not care about it at all, thinking that Yi Yuan was just consoling him. That was why he would say so. Was it possible that this guy really did it? How was this possible? These few years, Xiao Feng even found the myriad treasure tower's 4-star alchemy god to help diagnose him. But nobody could do it. His divine sea was virtually completely wasted, unable to recover at all. Xiao Feng even spent a huge price inviting the Pill Tower's elder to take action and could not get his wish too. These few years, Xiejingyi was actually very decadent. Becoming a cripple, this was not a life that he wanted. He lost his family, lost the person he loved. Now, even his cultivation was gone. This made him almost despair. These few years, he practically drowned his sorrows in alcohol every day. When Xiao Feng saw him like this, he was powerless too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, good brother. You only became like this because of me. Not treating you, I'll feel uneasy for all my life. Don't be so agitated. Hoo-hoo, it's also thanks to you, I guess, that I improved a step further in alchemy Dao. The muscles on little Fatty's face were quivering. On the one hand, it was because of excitement. On the other, it was because he was moved. Getting such a brother, what else did he need? But the Xiao Feng by the side trembled all over and said in disbelief, You really did it? Actually, me bringing Xiejingyi here today is just wanting to try our luck. You punk, which step did you walk until in alchemy Dao? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either. But I seem to have stepped into another realm. As for the specifics, I can't say for sure too. Xiao Feng sucked in a cold breath. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the Grotto Profound Deity realm back then, his understanding towards alchemy Dao was already incomparably profound. Stepping into another realm now, what kind of inconceivable world was that? Alchemists who knew Dao realm existed were just in the small minority. Master Xian, you only heard of this realm under a very coincidental situation too. Even Dustless did not know about the Dao realm, this state. However, the Ning Xiu by side was incomparably certain at this time, and this other state was Dao realm. She did not expect that this guy really stepped into Dao realm. This guy was too heaven-defying. Doesn't matter. Since I caught you, this brat, you have to give me a proper lesson this time. After breaking through to 4-star alchemy god, I feel that it's hard to trudge along. It's very difficult to have breakthroughs again. Just nice. Can find you, boy, to clarify my doubts. Xiao Feng said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, haha, brother Xiao is too modest.
We definitely should discuss things.
Fatty, you go into seclusion then. This heart-healing heavenly mark pill can definitely help you recover to your peak state. Us brothers will challenge the pugilistic world again. Hearing Yi Yuan talked about it heroically, little Fatty also felt his heart stir, recalling the deed of slapping the little demoness back then. Ning Xiu stared at Yi Yuan, the confused look in her eyes becoming thicker and thicker.
She discovered that the things Yi Yuan said she actually understood less and less.
What this guy talked about, was it really rank 3 alchemy knowledge? But opposite of Yi Yuan, Xiao Feng had an appearance of learning with an open mind, but his gaze became brighter and brighter, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The agreed-upon interaction became a one-sided clarification of doubts now. At the same time, he was also shocked to the extreme in his heart. Several decades had already passed since the two people had an exchange the last time. He discovered that now, he was already completely unable to exchange with Yi Yuan on an equal footing. What Yi Yuan talking about was another realm, giving him a feeling of beholding a great mountain.
However, he had a feeling of becoming enlightened all of a sudden right now. Some problems encountered these few years under Yi Yuan's answering became transparent.
You, kid, are really remarkable.
In a short several decades, you actually made such great progress. We are already unable to talk as peers, Xiao Feng said speechlessly.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also didn't expect that ever since stepping into another realm. There's a feeling of looking down from a high place. Many things that I didn't understand in the past, I can have it at my fingertips now. Regarding this, Xiao Feng had his breath taken away and he said, I really don't know what kind of realm can let you improve until this point.
Looks like this old man can't just look forward blindly. According to what you say, the things that this old man left out in the realms before are seriously too many. Seeing that Xiao Feng understood to some extent, Yi Yuan smiled and said, building a high-rise building, the foundation has to be deep. Otherwise, it will be a rootless weed and may collapse at any time. Regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts, the logic won't change.
Xiao Feng deeply felt that way too and said, what my younger brother said is true. This old man will mend the pen after the sheep have been stolen when I go back. The two people were just talking when little Fatty pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Feng looked over, his eyes involuntarily turning sharp. An upheaval change seemed to have occurred to little Fatty's entire person. The decadence on his face was swept clean away, his essence, energy, and spirit having a whole new outlook.
Especially his eyes, it became sharp and radiant, becoming like a different person from before. The only thing that did not change was that round figure. And little Fatty's realm also rose rapidly, his realm breaking through to half-step origin deity.
Just one more step and he could break through to origin deity realm. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Feng was unbelievably shocked. This heart-healing heavenly mark pill that Yi Yuan took out was simply an uncanny work of the gods. Yi Yuan, this medicinal pill of yours is really too incredible.
After I refine it, I simply have a feeling of being remolded anew. Little Fatty said with an excited look.
This feeling of being filled with power was truly long lost.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's of course.
This heart-healing heavenly mark pill's ingredients are extremely valuable. Even so, I collected 10 sets of spirit medicines too and refined 10 divine-grade heart-healing heavenly mark pills, picking out the one with the best quality and saving it for you. A divine-grade divine pill, the quality would have a minute difference too. Toward his own good brother, Yi Yuan naturally would not be stingy.
When he was at the Fiend race, he made use of his relationship with the Fiend Medicine Hall and Fan family and immediately collected 10 sets of heart-healing heavenly mark pills spirit medicines. If not for the materials being too precious, he even wanted to refine 100 divine-grade divine pills, picking out the best one among them.
Little Fatty had a touched look and said, good brother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, oh, right, you comprehend the law of wind. Later, I'll find you refine a few wind language pills. It should be a cinch for you to break through to the origin deity realm. The wind language pill was the Gale Celestial Stone pill's weak version. It could help Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists comprehend the law of wind. Xiao Feng and Ning Xiu were both speechless. With such a brother, breaking through was so effortless. Dao realm alchemists were really too frightening. As long as Yi Yuan was given sufficient spirit medicines, He could even create an origin deity realm army within a short 100 years. Master Yi.
Right then, a shout came from outside the door.
Immediately after, it was a burst of footsteps. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, bringing everyone out to the lobby. In the lobby, Huang Qian's entire person was collapsed in a pool of blood, not an unscathed spot from head to toe. A large group of people ahead surrounded the entire hall until not even water could seep through.
Go, bring the person over for me.
The one at the front was a half-step divine lord powerhouse who did not place Yi Yuan in his sights at all.
This person was called Guo Xingwang, Dai Hall's #1 protector, his strength formidable.
As for Xiao Feng, he did not release his realm pressure. That person could not see through his depths at all. A subordinate received the order and went, and was going to bring Huang Qian away. Master, Yi save me. Huang Qian used all of his strength and shouted to Yi Yuan. Bang! Yi Yuan raised a foot, and that subordinate immediately flew out, half dead.
Guo Xingwang's gaze turned cold and he said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, don't think that you can be cocky by treating a few patients.
This person is our Dai Hall's important criminal. Now we're gonna capture him back. If you dare to poke your nose into what isn't your business, I'll tear down this little medicine shop of yours today." Guo Xingwang naturally knew about this miracle hand parlor's foundation. It was said that there was even a divine lord realm powerhouse who took action that day. Furthermore, it was even a member of the Ning family. It was just that that member of the Ning family seemed to be very hostile towards the miracle hand parlor. They naturally could not be their backer.
Therefore, he did not place the tiny little miracle hand parlor in his sights at all.
Even if Xing Guan came, he did not fear in the slightest too. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Bending down to check Huang Qian's injuries, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Huang Qian's injuries were very severe. Furthermore, he was even poisoned with a potent poison.
If it were other alchemists, they would definitely be at the end of their ropes already.
Yi Yuan moved like lightning, tapping a few times on Huang Qian's body, then fished out a healing medicinal pill and a detoxification pill, and stuffed them into Huang Qian's mouth. Huang Qian's expression eased up and he directly fainted away. When Guo Xingwang saw that Yi Yuan completely ignored him, he could not help burning with fury.
This punk was indeed as rampant as in the rumors.
Kid, I think that you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit.
Do you really think that by hanging a signboard, you can pick a quarrel with my Dai Hall? Heh, just nice, Xingguan isn't around today, I'll take care of you, this condescending brat, first. Guo Xingwang laughed coldly and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan.
A measly initial stage origin deity, wouldn't he mow him down with a snap of a finger? Bang! He was brought down in a snap of a finger. In midair, Guo Xingwang sprayed fresh blood wildly, directly knocking into several subordinates before barely managing to stabilize his figure.
He scrambled to his feet, his gaze that looked towards Xiao Feng was full of shock.
A powerful aura instantly filled the entire hall. That was the aura of a divine lord realm powerhouse.
At this instant, all of Guo Xingwang's tyrannical aura completely became dim.
Wasn't it said that the Ning family divine lord realm already returned to the inner city? Where did another divine lord realm powerhouse pop out from? Just what background did this little medicine shop have? Xiao Feng's expression was slightly dark as he said, "A measly Dai Hall. So what if picking a quarrel with you all? Why, your excellency. This lowly one had eyes but couldn't see and offended your excellency. This lowly one will get lost right away." Guo Xingwang originally thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually a metal plate. "Halt!" Yi Yuan suddenly said in a cold voice. Guo Xingwang's body turned stiff. Squeezing out a smile that was even uglier than crying, he said, What instructions does Master Yi have?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, "What's wrong with him?" Huang Qian was his patient. Yi Yuan had just treated him and he was immediately beaten by people until like this. He was also quite enraged in his heart. Although their standpoints were different, his impression of this uncle and nephew two people were still considered pretty good. Most importantly, Huang Qian was his proud achievement. That purple quill marrow extermination was indeed very troublesome. It was extremely hard to come by test for him too. If not for this, he also would not spend 4 hours to diagnose Huang Qian's pulse. Actually, Day Hall's shameful deeds, he already guessed more than half when he saw Huang Qian. It was nothing more than Wu Feng feeling that he had a great loss of face and cast the fire on this uncle and nephew two people. Huang Qian's appearance probably meant that Huang Haoren was fraught with grim possibilities already. Yi Yuan was not some goody two-shoes. These two people did not have much relationship with him. He did not need to stand up for them. But Day Hall actually pursued it until they made him very upset. This, Guo Xingwang stammered, not knowing how he should answer.
Yi Yuan said coldly, if you all caught him outside, I don't care and can't be bothered to care either. But you guys actually beat my patient until like this in the miracle hand parlor, and then you want to walk away just like that. Guo Xingwang's expression was ugly to the extreme, and he said awkwardly, Master Yi, this lowly one knows my mistake. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment.
Guo Xingwang cried bitterness in his heart. But a divine Lord Realm powerhouse was there. So he really did not dare to be insolent and could only say, what does
Master Yi want?
Actually, Guo Xingwang heaved a slight sigh of relief in his heart. At the very least, he preserved his life. Yi Yuan swept a glance at his subordinates and said coolly, you guys, beat him up ruthlessly.
Don't be too severe, let him return lying down and that will do.
Ning Xiu and Liang Wanru both could not resist laughing out loud. Yi Yuan was too bad. Opposite of them, everyone's faces turned stiff. The subordinates used strange gazes to look at Guo Xingwang. Guo Xingwang said in a solemn voice, I'll see which of you dare to make a move.
If nobody makes a move, then I can only invite Brother Xiao to take action, Yi Yuan said coolly. Guo Xingwang simply wanted to curse and swear, but he did not dare.
Straight away, he could only have a bitter face and pointed at himself as he said, hit ruthlessly. The subordinates exchanged glances. Nobody dared to make a move first. Looking as Yi Yuan's expression was becoming increasingly grimmer, Guo Xingwang immediately flew off the handle.
Fucking hell, asked you all you hit, did you hear it, or not?
You all want to die, is it? Hit. Guo Xingwang put on a brave front and said viciously. Looking at Guo Xingwang's behavior, the two girls covered their mouths and smiled. Even Xiao Feng was smiling too. Yi Yuan, this boy, his lousy ideas were really a lot.
When the subordinates saw that the boss was already like this, they could only grit their teeth and hit. Bang! Bang!
Bang! A series of punches and kicks. Guo Xingwang was beaten until he rolled on the ground, already beaten black and blue. Even though his subordinates' strengths were inferior to his, he did not dare to resist at all right now. He naturally could not avoid the agony of the flesh. However, Yi Yuan was still not satisfied and said with a cold snort, I said before, I want him to go out lying down. You all don't forget who I am. How bad his injuries are can't hide from my eyes.
Poo work.
Hearing this, Guo Xingwang immediately spewed out a mouthful of old blood and shouted, did you all not fucking eat rice? Put in some effort for me. Hitting like this, do you all want to hit until tomorrow morning? While it hurt, how could the subordinates dare to deal a heavy blow?
Whoever used too much divine essence and got hated by the half-step divine lord boss, they would not even know how they died.
Hence, while they hit, it was impossible to cause real damage to Guo Xingwang at all.
But hitting like this, Guo Xingwang was even more painful instead. The feeling of fists punching onto the flesh was not that comfortable.
With him roaring, the subordinates also knew that they could not be spared today and could all only burst forth with divine essence, greeting onto Guo Xingwang's body.
Before long, Guo Xingwang was at death's door and could not even speak.
All right, get lost then, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The group of subordinates was akin to having been granted amnesty. Carrying Guo Xingwang, they left like a puff of smoke. When the neighbors who did not know the truth saw this scene, they could not help being surprised. Isn't that Day Hall's chief protector, Guo Xingwang? I seem to have seen his subordinates beat him up just now. It really seems so. Does this guy have a tendency for self-masochism? His own subordinates hit him and he actually still did not retaliate. Hang on.
They came out of the miracle hand parlor. Could they have?
Offended Master Yi?
Master Yi is merely initial stage origin deity, so why is this bunch of people so scared of him?
TSK. Master Yi is really unfathomable. Ning Xiu and Liang Wanru, two people, had long laughed themselves into fits already. Hee, Master Yi, you're really too bad. How do you want him to lift his head up in front of his subordinates in the future? Ning Xiu laughed hard and said. Yi Yuan smirked and said, what does that have to do with me?
They came to provoke me first.
If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, heh.
Yi Yuan let the shopkeeper tidy up and brought everyone into the inner hall. Yi Yuan sent a trace of divine essence into Huang Qian's body. Very soon, he slowly woke up. Your second uncle is already poisoned to death by Wu Feng? Yi Yuan asked.
The moment Huang Qian heard Wu Feng's name, his two eyes turned blood red. The muscles on his face started convulsing. Wu Feng, this brute. I must kill him, Huang Qian said and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and reached his hand out to press on Huang Qian's head. A wave of gentle soul force invaded Huang Qian's sea of consciousness.
Gradually, Huang Qian quieted down and became less maniacal, his entire person much more peaceful.
Yi Yuan took his hand away and said, talk. Say it out. It will feel better.
When Wu Feng saw Guo Xingwang's miserable state, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching.
Too miserable. This guy was already almost beaten until he did not have human form anymore. Who did it? Wu Feng said in a solemn voice. The group of subordinates looked at each other, not knowing what they should say. We were the ones who hit, a subordinate said softly. Amen? What's going on?
Made you all go out to capture a person. How did you all return like this? Wu Feng said in a solemn voice.
That subordinate recounted the incident that happened at the Miracle Hand Parlor. Wu Feng's brows furrowed together. This boy clearly just came from outside the city. But why would there be a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse backing him up? Humph. So what if Divine Lord Realm powerhouse?
Could it be that?
I don't have a backer? This punk opposed me time and again. Does he really take me, Wu Feng, to be easy to need? This time, I must tear down your signboard and chase you out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Wu Feng said with a cold snort. At the Pill Tower, the proud-looking Wu Feng appeared very respectful in front of this slightly fat old man. How has Master been? Wu Feng bowed down deeply. This old man was the Pill Tower's high-level deacon, a middle-stage 4-star alchemy god, Deercry. Deercry was considered a senior deacon in the Pill Tower. His disciples spread all over the inner and outer city. Wu Feng was one of his disciples. As a disciple of the Pill Tower, Wu Feng naturally had the authority to enter the inner city. Regarding this disciple, Deercry was still quite satisfied. Although his talent was a little poor, having no hopes of breaking through to 4-star alchemy god, he was at least very filial to Deercry and very sensible.
Such a person building his own influence in the outer city seemed to be a pretty good choice. And man, you had a good intention. What? Interesting thing that you bring again this time, Deercry said coolly.
Wu Feng pulled out a jade flask and handed it to Deercry respectfully and said fawningly, Master, this is an ice heart jade flask that this disciple obtained recently. It's incomparably delicious. Deercry took it and opened the flask lid. An enticing aroma instantly filled the room. Deercry's eyes lit up and he praised, Fine wine. Fine wine. You had the heart.
Wu Feng's heart was dripping blood. One should not look at how this flask was not bit. It cost him several tens of millions of divine essence stones to buy it. A tiny flask of wine, the price was comparable to the consultation fee for treating Huang Qian's illness. Deercry was a 4-star alchemy god, so how could the things that could move him be ordinary items?
Each time he entered the inner city, Wu Feng would rack his brains. Just as the Thunderclap gang showed him filial respect, the tribute that he offered up to Deercry each time similarly cost a lot. But with Deercry's support, the divine essence stones that he earned every year was also an astronomical figure. No loss. Even the Dongfang family did not dare to be disrespectful toward him.
Deercry put away the jade flask, gave Wu Feng a glance, and said coolly, Did you
run into some problems recently? Wu Feng smiled and said, Master can see through everything. Recently, A junior appeared in the South City. He simply has no respect for anyone. Incomparably arrogant. He actually dares to claim to grant all requests, turning the South City upside down. Deercry raised his eyelids slightly and said with a smile, "It's that little medicine shop called Miracle Hand Parlor, right? Will grant all requests." I also heard about it. Truly high-sounding sentiments. Wu Feng hurriedly said, "Master has no idea. This punk's tone is more than big. It's simply huge without borders. Does Master remember a patient that I brought back then? Even Master couldn't find the cause of the illness." Deercry thought about it for a moment and said in shock, "You're talking about that living dead person? Is it possible that punk actually found it?"
Wu Feng nodded and said, "Hey, this punk blindly stumbled upon it and he actually really cured him."
Deercry's shock was by no means insignificant. A cause that even he could not find out, a 3-star alchemy god actually cured it? His gaze turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, "Then it looks like this brat really has some ability."
Wu Feng was delighted, inwardly aware that his master was already somewhat unhappy. Immediately he said with a cold smile, "Ability, my ass.
He merely stumbled upon it blindly. What's even more infuriating is that subordinate of mine actually sold you out, saying that his nephew had once been treated by Master Deercry before and didn't even find any problem. You guess what that kid said?"
Deercry's gaze turned cold and he said in a low voice, "This seat doesn't like to play this kind of guessing game."
"Speak." Wu Feng hurriedly put on an incomparably indignant front and said, "Yes, Master."
"That hateful brat actually said, is this Master Deercry very amazing? A 4-star alchemy god is also merely so. Don't you find it infuriating?" Wu Feng gave embellishment to it, angering Deercry until he turned livid with rage.
Bang! The tea table beside Deercry directly shattered into dust. The flesh on his face was convulsing. Could be seen how furious he was.
A mere 3-star alchemy god actually dared to utter such wild ravings. Could it be that you're going to let them carry on surviving? Deercry's gaze was sharp as he stared at Wu Feng and said coldly.
Wu Feng put on an appearance of being bullied and said, "Master is unjust. How could I let this punk defile Master like so? At that time, I sent people to go smash the Miracle Hand Parlor. Who knew that this Miracle Hand Parlor's foundation is deep and found a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse from no idea where? Disciple really isn't a match." Divine Lord Realm's gaze turned cold and he said icily, "Just a Divine Lord Realm and he dares to vilify a Pill Tower senior, humph. This seat wants to see how hard their bones are." Deercry slowly got up, summoned a middle-aged man and said in a solemn voice, "Tang Rui, take a trip with Wu Feng. Tear down that whatever Miracle Hand Parlor for me. Drag that punk called Yi Yuan here for me. As for that Divine Lord Realm, send him to the Martial Tower with interfering in the outer city's affairs as the reason." Tang Rui bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Deacon." Hearing Huang Qian's words, Yi Yuan sighed too, while Ning Xiu and Liang Wanru, 2 people, were extremely indignant. This Wu Feng is simply inhumane. Saved him before that, it's a big deal? He can be so unscrupulous and unbridled? Angering this young lady to death. Ning Xiu was enraged until her chest heaved up and down, almost about to rush out to take revenge for Huang Qian. Big Brother Yi, this Wu Feng is indeed too infuriating. Their uncle and nephew, 2 people, were loyal and staunch. But in the end, they got this kind of ending. You have to stand up for them. Liang Wanru also said.
Yi Yuan patted Huang Qian's shoulder and opened his mouth to say, "My condolences. Don't think so much first, stay here first and heal your injuries before talking."
Huang Qian was stunned, his eyes revealing a look of despair.
If even Master Yi did not care, then he would really have no hope of taking revenge.
Wu Feng's power in the South City was not something he could shake.
"And many thanks, Master Yi." Huang Qian gritted his teeth and answered. After Huang Qian left, the 2 ladies' gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of unhappiness. "Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you.
Didn't expect that you're so cowardly and afraid of getting into trouble." Ning Xiu had an appearance that abhorred evil, as if it were her enemy, as she said, "Big Brother Yi, are you really the Big Brother Yi that I know?"
"That Huang Qian is already so tragic, you actually don't even help him. Liang Wanru questioned Yi Yuan for the first time. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Didn't I already take him in? How else do you want me to help him? Shouldn't you go and capture that Wu Feng to bow his head and admit his guilt in front of Huang Qian?" Ning Xiyu said indignantly. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not answer Ning Xiyu, and went out the door. His attitude angered Ning Xiyu until she stomped her feet and said, "Hey, what's with your attitude? Angering this young lady to death. This young lady wants to break off all relations with you." Yi Yuan was just about to go out the door when a benevolent-looking old man entered the Miracle Hand parlor. "May I ask if Master Yi is around?" said that old man. Yi Yuan glanced at him rather surprisedly. He actually could not fathom the other party's depths. Could it be another divine Lord Realm powerhouse? "I'm Yi Yuan. I wonder why is Senior looking for this Yi?" Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. When the old man saw that Yi Yuan was so young, he could not help getting a huge shock and said, "This old man is Xianyu from the Pill Tower. I heard that Master Yi is an alchemy expert, so I purposely came to compare notes with you, exchanging views." Comparing notes? Not interested. Some random guy that he did not know wanted to compare notes with him. How could he have so much free time to entertain the guy? He already cured little fatty now and already had no worries. He could choose to not give anyone face. At the very most, he would hide in the purple extreme hall and run away. With a true god mystic treasure, even this heavenly eagle imperial city's city lord could not breach its defenses too. Therefore, Yi Yuan had nothing to fear right now. The old man's face turned stiff, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan was so disrespectful. Even if he did not know him, in this imperial city, mentioning the Pill Tower's name, he had never been so disregarded before. But Xianyu was good-tempered and did not get angry. He was just about to open his mouth and exchange greetings but saw a group of people come out of the inner hall. Seeing Xianyu, Xiaofeng's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, "Could Sir be Master Xianyu?" Xianyu did not recognize Xiaofeng but was somewhat surprised too. This place actually still had a 4-star alchemy god. "Hoo-hoo, it's precisely this old man. Pardon this old man for not remembering if I've seen you before, but I wonder who your esteemed self is," Xianyu said with a faint smile. Xiaofeng gave a bow respectfully and said, "Junior is the Myriad Treasure Tower's Xiaofeng. The last time the Pill Tower hosted a sermon, Junior was lucky enough to listen to Master's teachings." Xianyu smiled and was indifferent to it. The alchemists who heard him preach on Tao before in this heavenly eagle imperial city were truly too many. He naturally could not remember all of them. So that's how it is. But why would the Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemist be here? Xianyu asked curiously. Master Xiao and that guy are old acquaintances. They knew each other very long ago already. At this time, Ning Xiyu suddenly spoke up. Regarding Xianyu's arrival, she did not feel surprised. It was just that she did not expect that he would come so quickly. "Master?" Xiaofeng's gaze turned intent, looking at Ning Xiyu in great surprise. He completely did not expect that this girl's background was actually so great. Xianyu was an authority-class figure in the Pill Tower. She was actually Xianyu's disciple. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too, not expecting that this old man was actually Ning Xiyu's master. But this way it could be explained too. Most likely the other party saw the Gale Celestial Stone Pill. That was why he would come to find him to compare notes. Master Xianyu coming here? Could it be for Yi Yuan? Xiaofeng was not stupid either, guessing a trace of inkling very quickly. Xianyu smiled and said, "Yes. I heard that Master Ye's alchemy Dao is peerless and specially came to ask for advice." Xiaofeng's pupils constricted. Although he knew that Yi Yuan was very formidable, for even Master Xianyu to also respectfully call Yi Yuan Master, it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. One had to know that if Master Xianyu stomped his feet, this heavenly eagle imperial city would quake. His attainments in alchemy were also far from what the average 4-star alchemy god could compare to. Now he was actually so humble in front of Yi Yuan. But Ning Xiyu came to Xianyu's side in a huff, pulled him away, and said, "Master, don't exchange notes with this guy anymore. He isn't worthy." Humph. Xianyu was somewhat surprised by Ning Xiyu's attitude. This girl lauded Yi Yuan to the skies. So why did it seem like they fell out in a blink of an eye?
He was not pulled away by Ning Xiu, but asked doubtfully, "Lass, what's wrong?" Ning Xiu stomped her feet and recounted the matter of Huang Qian uncle and nephew angrily and said, "Master, don't you think that this guy is infuriating? Not worthy of taking on any responsibility. Still call master." Xian Yu looked at Ning Xiu, and then he looked at Yi Yuan again, and suddenly said with a smile, "Lass, what do you know? That uncle and nephew two people are Wu Feng's subordinates. Wu Feng also had a life-saving grace toward them. Although killing them is rather despicable, others can't talk behind his back at all."
You ask Master Yi to intervene, what identity would he use to go and intervene? There's no justifiable reason.
When Ning Xiu heard that Master actually stood on Yi Yuan's side, she could not help saying angrily, "Why are you like this too, Master? Need what justifiable reason? Directly capture him, will other people still dare to make idle talk?"
Xian Yu smiled and said, "You lass, so impatient, craving for the world to be plunged into chaos. Master Yi is merely initial stage origin deity. Not only is the Dei Hall's own strength formidable, but they also have all kinds of connections with the Dongfang family and the Pill Tower. You asked him to go and intervene, isn't this sending him into the tiger's maws?"
Ning Xiu was anxiously and reproved. "Then, could it be that we're not going to do anything? Hoo-hoo, you lass."
Did he say that he's not caring? All right, you shouldn't worry, don't be concerned about it too much. Otherwise, go back and face the wall for 3 years. Xian Yu said with a smile. The moment she heard this, Ning Xiu immediately shriveled up. Not worrying about it then. Humph. Ning Xiu made a funny face at Yi Yuan. But she also felt much more relieved in her heart. She knew that Master definitely saw through something, that was why he would say so.
Yi Yuan was also very surprised. This old man saw it clear as day and seemed to have already seen through him. Sure enough, this was not a simple old man.
Turns out that Senior is Siyu's master. I've offended Senior earlier. Since Senior wants to compare notes on alchemy Dao, then enter the inner hall and chat then, Yi Yuan said and clasped his hands together. Xian Yu could not suppress laughter and said, I didn't expect that in this heavenly eagle imperial city this old man actually had to rely on my disciple's face to achieve my goal one day, haha.
Wherever Xian Yu went, there were always many attendants crowding around. Who was not respectful to him? Who knew that today, an Origin Deity Realm Junior actually did not even pay attention to him?
Yi Yuan's attitude clearly changed because of Ning Xiu. This made him unable to resist mocking himself. Entering the inner hall, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, I wonder how Senior wants to compare notes? Xian Yu had clearly long thought about it and immediately said, make it pill refining then.
Ning Xiu immediately spoke up, Master, you're a 4-star alchemy god. Isn't this bullying people? Xian Yu pulled a long face and said disgruntledly, Go to one side and watch. In a while, when Master Yi and I refine pills, you learn properly. It's sufficient for you to benefit for life. Competing in pill refinement with Master Yi, what we're competing in are naturally rank 3 divine pills.
Ning Xiu muttered to herself and retreated to one side reluctantly.
While Xiao Feng was extremely excited. These 2 people sparring in pill refinement was absolutely the greatest flourishing moment in the entire history of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But the audience were only him and Ning Xiu, 2 people. This was a massive lucky chance. Chasing away Ning Xiu, Xian Yu turned to Yi Yuan again and said, This old man prepared 10 kinds of pill formulas and prepared 2 sets of spirit medicines for each pill formula. Let's each refine 10 of the same medicinal pill. How about it? Yi Yuan was naturally indifferent and said with a nod, Up to your preference. Xian Yu nodded his head and said, Then I'll go first. The first kind of medicinal pill, Silver Moon Point Star pill. For the sake of fairness, Xian Yu only used a rank 3 medicinal cauldron too. It was the medicinal cauldron that he used when he was still a 3-star alchemy god. The moment Xian Yu made his move, there was naturally the air of a master. Condensing the embryo, dowsing, refining the pill, it was done in one go.
Yi Yuan observed from the sidelines and could not help secretly nodding.
As expected, worthy of being an important character that even Xiao Feng admired. This pill refining technique could absolutely count as a master.
Silver Moon Point Star pill, the primary ingredient is Silver Moon weed, Point Star seed, 2 kinds of rank 3 spirit medicines. But the key lies in the fusion of supplementary materials.
After Xianyu started refining the pill, Yi Yuan suddenly started reviewing it softly. Xiao Feng's and Ning Xiyu's eyes turned sharp and hurriedly perked their ears up, staring at Xianyu with utmost concentration at the same time. The Silver Moon Point Star Pill's refinement difficulty is considered as medium difficulty. It was slightly easier than the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. With Xianyu's strength, it did not require too much time. After 4 hours plus, the Silver Moon Point Star Pill was done. Xiao Feng praised him. Master Xianyu is indeed worthy of being the Pill Tower's second elder. This universe transfer hand is truly transcendent. This Silver Moon Point Star Pill, the lousiest, is probably superior grade 2, right? Xianyu chuckled and said, "This old man has put on an incompetent performance. I wonder what Master Yi thinks about it." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Barely passable, I guess. Some minute details are still not on point enough yet, but divine grade should be just about enough." Xiao Feng listened until the muscles on his face twitched heavily. To dare praise Master Xianyu like this, there was probably just Yu Yuan, right? But Ning Xiyu smiled playfully and said, "Master, he criticized you until you were utterly worthless just now. According to what he said just now, you were more than a tiny bit off. It's simply that you don't know how to refine pills." Xianyu's eyes glimmered and he said, "Oh? What did Master Yi say just now?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched. He was just explaining for her and Xiao Feng to listen just now. Xianyu was, at any rate, an alchemy master and still had to have face. He did not expect that this girl was so tactless, saying it out to his face. Ning Xiyu did not hide it either, repeating Yi Yuan's words once. The more Xianyu listened, the more solemn his expression got. Reaching his realm, his understanding of alchemy was naturally not what the average person could compare to. Even Xiao Feng was akin to a child in front of him. But some details that Yi Yuan said, they were all something that he had never paid attention to before. Some understanding regarding Tao, he was actually unable to fully comprehend it. But with his experience, he could naturally distinguish whether Yi Yuan said it correctly or not. He was certain that refining according to Yi Yuan's method, the quality would definitely attain greater heights. Even though reaching divine grade, this kind of level, the improvement in quality was negligible, the effect was heaven and earth. The Tao realm was actually so dreadfully appalling? The Silver Moon Point Star Pill was his specialty medicinal pill. He did not expect that there were actually still so many areas missed out. Master Yi is indeed well-deserving of being a Tao realm master, able to recognize the whole through observation of one small part. This old man has been taught by you, Xianyu said. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with uncertainty, "The Tao realm." Xianyu was surprised as he said, "What? Could it be that you actually don't know your realm?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I broke through by chance, but regarding this realm, I'm completely clueless. Senior, please resolve my doubts." Xianyu could not help being speechless. He did not even know about the Tao realm and he could actually even break through. But thinking about it, that made sense too. Yi Yuan's level, unless he was an apex major powers disciple, otherwise, how could he possibly know about the existence of Tao realm? Straight away, he did not conceal it either. Xianyu explained Tao realm for Yi Yuan to hear. After Yi Yuan listened to it, he finally understood his current realm. It seemed like when he recultivated alchemy Tao and used the 10 directions heaven-seizing art, it was already very close to the Tao realm. Through his experience in the heavenspan world, he finally broke through while being at the fiend race's territory. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for resolving my doubts. It's my turn to refine the Silver Moon Point Star Pill. Please don't laugh at my performance." But Xianyu stopped Yi Yuan and said, "Master Yi, wait a moment." Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, "What is it?" Xianyu said, "It's almost time, they should have arrived." Right then, the shopkeeper came in to report that 4 young men came outside. Bringing them in and taking a look, Ning Xiyu nearly jumped up. "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother, why have you all come?" When Yi Yuan saw this lineup, how could he still not understand? He could not help smiling bitterly and said, "Senior, you're borrowing comparing of notes to have me help you teach disciples." Eldest senior brother's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Teach disciples? A mere 3-star alchemy god actually dares to boast so shamelessly."
Master, your status is noble. How can you spar in pill refinement with a 3-star alchemy god? Third senior brother said. Master, you made us come to watch a 3-star kid refine pills?
Isn't this wasting time? Exclaimed fourth senior brother. Only second senior brother sized Yi Yuan up and down and did not say anything. But his eyes were also full of suspicion. It was true that Yi Yuan was too young. He was really unable to imagine that such a young man could refine the divine-grade Gale celestial stone pill. Xianxia billowed his beard and said with a cold snort, "The few of you, following this old man these years, you've already become somewhat condescending. Even Master has to show some respect towards Master Yi. But you guys actually dare to be disrespectful towards him." The 4 apprentice brothers' faces could not help changing when they saw Master get angry. Each and every one of them turned silent. But their faces had a big "not convinced" written on it. Even a fool could see it. These apprentice brothers, 4 people, the eldest senior brother and second senior brother, were both 4-star alchemy gods. Third senior brother and fourth senior brother also both reached peak 3 stars and could break through at any time. How could they possibly be convinced by Yi Yuan? When Xianxia saw their expressions, he was still about to fly off the handle, but was stopped by Yi Yuan, who said with a smile, "Senior, the ignorant is not to be blamed. You made 4-star alchemy gods come and watch a 3-star alchemy god refine pills. Anyone would feel indignant in their hearts." "Heh, at least you have self-awareness," eldest senior brother said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "How about this? I won't force you guys either. I'll compete in 10 pill formulas with your master. If I have a medicinal pill's quality lower than your master's, I'll kowtow and apologize for my offense toward you all, alright?" Wildly arrogant, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's words made the 4 people explode all at once. Even Xianxia himself also slightly revealed a look of surprise on his face. This kid was so confident. He knew that the Tao realm was formidable, but just how formidable, he had not seen it before. It was precisely because the Tao realm was hard to come by that he would call several apprentices to come and observe and study. These 10 pill formulas were all carefully selected by him, each harder than the last. Men all made mistakes, horses would stumble. This kid was so confident in himself. I approve. I approve. Master Yi. Teach my senior apprentice brothers a good lesson. Let them know what's called heaven beyond heaven and that there's always someone better. Ningxiu craved for the world to be plunged into chaos and clapped her hands gleefully. Eldest senior brother's face turned black and he said unhappily, "Little junior sister, just whose side are you on to actually help an outsider?" Ningxiu stuck her tongue out and said, "I'm naturally on Master's side. But it's really very hard for Master to want to win against Master Yi." Yi Yuan just smiled and said to Xianxia, "Senior, open the furnace." Xianxu's palm shook, the Silver Moon Point Star pill flew out. It was shockingly a divine grade. When eldest senior brother saw the divine grade Silver Moon Point Star pill, he immediately smiled coldly and said, "Saw that? This is true strength. Master already refined a divine grade Silver Moon Point Star pill. I want to see how you are going to surpass him." A mere 3-star alchemy god, truly ignorant to the max. "Kid, sprained your tongue talking big, right? Directly kneel down and kowtow then," third senior brother also said. But Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Who told you guys that divine grade can't be surpassed?